is the Wednesday, December 16th morning session of the Portland City Council. Keelan, good morning. Could you please call the roll?
Morning, Mayor. Udaley?
Here.
Fritz?
Here.
Ryan?
Here.
Hardesty?
Here.
Wheeler?
Here. Colleagues, as it has come to my attention that Commissioner Udaley will not be joining us beyond this morning's session, we should give her a proper farewell. I'd like to take just a few minutes to acknowledge that this is her last meeting. She has been not only a colleague, she has been a friend. And I want to thank Commissioner Udaley for her service both to this council as well as to the community at large. Commissioner, there's no question in my mind that you have been one of the most persistent and focused individuals to ever sit on the Portland City Council in terms of your advocacy and your compassion and your concern for renters. You've established new and important policies to create a more level playing field for tenants who've been on the wrong side of a power imbalance for many generations. You brought fun as well, parties, music, great art, interesting conversation, deep conversations and convictions, and an immovable commitment to the vulnerable here at Portland City Hall. I've enjoyed working with you. I've learned a lot from you, and I'm grateful for your leadership. And I want to, beyond acknowledging your work around protection of renters, I want to acknowledge that I think you've done an outstanding job being the commissioner in charge of PBOT. And I've told you that on many occasions privately, but the work that you've done around Central City in Motion, the work that you did around the Rose Lanes, those are legacy issues that I think are going to benefit this community for many, many years to come. And I just want to tell you how much I appreciate it. And I personally want to thank you for your leadership in this community. And I know you intend to stay engaged beyond your time at City Hall. That could be a really good thing. That could mean you get your evenings and your weekends back, which, more time with your son. I can certainly see those opportunities being something to really look forward to. So thank you for your service. Thank you for all you've done. And thank you for your friendship. Commissioner Fritz, or Commissioner Hardesty, and then Commissioner Fritz.
Thank you, Mayor. I also want to really appreciate Commissioner Udaley, a fearless advocate for those with no voice inside City Hall. It has been remarkable watching your commitment and your steadfastness, knowing where the end was you wanted to go. Sometimes we got there, sometimes we didn't, but we always knew why you were going where you were trying to go. Your heart you wear on your sleeve. It is absolutely critical. We all know that you care passionately about people with disabilities, and not just because your own lived experience, but because you care about those people whose voices are rarely heard in City Hall. We know your commitment to renters, making sure that renters are treated fairly. And I just am excited about what's next. I know you're going to continue to do incredible things for our city, for our county, and probably for the nation. You have a lot more to give this city, and I just can't wait to see how you flourish in whatever you do next. Just know that you always have an open door at City Hall. And I know you'll be putting pressure on us to continue to do the right thing as it relates to tenants, because we all know that we have an eviction tsunami coming. And I know you will be one of the first people testifying, demanding we do more, that we do better, and that we are more inclusive of those voices that don't show up at City Hall. It's been a pleasure and an honor to work with you. But I want to tell a little story about when you and I first met. You and I first met when you decided you were going to run for the city council. We scheduled a meeting for a half hour, and I think 3.5 hours later, I was your biggest champion and supporter and wanted to do whatever I could to see you in this seat. I just want to say thank you. Thank you for being a friend, an ally, and someone who's really clear about where their values are. I just can't wait. You're going to do fabulous things wherever you go. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Fritz.
I agree with all that. I also note that Commissioner Udaley was supported by the person that she defeated to get into council. And that is an accomplishment which shows that you are able to build bridges and to win unlikely supporters, shall we say. And so that was good to see. I also particularly echo the mayor's comments regarding transportation, lowering the speed limit, your absolute dedication to Vision Zero. Of course, both you and I share the tragedy of having lost a loved one in a traffic crash. And so it has been truly meaningful to me, your work in that regard. And although we still have far too many crashes because of the poor decisions that drivers make, I know that what you have done has made a difference, and we'll never know how many lives were saved. Even though I appreciate that your dedication made sure that when lives were lost, that there was due attention to that, and that there were markers on the road. I loved your deployment of PBOT signs when we had the unwelcome visitors at Delta Park. That was an absolute stroke of genius. And thank you very much for, as has been said, being so steadfast and clear in your values and your leadership in the city. I look forward to seeing what you do next.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Ryan.
Thank you, Mayor. Chloe, I'm sorry, Commissioner Udaley. And I know why I did that slip. It's because on an interpersonal level, I want to thank you so much for how kind and inclusive you were in my first very strange days of being locked in and trying to be onboarded during what was clearly unprecedented times. And you were just really solid in a very personal way. And I'll never forget that. I've told many people about how kind and helpful you were. And that's when you showed me who you really are. And so I agree with everything that was said about your work, your policy work, opening up City Hall to so many more people that needed to be heard. But I just wanted to really put an exclamation point about, on the personal level, you're really a good person to work with. And I know that your son is really fortunate to have you as a mom. And I know that's what really feeds your heart. So anyway, thank you for your service, Commissioner Udaley.
Thank you, Commissioner Ryan. Commissioner Udaley.
Well, thank you, everyone. This was unexpected, so I don't have remarks prepared, but I appreciate the kind words. My team and I got a lot done in 4 years, but we're leaving a lot undone. And I'm really hoping that you will continue that work. I want to thank my team. I just got all these accolades, and one of the weirdest parts about this job is that the lion's share of the work is really done by our staff. We're the public face, we take the beatings, we do the nights and weekends, but our staff is right there along with us. So I want to thank Marshall Runkle, Jamie Duhamel, Andreas Oswell, Hannah Holloway, Claire. Oh my God, I'm blinking. Oh, Claire, you can shame me later. I can't remember your last name in this moment, but she's new. Ocean Yali and Margot Week, and also a handful of staff that were with us for a long time and made significant contributions to the team. Robin Mullins, Polly Ann Burge, Josiah Barber, and of course, Winta Johannes. Something nobody mentioned is the work that I've gotten to do with our immigrant and refugee communities. And similar to transportation. That's an arena that I wasn't involved in before I came to City Hall, but has ended up being one of my, some of my proudest accomplishments and most gratifying work have been with the immigrant and refugee community. I've always been a generalist, and I was hoping when I left City Hall that I would have been able to finally hone in on my single issue. You might think it's housing, but it's not. It's transportation, it's civic engagement, it's environment, it's racial justice. The list goes on and on. So I opened a bookstore because I couldn't pick one thing to focus on. City Hall gave me my next opportunity to continue my kind of expansive style of thinking, I guess, and I'm looking for something similar, work that I can do that's really not a single issue, but an intersection of many of the issues that I've had the pleasure of working on at City Hall. And finally, I want to thank my colleagues for all the times that we were able to come together and make real change for the benefit of our city. The public may think that there is a lot of discord on council, but the fact is, I think 95% of the time we're all in agreement. And if we never disagreed, that would be really problematic. That would be a council that wasn't advancing real change. And I just want to encourage my colleagues to not shy away from those hard conversations and to have dialogue and discourse and deliberation in public. I think it means a lot to the public to see the process. It helps them understand issues better. And I think it increases faith and trust in us as a body. So I'm excited about today. We've got a couple fun things on the agenda. Thank you so much. Like I said, wasn't expecting this. I hope you all have champagne in your fridges because I'll be popping a cork after this session is over.
Thank you, Commissioner Udaley. And you all heard her. She said the party's at her house.
I
Thank
said
you.
we're all physically distancing. We'll have to do it virtually, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, sad but true. Sad but true. Thank you, Commissioner Udaley. Under Portland City Code and state law, the City Council is holding this meeting electronically. All members of the council are attending remotely by video and teleconference, and the city has made several avenues available for the public to listen to the audio broadcast of this meeting. The meeting is available to the public on the city's YouTube channel, eGovPDX, www.portlandoregon.gov/video, and channel 30. The public can also provide written testimony to council by emailing the council clerk at cctestimony@portlandoregon.gov. The council is taking these steps as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic and the need to limit in-person contact and to promote physical distancing. The pandemic is an emergency that threatens the public health, safety, and welfare, which requires us to meet electronically or remotely by electronic communications. Thank you again, as always, for your patience, your flexibility, and your understanding as we all work together to manage through what is a challenging circumstance. And now we'll hear from legal counsel on the rules of order and decorum.
Good morning, Council.
Morning.
To participate in council meetings, you may sign up in advance with the council clerk's office for communications to briefly speak about any subject. You may also sign up for public testimony on resolutions or the first readings of ordinances. The published council agenda at portlandoregon.gov/auditor contains information about how and when you may sign up for testimony while the City Council is holding electronic meetings. Your testimony should address the matter being considered at the time. When testifying, please state your name for the record. Your address is not necessary. Please disclose if you are a lobbyist. If you are representing an organization, please identify it. The presiding officer determines the length of testimony. Individuals generally have 3 minutes to testify unless otherwise stated. When your time is up, the presiding officer will ask you to conclude. Disruptive conduct, such as shouting, refusing to conclude your testimony when your time is up, or interrupting others' testimony or council deliberations will not be allowed. If there are disruptions, a warning will be given that further disruption may result in the person being placed on hold or ejected from the remainder of the electronic meeting. Please be aware that all council meetings are recorded. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Keelan, first up is communications. I believe today we only have one individual signed up.
That's correct. 983, request of Rick North to address council regarding water fluoridation.
Hi, Rick. Rick, you may be muted.
I am. Can you
Yeah,
hear me now?
Yep, now we hear you. Thank you.
Okay, great.
Morning.
Let me, I'll start the screen share here and Keelan and I worked on this so that we, there we go. Okay. And okay, are we ready to roll?
Yep, there you're good to go.
Okay. Well, thank you for the opportunity to present. First, to introduce myself, I worked for the American Cancer Society for 21 years, the last 5 as director of the Oregon division, and then Oregon PSR for 7 years before I retired. I always favored fluoridation because I've been told it was safe and effective. But when I researched it, I discovered it wasn't either. So with this new information, I changed my mind. I only have 3 minutes, so I'll concentrate on just one harm, brain damage, specifically lowering IQs in children. No one questions that fluoride is neurotoxic, and there's little doubt at levels in fluoridated water. I'm just going to be quiet for a minute and let you read the comments of some of the nation's most prominent scientists. Go ahead. These are 3 of the most highly regarded experts in the country, and there are many more that I don't have time to quote. But the evidence is so strong that it's the focus of a lawsuit against the EPA for allowing fluoridation. As you can see by the judge's quotes, he's acknowledging the strong science too. He's expected to rule soon on whether fluoridation is an unreasonable risk to human health. One of the most disturbing aspects of fluoridation is its harm to low-income families who can't afford bottled water or expensive filters to avoid the health risks of fluoridated water. They have no choice. And does fluoridation even prevent cavities? There's a consensus that its effectiveness is mainly topical, not swallowed. Studies on fluoridation vary from showing no significant effect at all up to a 25% reduction. But even at 25%, that's less than 1 cavity per child for permanent teeth. This is a graph showing cavity rate decline in numerous developed countries. The solid lines are non-fluoridated countries. The dotted lines are fluoridated. As you can see, there's no significant difference. Please respect the science. Every year, more and more studies find evidence of fluoridation's harm to our health. Please respect the history. So many substances declared safe were found to be harmful. By the time the government acted, millions had suffered. And the same suffering and same delays are happening with fluoridation. And finally, please respect the will of the people. 4 times Portland voters have defeated fluoridation, the last time in 2013 by a landslide. It would be a denial of science, history, and democracy itself if you brought this up again. Portland has been on the right side of history all along. Finally, everything I presented is a matter of public record, and I'd be happy to provide you with any references you'd like. Thank you for your time. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Thank you for your perspective. We appreciate it. Commissioner Udaly has her hand up. That may be from last time.
That's left over.
All
I
right.
had to do it one more time.
No worries. Thank you, Rick. Appreciate your testimony this morning.
Thank you.
On the consent agenda items, Keelan, has anything been pulled?
Yes, we've had a request for 994 to be pulled.
994 has been pulled. Thank you.
I believe Commissioner Hardesty was going to ask that that be referred back to her office rather than for discussion.
Okay, is that correct, Commissioner Hardesty?
That is correct, Mayor.
Okay, please call the roll on the remainder of the consent agenda.
Udaly,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
Ryan,
Aye.
Hardesty,
Aye.
Wheeler,
Aye, the consent agenda is adopted. First time certain item, please, is item 984.
approve small grants funding recommendations made by Children's Levy Allocation Committee for January 1st, 2021 through December 31st, 2023.
Thank you, Keelan. Commissioner Ryan.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Good morning, and thank you, colleagues. On behalf of the Allocation Committee and Portland Children's Levy staff, we appreciate your consideration on this item. Colleagues, before we dive into the presentation, I'd like to make a motion to accept an amended Exhibit A, which correctly lists the legal name of each organization and includes the fiscal agent for Brown Girl Rise. The correction was sent out with the Tuesday memo yesterday.
So moved.
We have a motion. We have a second from Commissioner Hardesty. Any further discussion? Please call the roll.
Udaly,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
Ryan,
Aye.
Hardesty,
Aye.
Wheeler,
Aye, the amendment's adopted. Commissioner Ryan.
Yes, this item from the Portland Children's Levy is asking us to approve $1 million in small grants over a 3-year period beginning January 1st. If approved, this funding for 8 programs would reach city youth who identify as Black, Indigenous, people of color, immigrant, refugee, LGBTQ to SIA+, the youth with disabilities, and support organizations, this is probably the most important, support organizations that have not accessed the Children's Levy in the past. With that, I'm going to hand this presentation over to Director Lisa Pellegrino and Small Grants Fund Manager Erica Bridgman-Bagnoli, who will provide an overview of the Small Grants Fund process that brings us to our decisions today. I ask that you please hold your questions until after the presentation. Take it away, Lisa.
Thanks, Commissioner Ryan. Good morning, everyone. I'm going to ask Erica to go ahead and share the slides for the presentation, and I'll get started. She's the controller today. Great, thanks, Erica. So I'm just going to say a few words about the creation of the Small Grants Fund and what led to this point, and then Erica's going to take it away. So the levy was last renewed in 2018, and after that renewal, the staff began planning the process for a large competitive grant funding round. And in that planning process, we hired Empress Rules Equity Consulting to assist us with community engagement and assure that we were consulting with a large range of community members and not just talking to service provider organizations. We also hired the PSU's Center for the Improvement of Child and Family Services to do a review of our grant making process and make recommendations for improvement. They talked specifically to a range of stakeholders, to people who had been successful in past funding processes, to organizations who had not been successful, to other funders in town, and to our allocation committee members. And they made a series of 30 recommendations to really centered on improving transparency and equity. So one of their key recommendations was to create a small grants fund to allow better equity of access to PCL funds by smaller organizations, because it was clear that smaller organizations had encountered barriers to successful applications at the Children's Levy funding rounds. So the allocation committee then accepted that recommendation and created the Small Grants Fund in 2019 with a few basic parameters. It was meant to be open to organizations that had annual revenues of $1 million or less. It was meant to give grants between $10,000 and $60,000 annually to organizations, so smaller grants than what we typically give. And also to assure that organizations applying had some diversity of funding, that they were applying for no more than 30% of their total revenues from the Children's Levy. So with those kind of very basic parameters in mind, we then hired Erica Bridgman-Vignoli, who's going to make the rest of this presentation the Small Grants Fund manager. And she has created and run the Small Grants Fund process, which she'll now describe to you, that has led up to this point of asking you to accept these 8 grants. So Erica, I'll turn it over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Okay, so the purpose of the Small Grants Fund is to increase the equity of access to PCL funds by investing in programs of small organizations that haven't had access to PCL funds before and that arise from marginalized communities, including people who identify as Black, Indigenous, people of color, immigrant and refugee, LGBTQ+, the 2S, by the way, stands for Two-Spirit, and people with disabilities. Funding small organizations will increase their capacity to reach children unserved or underserved in the past or improve the quality of services currently offered. Okay, so in order to begin to create a process that centers community and equity, PCL staff created a design team to spearhead the creation of a community-driven process and application materials. Our design team was composed of 6 volunteer members whose collective experience represents both private and public foundations who have lived experience themselves from a variety of cultural communities that you see here, and who have expertise in one or more PCL program area. Together, they collectively shaped the agendas for the community conversations and met 6 times to plan the small grants process, as well as participating in reviewer meetings and trainings. And then they also participated in reviewing and scoring applications for both step 1 and step 2. The PCL community engagement processes that Lisa mentioned had revealed that smaller organizations face multiple barriers to accessing Portland Children Levy funds. It also demonstrated that children with disabilities, especially children with disabilities who are also from BIPOC communities, were very underserved. So the first step in creating a new fund and process needed to be going back to these same communities and listening to people in the communities who are from small organizations, who are themselves marginalized, underserved, and to get their feedback on how to create a strength-based process. We convened 8 community conversations to do this. The first one was held in person pre-pandemic. The second one was scheduled for the middle of March, and it happened to be scheduled for the day the cities shut down. So in order to reach as many people as possible in these unforeseen circumstances, we pivoted and had 7 virtual community conversations. In those community conversations, we had representatives of over 30 organizations representing multiple cultural communities, including immigrant communities, a variety of language groups, multicultural children and youth, youth-led organizations, and children with disabilities. In those community conversations, we discussed the different types of technical assistance that small organizations would need. We discussed equity-based ways of facilitating a 2-step process, and we got additional feedback on how to make the whole grant-making process strength-based. The design team took the findings of the community conversations and created both the step 1 and step 2 processes. These were the findings. And the first step of the step 1 process happened between May and August. One of the findings that we had heard from the community conversations was that they wanted us to limit the opportunity costs for small organizations who often only have a limited amount of staff who are also applying for the grants. So the first step was a short written application with only 6 essay questions, but they included questions on the steps that organizations would take to be more inclusive. Disability-focused organizations were asked how they would be more inclusive of Black, Indigenous, and people of color participants in their programs who have disabilities. And BIPOC-focused organizations were asked how they would be more inclusive of participants from their communities who had disabilities. In step 2, we got more detailed information. So this included what kind of COVID adjustments that the organizations had made over the years, as well as adjustments to other events of 2020 that disproportionately impacted marginalized communities. We also received their organizational budgets and program budgets and narratives at this time. And then applicants participated in Zoom interviews. The interviews were designed by the design team in order to have an interactive way that organizations could present the strengths of their organization when many do not have as experienced grant writing staff or may come from oral traditions in which speaking and explaining would help them highlight their programs. Then the reviewers were composed of 6 design team members that I mentioned. Then we also recruited 6 additional members from the community. Those community reviewers were recruited to have qualifications that were brought out in the community conversations. So those qualifications that community members told us they wanted to see in the reviewers included experience working or volunteering in small organizations, or being a participant, having been a participant in the past of small organizations, having a growth mindset for small organizations, having knowledge of disability issues and especially including cognitive disabilities, as well as experience in 1 or more PCL program area and a commitment to 5 months of reviewer responsibilities. Together, the review team reviewed applications for step 1 and then determined which applicants would move from step 1 into step 2. And then in step 2, they reviewed those applications and discussed it as a group and made recommendations to the Portland Children's Levy Allocation Committee. So let's look at this step by step. In step 1, we had 31 applications and they were requesting $4.4 million. In the community review process, which I've mentioned here, we convened the 12-person review team. We had reviewer training. We divided the reviewers into 4 teams and they each scored 11 to 12 applications and then met virtually for the selection process. The reviewers selected applicants based on score and the additional criteria of organizational type, staff and volunteer demographics, grant size, and program area. Out of those step 1, 12 of 31 applications moved forward to step 2, requesting $1.7 million over 3 years. And I'm going to get into the applicant pool by program area a little bit more, but you can see some highlights from that here. In step 2, all reviewers met on November 10th to develop recommendations for the council. We had moved from 12 applicants to 11. 1 withdrew their application. And so that left us with a request of $1.5 million. Applications were prioritized for funding based on score and interview. And although the interview was worth less points, we actually, the review team weighted it a little bit more in order to account for that equity piece that we mentioned before, that some smaller organizations may do better in the interviews. Okay, so we had that. So then out of step 2, 8 of 11 applications were recommended for funding, representing a request in $1 million, which is what the levy had available for the small grants fund. And as I said here, the priorities for the reviewer recommendations were the highest scoring applications and interviews. And also another priority was hunger relief. The review team felt it was very important to prioritize hunger relief as a program area due to the amount of hunger being experienced in our community during the pandemic. This is an overview of the applications from step 1 to step 2. So what you can see here is that the majority of the applications for the small grants were in after school and mentoring, with 13 originally in after school. And of those, 3 have been recommended today for funding. 11 originally in mentoring, and of those 4 have been recommended for funding. 3 originally in hunger relief, 1 has been recommended for funding. And none of the other program areas have an application recommended for funding. The focus of the application, so we had some organizations who focused their work generally in the area of disability, and some who focused their work generally on communities that are Black, Indigenous, people of color. Of those, there were 3 disability-focused applications originally, and 1 has been recommended. And there were originally 28 BIPOC-focused applications, of which 7 have now been recommended. So on November 30th, the allocation committee unanimously adopted the reviewer recommendations that were put forth by the community review team. And today we're seeking council approval to accept allocation committee recommendations. And that PCL be able to fund these 8 small organizations with 3-year grants from January 1st, 2021 to December 30th, 2023. These organizations do represent Black, Latinx, Indigenous, East African refugee, other immigrant and refugee groups, non-binary and BIPOC femme youth, Two-Spirit youth, low-income children, youth and family, and BIPOC children and youth with disabilities. They also have concentrated services in North Portland and East Portland. And I'm asking today for your approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa, and thank you, Erica, and much appreciation to everyone who worked to get us to this point. I'm sure you noticed the extensive use of community voice and community volunteers. So colleagues, the floor is open for questions.
Colleagues, any questions for the good folks from the Children's Levy? That was a very thorough presentation. And while we're thinking of questions, it looks like Commissioner Hardesty has one. I just want to thank you, Commissioner Ryan, for stepping into the breach and being willing to represent the City Council on this. This is obviously a very, very important board. And I've had the privilege of serving on the Children's Levy Allocation Committee actually twice during my political career. Great group of people. And Lisa, as always, thank you to your team for your leadership and everybody on the team. You're doing a top flight job. Commissioner Hardesty has a question or comment. Commissioner.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Erica and Lisa, for that excellent presentation. I may have missed it, but what is a Two-Spirit? What did you say, Two-Spirit youth? What is that? Maybe I'm just old and I didn't understand that.
No, Two-Spirit youth is an Indigenous term, and the Native Wellness Institute, which is one of the funded ones, has a support group for Two-Spirit people. And I have asked multiple Indigenous people for definitions and have gotten different definitions from each person. So from my perspective, it can refer to a sexual orientation, but it can also refer to a gender, and it is really seen differently from each Indigenous group, how they perceive that. But it is it fits into the gender and sexual orientation spectrum.
See, it's really hard to teach old dogs new tricks, and it's hysterical how often I'm like stopped by something that I'm like, I don't know anything about this. Thank you for that. Who says you can't learn something new every day? My other question is really about, you mentioned that you were prioritizing hunger because In fact, hunger is growing at rapid rates, and even with all the work we're doing through the ECC, it is clear we're not meeting all the need. But then it looks like what was funded was only 3 organizations that actually had anything to do with hunger. So could you talk a bit about the priority and then why we only ended up with 3 organizations that addressed hunger?
Well, so we didn't say in our original application materials, hey, we especially want applications from hunger relief organizations. So only 3 hunger relief organizations, only 3 organizations applied in that category. That category is also broad. It can include things like nutrition education, as well as it can include food banks. In addition to that, the Small Grants Fund had a special focus on BIPOC communities and disability communities, and wanting to make sure that each program area really focused on being able to meet the needs of those specific communities. So of the original 3, the review committee felt that 2 did that well of meeting that need within those communities. And it was a hard choice, but our funds are very limited. And so of the remaining 2, the one who was most able to get food out and the largest amounts, despite the situations of COVID, was the one that ended up being prioritized.
Oh, Eric, I just want to say I am so thrilled that you are on staff with the Children's Levy. And it's clear that having you there has made an impact in how we are reaching out and engaging communities of color. And this is a great first step. I look forward to the Children's Levy being more intentional again in the future. So thank you very much for the work that you do.
Thanks, Commissioner Hardesty. Commissioner Fritz.
Thank you, Mayor. Obviously, we're going to hear public testimony. I'm wondering, is there a reason that we cannot add an emergency clause to get this money out the door as quickly as possible?
That's coming soon, Commissioner Fritz. It will be an emergency clause.
Okay, sorry.
That's okay.
Good.
Yeah.
All right. Any further comments, questions? Director Pellegrino, does that complete your formal presentation?
Yes, thank you, Mayor.
All right, excellent. Public testimony. How many folks do we have signed up, Keelan?
No one signed up for this item, Mayor.
All right, very good. Commissioner Ryan, did you have an amendment?
Yes, thank you, colleagues. I really appreciate the dialogue. And Commissioner Hardesty, I really appreciated your direct question as another, let's just say, been around a while type person. It was actually one of those acronyms. It's always humbling when I get the privilege of adding those acronyms and then actually know what they mean. So I appreciate the honesty and also the recognition of the inclusiveness of this process. And your comments about hunger are something that Director Pellegrino and I will be talking about as we look at the regular process that's coming up in 2021. So that was appreciated. Yes, I want to move to add an emergency clause to this item because it is in the public's immediate interest that the grant recommendations become effective immediately so the funds can be made available as soon as possible.
Second.
Commissioner Ryan moves, Commissioner Hardesty seconds. Any further discussion on the amendment? Please call the roll on the amendment.
Udaley?
Aye.
Prince?
Aye.
Ryan?
Aye.
Hardesty?
Aye.
Wheeler?
Aye. The amendment is adopted. To the main motion is amended. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Udaley?
Thank you for the presentation and the great work. I vote aye.
Fritz?
The allocations in the Children's Levy have often been fairly contentious with a lot of testimony and acrimony. So I appreciate the staff's engagement and especially the explanation that you gave us of the careful steps. Good public engagement doesn't just happen, and good grant allocating doesn't just happen. It takes a lot of thought. And so I very much appreciate the dedication of the staff on this. Congratulations, Commissioner Ryan, for bringing it in at the end of the year. Aye.
Ryan?
Yes, thank you. I just want to acknowledge also the wall that really came down between the funder and the fundee. Often in that system, if you will, there's a big wall. And what I witnessed was a lot of not just engagement, but real inclusion and real helpfulness. And I know that's the spirit of practice that we need to bring forward while we're expending these funds, and why we then can, in 2 years from now, really celebrate keyword results from the impact of these investments. So I really want to acknowledge that. And again, good work with including so many with lived experience coupled with expertise in the area. It was really awesome to experience that. So we are building both capacity and, more importantly, capabilities of our resilience of those in the community that are directly in front of our needs. We're quite distant from it in comparison. So I'm thrilled to vote aye.
Hardesty?
I just want to say this is the third time since I've been on the council that we have talked about the Portland Children's Levy. The first 2 times I had critical comments that I made, and I want to appreciate the fact that Lisa took those comments to heart, went back, reflected, and made some changes in the process. And I just want to put that on the public record, Lisa. It's always wonderful when you provide unsolicited advice and it is actually taken and actually incorporated into the day-to-day work that you do. Erica, you are a breath of fresh air from the day you showed up. You have been really intentional about how you do your work, how you engage communities that are unaccustomed to interacting with government. And I look forward to seeing the incredible work that you do in the future. I am very thrilled to vote aye.
Wheeler?
There are 3 areas where I've seen the Portland Children's Levy evolve in important ways. First of all, as Commissioner Hardesty just pointed out, the team itself has become more diverse and more reflective of the community that we collectively serve, and particularly the Children's Levy serves. Second of all, the team has done a much better job of reaching out and really finding those great investment opportunities in the community with organizations that maybe historically hadn't had those opportunities to be beneficiaries of the Children's Levy, and then in turn be able to support their clients and their communities in meaningful ways. And the third area is the really hard work that the entire Children's Levy team has done around the small grants program. Lisa, I want to thank you and your small grants program members on your team. You've really done an outstanding job, and it's fun for me to watch how this evolves and how the Children's Levy, which was a good idea in its concept and which was overwhelmingly supported by the community, is just getting sharper and smarter and better and more effective by the day. And this report, I think, continues to show really important progress in that regard. So congratulations to all of you. And colleagues, as long as all of us of a certain age are fessing up, I too had to move to the Google machine to look up SIA Plus, but I'm glad I did. And I'm glad that my colleagues were willing to cop that they too had some homework to do. So I come out of this having learned something important and something new, and with just a real sense of confidence in the future of the Children's Levy. Thank you all for the great work you do. And lest I forget, I also want to thank the other members of the allocation committee. Dan, of course, represents our interests, city's interests on that committee, but the county is represented there, the business community, the community at large have specific representative slots on that board. And they spent hours and hours and hours pouring through the applications. And an experience we're not all that used to here at City Hall is actually allocating dollars out into the community. It sounds like that would be a lot easier and a lot more fun than cutting budgets but I know Lisa and Commissioner Ryan and all of you who work on that allocation effort, it is just as hard to give the money out, because at the end of the day, the pot of money is always much smaller than the really good proposals that are out there in the community. And it's really hard to tell those organizational leaders and the members and the employees of those organizations that there just isn't enough money to go around. And you do that with grace, and you maintain those connections and those relationships. I was really impressed, Lisa, when I was on the allocation committee to watch how effectively you and your team did that. So I really want to congratulate you and thank you for an excellent report. I vote aye. After all that, I vote aye. I almost forgot. I vote aye. And the ordinance is adopted as amended. Thank you all. Thank you, Commissioner Ryan, for bringing it forward.
Thank you.
So the next item on our agenda is time certain 985.
Approve the amended and restated Interstate Corridor Urban Renewal Plan 2021 to add projects and increase the maximum indebtedness.
Thank you very much. I'm pleased to introduce the next item, which is the first reading of amendment to the Interstate Corridor Urban Renewal Plan. Before I address the item, I'd like to start by acknowledging an historical truth: the painful, unjust, and racist history of the city's and other public actors' actions over many decades in Northeast Portland. From Memorial Coliseum to I-5, the Blanchard development to Emmanuel, the city used its planning and development tools in the name of progress, and in the process, ripped a community apart. The lasting impact for individual families continues to reverberate to this day. The proposal before City Council today is not restorative justice. It will not and cannot address the harm of the city's action over many decades in North and Northeast Portland and the impact, the very real impact to Portland's Black community. But I believe the action before us today shows that the city can learn from its past and can make a positive difference in the lives of people who have been unjustly harmed. This action will make approximately $67 million in tax increment finance resources available to increase affordable housing and deliver on community economic development projects that are specifically designed to support Portlanders whose families have been impacted by the city's past actions, especially Black Portlanders. I recognize that this proposal has an impact on the city's budget, but I believe the benefits significantly outweigh the foregone revenue. These resources will allow us to continue the critical work of the Portland Housing Bureau and the Northeast Housing Oversight Committee to invest in projects that address the legacy of displacement in North and Northeast Portland. They will enable support of small businesses and anchor nonprofit organizations that provide not only culturally relevant goods and services, but opportunities to create multi-generational wealth. Over the last 5 years, thousands of Portlanders and people with historic ties to North and Northeast Portland have told us that it's important for us to intentionally help people avoid being displaced and to have a chance to come back to neighborhoods they were displaced from. These additional resources would allow us to continue to make opportunities available for hundreds more families and many more small businesses. I want to express my appreciation for everyone who helped shape our work in North Northeast over the last 5 years in the North Northeast Housing and Community Development Oversight Committees, in particular, for your help in honoring the original intent of the Interstate Plan to support long-term residents and property owners and help them stay and flourish in North and Northeast Portland. Today, we have the Portland Housing Bureau's Director, Shannon Callahan, Prosper Portland's Executive Director, Kimberly Branham, and Dr. Stephen Holt, Chair of the Northeast Housing Committee, to present this item. But before we get to the staff presentation, I'd like to ask if Kimberly Melton from Multnomah County would like to share a few words. She's here for invited testimony, but staff says that she needs to leave before 10:30, which is coming up in 4 minutes. So if we could just break with protocol before the staff presentation, since Kimberly was kind enough to join us with the county's perspective, I'd like to move her up to the front of the line if we could. Kimberly, thank you for being here and good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Mayor Wheeler, and good morning to city commissioners and everyone present. Thank you for being willing to hear my comments a little bit early as I jump over to another meeting with the County Board of Commissioners. So I'm Kimberly Melton. For the record, I am the Chief of Staff for Multnomah County Chair Deborah Kafoury, and we're here to offer our support today for this amendment. And I want to first appreciate the Portland Housing Bureau. I want to appreciate Prosper Portland and other community leaders, Dr. Stephen Holt, for taking the time to come and meet with us at the county to confer and chat with the County Board of Commissioners about this issue and to ensure that we were engaged and informed on what this amendment would mean for our community and mean for Northeast Portland. I think that we share at the county, and the chair does, the goals of the Interstate TIF District, and to create wealth and opportunity, to reduce housing disparity, and to increase home ownership, and to do that specifically in a way that benefits Black families, that brings repair to historically Black neighborhood. And even as the county was doing and building our economic forecast and looking out, we recognize that there will be financial impact to extending and maximizing this indebtedness. But we believe that it's really important that additional time and money is dedicated and needed, we believe, to meet the goals that we have shared and that we've set out to do as a community. And the work to address the deep harm in a community takes time, it takes intentionality, it takes trust, and it doesn't happen overnight. And I think we've been really encouraged to see the efforts that have taken place to date and the ways that they have centered the voices of the community and what the communities ask for. And we look forward to seeing what will be accomplished in the future. But we wanted to acknowledge both the impact that's happened thus far, but also that we have a ways to go and that we're committed to being partners with you in that and supporting that, recognizing that the long-term impact will be so much greater for our community than even some of what would be a bit of foregone revenue in the next 2 or 3 years. So I wanted to take this opportunity just to convey that on behalf of the County Commission and on the behalf of Chair Kafoury. And if you have any questions for me, I'm happy to answer them, but thank you for allowing me the time to share those thoughts with you.
Thank you, Kimberly. We appreciate it. I don't know if anybody has a quick question for Kimberly. It doesn't look like it. We're going to get you to your meeting 30 seconds early, Kimberly. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you all.
All righty, thank you. And with that, we'll move to staff presentation. Good morning, Shannon. I believe you're kicking us off. Is that correct?
Yes, I am. Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners, and community. I'm Shannon Callahan, the Director of the Portland Housing Bureau. As the Mayor stated this morning and what you heard from Kimberly Melton, we're here to present you with a proposal to increase the available funding within the interstate corridor for affordable housing and community development. Before going into the presentation today, I just wanted to make sure that we establish some key facts about the actions that we're asking council to take. Justin, could you please put up the PowerPoint for us if it isn't already up? Wonderful, thank you very much. Justin, if you just go quickly to the next slide, thank you. Part of the action that we're taking this morning involves mailing to each of the property owners within the city a card about the work that we're doing and what this action is. And in looking at some of the testimony that we've been receiving, we thought we'd just establish very quickly what we're asking what we're asking council to do and what this generally means. So the proposal today builds off the work of the North and Northeast Neighborhood Strategy, which was co-created by the community in 2014 to address the legacy of displacement in North and Northeast Portland, and in particular, the actions that the city took, which led to the displacement of thousands of Black families from this neighborhood. This proposal emanates from the recommendation of the North and Northeast Neighborhood Strategy Oversight Committee. It would make available $67 million of resources for affordable housing and community development, 70% of which are devoted to the development of affordable homeownership and rental housing in the district. This proposal does not add any additional land to the district, nor does it cause an increase for property owners within the district. And Kimberly Branham, the Executive Director of Prosper Portland, will go into more detail about the specifics later on. Thank you, Justin, if you wouldn't mind going forward with the slides. In 2014, the community called upon, or I will say actually, the community demanded that city leaders address the need for more affordable housing within the interstate corridor to address the legacy of displacement, and in particular, the systematic displacement of the Black community. Mayor Hales and then Commissioner Salzman dedicated $20 million for the initial strategy, and the Housing Bureau then undertook a community engagement and planning process to create the key strategies that have guided our work since then. Next slide, please, Justin. The Housing Bureau convened a series of forums in the North and Northeast Portland and East Portland and in Gresham to reach out to households that had been displaced to help craft this strategy. The strategy that was developed is fourfold: to prevent the displacement of longtime homeowners through home repair resources, to create new homeowners through both down payment assistance and the development of new affordable homes, to provide new rental homes, and to land bank for future affordable housing development. The community also asked us to create a preference policy to address the harmful impacts of past urban renewal actions, to give priority placement to applicants for rental housing or home ownership opportunities who were displaced, are at risk of displacement, or who are descendants of households that were displaced due to urban renewal in North and Northeast Portland. Under the preference policy, priority status is given to households who owned or whose families owned properties that were taken by past city government actions through eminent domain. Another central part of our work in the corridor is community oversight. The North and Northeast Housing Strategy Committee is comprised of up to 13 members from the community. It's chaired by Dr. Stephen Holt, and the committee is charged with the responsibility of reviewing and monitoring the development and implementation of programs associated with the North and Northeast Strategy. The committee has both oversight for the actions of the Portland Housing Bureau as well as our implementation partners. Next slide, please, Justin. Since officially launching the strategy, together with our community partners, we've been able to provide almost 900 low-income homeowners with critical repairs to be able to remain in their homes through both loans and grants. We've created 57 new homeowners and have 26 new homes under development by Habitat reserved for buyers right now. So 26 families have reserved units at new projects under development in the corridor. And we've created more than 500 new rental units of housing in the district, all of which are open and are presently leasing up. These units together are housing approximately 1,254 Portlanders. We've also purchased 3 sites in the district for future affordable housing development. While tax increment financing can only be used for capital construction related cost, the community also expressed an interest for programming to help families retain their homes and pass their homes to future generations. Last year, at the urging of the North and Northeast Oversight Committee, the Housing Bureau undertook a pilot program with the African American Alliance for Homeownership and Common Law Project to help Black families with estate planning or other legal services they need to retain and keep their home for future generations. Last year, we were also honored that PSU undertook a research project to determine what the effects of the preference policy are and if the goals that we intended with the policy are being met. I'd now like to introduce Ms. Leslie Goodlow, the Housing Bureau's project lead for this work and our operations and equity manager, who'll provide an overview of those findings from PSU. Leslie?
Good morning, all. And I'm masked because I'm in the office today. and following city guidelines. So next slide, Justin. So as Shannon stated, Portland State University with Dr. Lisa Bates, who's also a member of our oversight committee, undertook an evaluation of the preference policy to ensure that we were meeting the goal of this particular policy. And so we found that 43 is the average age of people that have moved in. But at that point, the age range was folks from 19 to 71. That folks had lived in the neighborhood approximately 32 years, and most people had lived there 65% of people had lived in the neighborhood all of their life. 84% of the participants were Black, 68% were women, and 54% had no children living with them at the time. And this number and percentage will likely change as the first 3 buildings that opened had fewer family-sized units. One of the buildings was primarily studios and 1 bedrooms. So as the evaluation continues, we will see that number with children increase as 52% of the units are family-sized 2 or 3 bedrooms. So next slide. So the next thing that they looked at was whether or not place matters. And they asked about what their motivation was for applying through the preference policy. And 80% reported that their primary motivation was to be back in the neighborhood. 80% also believed that this was their best chance of being moved off of a waiting list into an affordable unit. 91% said that the history of the neighborhood mattered to them. 87% said that they felt like they belonged in the neighborhood. And 83% said that they had friends and family in the neighborhood. And our last percentage point must have dropped off the slide, but 50% of those interviewed said that convenience to school or work was not a primary motivation for them moving into one of these units. Next slide. So the third piece that they looked at was well-being of the residents. 78% said that they were participating in arts and cultural events, and about 25% of those said that they had increased their participation since moving back into the neighborhood. I'm sorry, that's 53%. I'm sorry. 56% said that they were spending time volunteering, and 24% said that they were increasing their civic engagement since moving in. So I had those numbers jumbled in my notes. And then 50% reported getting to work and or school was more convenient since they moved in. And the great thing about this evaluation is that Portland State University was recently awarded a Robert Wood Johnson grant to continue the evaluation of the preference policy, which will be amazing since we're now open. We've opened 3 more buildings, so we'll be able to get respondents from all 6 of the buildings. And we'll have additional information probably next year. So thank you, and back to you, Shannon.
Thank you, Ms. Goodlow. Next slide, please, Justin. So the developments, homes, and rental housing, both home ownership and rental, are listed on this map, including the sites that we have acquired since 2015. 2 sites in particular I'd like to note are the sites that are indicated with a blue dot. Those are the Cary Boulevard property and the Strong family property. Next slide, please, Justin. So in 2017, as the Housing Bureau made the final commitments of resources available in the district for affordable housing, we began having discussions with the North and Northeast Neighborhood Housing Strategy Oversight Committee about the possibility of dedicating more resources to the strategy. Although $20 million was the original amount allocated by the mayor and Commissioner Salzman in 2014, that amount had grown to over $70 million. But we had reached the end of our program commitments. And while we still do have funds available in the corridor for home repair and to reach our current commitments to create more homeowners, we don't have dedicated funding for the development of these particular sites. So the Bureau brought the committee a specific proposal to develop our 2 land bank sites by maximizing indebtedness, which is the proposal before you today, to create 350 new affordable homes in a mix of rental and home ownership. The 2 sites that are highlighted in orange are sites that are owned by the Portland Housing Bureau. The first site, Cary Boulevard above, will be dedicating to affordable homeownership development, likely in a townhouse style development. And as to the second property, which is located on the corner of Alberta and Williams, and we were able to gratefully reach a deal to acquire from the Strong family a year and a half ago. We will be working on plans with our oversight committee and the community about how to move forward on that development. And we have also committed to making funds available for affordable housing on the Williams and Russell site. My understanding is the committee is interested in developing affordable housing on the site, and we have made a commitment to resources. We also would be looking if there are available resources after developing these 3 sites to look at potentially another community site within the district. And if you wouldn't mind going ahead to the next slide, Justin. So after the series of meetings that we held over a period of about 2 years, in September of last year, our oversight committee unanimously voted to start the process to maximize indebtedness within the district so that we could continue our work, primarily to benefit the Black and African American community in Portland. And we're pleased that Dr. Stephen Holt, the chair of our committee, and members of our oversight committee are here to talk with you specifically about this proposal this morning. And I'd like to now turn it over to Executive Director Kimberly Branham to review Prosper Portland's community development work. Kimberly?
Good morning. Thank you, Shannon. And good morning, Mayor Wheeler and commissioners and partners. As Shannon mentioned, and for the record, I'm Kimberly Branham, Executive Director of Prosper Portland. So following the decision to significantly increase investments in affordable housing that Shannon mentioned, Prosper Portland engaged in a conversation with community partners to identify key priorities with the remaining $32 million that was available for economic development. With community, we took a close look at our past actions, and we acknowledged that while many investments were made to improve transportation, revitalize neighborhoods, or create vibrant corridors in the interstate district, that the benefits of those investments had been enjoyed disproportionately by property owners, businesses, and residents that were white or who had higher incomes. The North-Northeast Community Development Initiative Action Plan thus established that the focus for distributing the remaining TIF resources must be dedicated to those who have not equitably benefited from the economic growth within the district, especially Black Portlanders. Next slide, please. So through the year-long community engagement process, the advisory committee and hundreds of people identified the goal of fostering multi-generational wealth and community assets through partnerships that would promote ownership and redevelopment, support business ownership and growth, invest in new and existing homeowners, advance community livability projects, and catalyze cultural business hubs. An 11-member North-Northeast Community Development Initiative Oversight Committee was established to ensure accountability by advising and monitoring on the plan's implementation. Next slide, please. The 2017 action plan established desired outcomes and investment allocation priorities for the remaining $32 million. At the 3-year mark of the 5-year plan, you'll see that we are on track to meet those targets over the 5-year timeframe of the plan. For our first goal, we've served 56 property owners, longtime property owners, including businesses that own their own spaces, with the goal of helping them maintain ownership or developing their asset. This exceeds our goal of 44. 90% of the property owners identify as people of color and 50% identify as Black. One example is a project led by Andrew Clark with Hugh Development, who recently completed the project, a project at the former gas station on North Killingsworth and Denver Avenue. For the second goal of supporting business ownership and growth, we've provided 30 business tenants with grants and loans. 90% of the funds have gone to BIPOC-owned businesses, and we are on target to achieve our goal of 55. Through these grants and loans, businesses like Champions Barbershop, Mercado Ethiopian Food Store, and Jamaican Homestyle Restaurant have been able to make critical improvements to their spaces and remain or expand in North and Northeast Portland. Next slide, please. Recognizing the powerful role that home ownership plays in creating assets that can be passed down from one generation to the next, the action plan dedicated resources to support homeowners whose incomes were just above the 80% median family income affordability requirements. So through partnership with the Portland Housing Bureau and in alignment with the preference policy, we've supported 27 homeowners. We are on track to reach our goal of helping 60 homeowners with home repairs or to become first-time home buyers. With significant input from the Oversight Committee, we've exceeded our goals in supporting community-serving nonprofit organizations like Billy Webb's Elk Lodge and Blazers Boys and Girls Club. And we will be releasing a request for proposals to develop 1 or 2 culturally specific business hubs to create supportive space for entrepreneurs in 2021. Next slide, please. Through these community engagement processes and from organizations like Urban League and Imagine Black, we've frequently heard a desire for the long vacant block at Williams and Russell's to be returned to the community. In August of 2017, the City of Portland, Legacy Health, and Prosper Portland announced an agreement to work together to facilitate a community-driven process to do just that. A community nominating committee established a project working group from a diversity of organizations and community groups, as well as the community at large. The project working group has been working to identify priorities through dialogue and community engagement with the goal of honoring Portland's Black community. The project working group is currently planning to release a request for proposal in the coming months, incorporating feedback from the community engagement process that prioritized housing, community gathering space, workforce development, and entrepreneurship. And finally, there's been some confusion about this point, so I do want to just remind everyone that this property was brought into the Interstate District in March through a minor amendment approved by the Prosper Portland Board at that point. Next slide, please. We've learned a lot over the last few years, and we recognize that we still have much work to do to improve the experience of our community partners and to ensure resources are most impactful. So as we look ahead, we will continue to prioritize support for BIPOC-owned businesses, property owners, and community organizations with long ties to the district by increasing awareness and utilization of grants and loans for small businesses through partnerships with Micro Enterprise Services of Oregon and the Seoul Business District. Supporting long-term property owners with new loan products that better meet their needs, creating additional affordable commercial space to retain legacy businesses, establishing 1 or more cultural business hubs, and supporting the Williams and Russell Project Working Group with their request for proposal and their development objectives. Next slide, please. Before we hear from Dr. Holt and other key partners, I wanted to close with some clarity on the proposed amendment, potential impact, and the next steps. So as a reminder, every TIF district has a City Council adopted plan that governs the priorities for investment in the area. This plan establishes the geographic boundaries of the district, and it defines maximum indebtedness, or the total amount of borrowing that is allowed to facilitate investment in a district. This is similar, you can think about it similar to a credit card limit. Once the district reaches that maximum indebtedness and the debt is paid off, then the taxes return to the overlapping taxing jurisdictions. Next slide, please. The proposed amendment, as has been shared, would increase maximum indebtedness by $67 million. Net of administration, 70% would go to the Portland Housing Bureau and 30% would go to Prosper for investments in line with the plans that we just discussed. By state law, a district's maximum indebtedness can be increased by up to 20% with approval from City Council. The Interstate TIF district has had the maximum indebtedness of $335 million since its creation in 2000. And so the $67 million represents that full 20% that would be allowed by law with your approval. The proposed amendment would not make any changes to the district's boundaries. Next slide, please. With this amendment, overlapping taxing jurisdictions would forgo $8 million of incremental assessed value per year for 2 additional years, and resources would return to the City of Portland's general fund, Multnomah County, and the state school fund in fiscal year 24-25 instead of in fiscal year 22-23. Similarly, with the amendment, taxpayers would continue to pay the same level of tax to cover the fire and police disability and retirement fund levy for 2 years, with the rate decreasing by approximately 3% in fiscal year 24-25 instead of in fiscal year 22-23. For the median Portland household, this represents approximately $16 per year. Next slide, please. And finally, as you'll hear from Dr. Holt and heard from Shannon, this amendment process began over a year ago with the request from the North-Northeast Housing Oversight Committee. And this fall, our teams have worked to engage with key partners and advisory bodies as noted here, I'd like to recognize Justin Douglas and Leslie Goodlow for their leadership in this effort, and to all the community bodies who've provided input. You have a letter from the Planning and Sustainability Commission recommending adoption and noting conformance with the comprehensive plan as well. After today's public hearing, we anticipate coming back to council in the next year for a vote. And with that, I will pass it over to Dr. Stephen Holt. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, council. Good to be present and good to see you. For those who I haven't had an opportunity to meet, I look forward to meeting you. Let me express my appreciation to Commissioner Fritz for her continued support around housing and housing issues. We will miss you and your voice. Thank you, Commissioner Daly. The work we've been able to accomplish and be engaged in has also been very beneficial. Thank you for also being a partner to help advance this work. To Commissioner Hardesty, I appreciate your thoughtful critique that's been associated with this major lift as we've stepped into this space to take on such a challenging dynamic, and the fact that none of us understood how deep the historic impact of gentrification and displacement had been on families and the time it took to make the adjustments and bring the turn into the space to be able to see the numbers we've seen today, to move forward with home ownership opportunities and the future that's in front of us. And then, of course, to the mayor, thank you for continued support and investment around this work for the community. So I show up in this space. I've come before the council in many capacities as a consultant and as the chair of the Oversight Committee today. I want to really contextualize two things. I want to contextualize my commitment and why I'm so passionately involved as the chair of the Oversight Committee. And in order to do that, I want to contextualize my experience here in Portland very briefly. I'm native to the city and have lived in and or worked in Portland all my life. My mother lived at 408 North Monroe. Monroe Street is still there. It is now where Legacy Emanuel abides. She was one of the families that have been removed. I grew up at 4810 North Williams, which also no longer exists. There is a kind of a townhouse development there now. My commitment and investment is because I understand very personally the direct impact that happens when families are moved, relocated, displaced, and the economic disparity that happens. As I got married and started a family of my own, we could not afford to live in Portland and ended up across the river. And so for the last 2 decades, I've been commuting in from Vancouver into Portland, but have continued my work in North and in Northeast Portland. And when the opportunity came to get involved in this, to bring a difference, I saw it as a commitment to my family directly, but a commitment to the legacy and the opportunity to do something different. And in 6 years, I've missed one committee meeting, volunteer position, but passionately invested in making sure that the promises that have been made are the promises that are kept. Housing stability cannot be overemphasized. The significance of what it means for a family to have security and safety. We know that all the community health and benefits and welfare that are associated with stable housing, everything is driven from housing. And so it cannot be overemphasized. When the Oversight Committee came to the space of the committed funds being exhausted and the need continuing to be so great, we saw the capacity with the amendment to add to the possibility not only for helping to keep people in space, but for ownership and to land bank we, without hesitation, voted 100% to advance this. This whole amendment comes out of the passion of the Oversight Committee. We've got significant leaders and community individuals who are part of it. And the desire is, as stated already, to benefit generationally people who have been kept from this opportunity. So lastly, I want to close with this thought, and really kind of a personal testimony. I mentioned that we could not, myself, my wife, could not afford to purchase in Portland. And so we had been renting for years. And in 1999, May of 1999, we were able to secure a space. I had no idea the significance of home security in my family. It altered how my kids felt. It altered how they saw themselves. It gave them a different experience of security and stability and belonging in place. I bring that into this space with this mentality. If we can do this for more families and create opportunity for others to be involved, we are only doing what's appropriate, especially in light of our history in this city and in this state. So we strongly recommend the amendment and the adoption, and are committed to seeing finish those things that we've started. We also understand this is not by any means reparations. This is a good beginning, and it's only a beginning. There's much more that needs to be done. Housing is one portion, and I sit in that seat of housing, but it's economic development, it's workforce development. There are a host of elements to go with it. But thank you, and I look forward to any questions or conversation as we go forward.
Thank you very much, everybody. But before we move into invited testimony, does anybody have any questions at this particular point? Commissioner Hardesty.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, everyone who's provided testimony up until this point. I have a question for Shannon. We always talk about affordable housing, and we have a new goal of how many affordable housing units will be built in the interstate urban renewal area. Would you tell me what the median family income requirement will be for the housing that you're anticipated will be built with this extension?
Thank you, Commissioner Hardesty, for the question. All of the rental housing that the Portland Housing Bureau supports with direct financing must be affordable at 60% area median income or below. Our home ownership financing is typically around 80% area median income, and occasionally Prosper Portland and their oversight committee, and in particular in this district, has committed additional funds from their allocation to support families who make above that median income, so that someone who is able to afford in the district has been able to purchase a home. But the resources of the Portland Housing Bureau are dedicated specifically at lower area median incomes, and we strive to create more deeply affordable housing, which for us is really around 30% of median family income or below, which really translates to families who are single parents on a minimum wage income, or seniors who are surviving off of Social Security, or individuals who are living off of disability, just to kind of give an example of what those median incomes mean to people in the community. Did that answer your question, Commissioner Hardesty?
Yes, it did. Thank you. Because, we throw that term around a lot, affordable housing. And for most of us, when we say affordable housing, especially if it's at 80%, it's not affordable for most people who are working in low income wage jobs that are not family wage. So I just wanted to make sure we had on the record that we are investing these dollars because we're able to actually make it more affordable for people who are working and struggling to pay rent. So thank you. I wanted to make sure we had that there. It's my only question, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Hardesty. We have invited testimony now. Some of the folks are not here yet, is my understanding. So I'm being fed the names as people are here. We'll start with Bryson Davis, who is the Williams and Russell Project Working Group co-chair. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, City Council, for having us and listening to our testimony today. As the mayor just mentioned, I am the one of the two co-chairs of the William and Russell Project Working Group. We are a full volunteer group that was assembled to turn that vacant lot that you saw on Shannon's slides between Russell, Williams, Vancouver, and Knott into a development that will support Portland's Black community and support those people whose families were displaced by the original construction of Emmanuel Hospital. The main goal of this project is to, while it will not be a full reparations for the problems that arose from the development of the hospital initially, or from the gentrification issues the neighborhood is facing, it will hopefully be a good step in the right direction, and potentially a good model for future projects seeking to have the same goal. Our project working group is composed of members in our that represent our community's nonprofits, profit groups, and the community at large. We've been working with Prosper, Legacy Health, the Mayor Wheeler's office, the Housing Bureau, and My Memorial Trust to take in information from our community, what people want to see, what can best support the needs of the community, and shape those into the project's priorities, and then eventually turn that into a physical development. There's been a good diversity of voices in the project working group since the beginning. Our original members included representatives from our community nonprofit organizations such as SEI and the Urban League, community business support organizations such as Soul District Business Association and BICEP, and also importantly, the various members of the group have from the beginning represented families of displaced people, such as EDPA 2 was an original member, and many of the project working group voting and non-voting members, as well as Dr. Holt just mentioned, the facilitator, are either people who were displaced or descendants of people who were displaced by the hospital. We have several groups with representatives who have had to step off the group over the 3 years. But one of the things that I found with this group is there's a continued desire to keep the voices of community organizations, displaced families, and Black-owned businesses at the table for the duration of the project, and through the management of what gets put on the property. Among other items that may be part of the project working group has already determined that some type of housing will be a component of the project, and this expansion of maximum indebtedness is as Shannon described earlier, is a large component of the funding that will support the housing component and potentially some of the other components of the project, and make the vision of the group become a reality. I'm proud of the work that we've been able to do. I'm proud of our ability to include and consider the community voices in this process. If we've got a meeting later today where we're gonna be discussing and taking some of the final steps on determining the final structure of the project going forward. As I mentioned before, our project isn't going to fix all of the negative effects of gentrification. It won't fully repair all of the harm caused by the original construction of Emmanuel Hospital, but hopefully it will be a step in the right direction. And my personal hope is that it will serve as a template for future projects and serve as a catalyst for increased cooperation between Portland's Black community and the resources provided by the local government and the large area nonprofits.
Thank you. Appreciate your testimony. Commissioner Hardesty has a question or comment.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Brian, thank you for your testimony. I think I've just been a little confused. So is the Emmanuel the North Williams project that you are co-chairing, is that included in the Urban Renewal District area?
Yeah, as was mentioned earlier by Kimberly, it was added to the urban renewal area back in March, I believe.
Okay, yeah, because I've been getting a lot of conflicting emails, and I'm just trying to get a handle on kind of, there seems to be a mix mash of what people think will happen with this extension. So thank you for clarifying that.
Thank you, Commissioner Hardesty. Next up is Justice Raji, Williams and Russell Project Working Group Co-Chair. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Wheeler. Thank you, Commissioner or Council members, pardon me, for having me. I will be brief, echoing some of the sentiments of my co-chair, Bryson. This is a volunteer effort. I've set and worked on most of our community engagement efforts. So we did extensive surveying, had a public event earlier in the year, which, the circumstances and the realities of this year has made that seem like such a distant and challenging time. And I look forward to the opportunity to discuss these matters again in person when the public health matters allow us to. But I think the only thing I would want to raise to add to what Bryson has already shared is that, and it's something that a community member said to me personally during our community engagement, that in order to make something of this land and this property and to point to the future that we want for this city, for the communities that have been harmed in the past, we need the best people. We need the greatest access to resources and tools to do better where harm has been done in the past. I believe within the confines of the working group itself, we have a lot of talented, as I would say, sons and daughters of this city and of this community, contributing their expertise and talents. We've done a consistent and very proactive effort to bring in ideas, and we've been very diligent and use a high level of discernment in the decisions that have been made to ensure that nothing is changed, nothing is decided upon, nothing is written or put down as a plan that one can't be executed, and also is not responsive to what the community has asked for, very specifically in the work that we've done. And that is our intention. That will be our plan going forward. As it pertains to the indebtedness, it just adds the ability to access those resources if we need them, to do what we're trying to do on this very significant, but in the larger scheme of things, one piece of property and one piece of a larger puzzle to change and improvement in this city. So that's what I would have to share in terms of testimony. And I hope that, if there's any other questions or concerns, as always, and as I've extended to anyone in the community, we have our meetings are public and we welcome comment and input because we can't do this without the community. And so that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate it. And next up will be Kimberly Horner, PCRI. Welcome.
Good morning, Mayor and Portland Housing Bureau staff and members of the public. My name is Kimberly Horner, and I am the Executive Director for the Portland Community Reinvestment Initiatives, PCRI. Many of you know our organization. It is the affordable housing nonprofit where we serve the northeast section of Portland. And our organization was really born out of a lot of the things that have been mentioned earlier with the displacement of Black families in Portland, as well as gentrification, redlining, and some of the other atrocities that have occurred in this particular area. I do want to thank the city staff and the mayor for actually recognizing that these are some shortcomings of the city that have specifically impacted the Black community. I think that it's rare to hear a city actually acknowledge that it used its tools of eminent domain and other policies to actually hurt people in its community, and in this case, particularly the Black community. So it's refreshing to hear that today's agenda item, which I am in support of, the organization PCRI is also in support of this agenda item, in that we are now going to see that the tools that were used to negatively impact people can now be used to positively do something to benefit those who have been harmed the most. By using $67 million to infuse that potential cash into this particular area can really make a significant positive impact to the community and place people into a situation where they have home stability and home ownership opportunities. So thank you for doing that. Additionally, we can't turn our back on looking at the fact that this is a strong economic development opportunity for people as well. When we talk about keeping people in their homes, we also need to talk about the creation of jobs and economic opportunities for people. So by supporting this amendment, by supporting this ordinance, I should say, is going to effectuate some of the goals and objectives of the Portland Housing Bureau and the mayor and commissioners in that regard. So I encourage all of those who are voting on this particular item to support it largely, as it is a way to help correct some of the ills that have happened in this community and really bring it back to strengthening the Black community, as well as bringing the community together at large. So thank you for allowing me the time to speak. And I hope to connect with the group that's also working on bringing the Williams-Russell project together. Also, thank you to the Northeast Oversight Community for its work in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and we appreciate your testimony very much this morning. Thank you. Next up, we'll hear from Sam Miller from the Seoul Business District, and then the last of our invited testimony will be Tony Hobson after that. Sam, you're up. Welcome. Thanks for being here today.
Good morning, everyone. How are you guys doing? Mayor Wheeler?
Well, thank you.
City Council. Mayor Wheeler, your father and I were really close friends, actually. He and I used to work out at the Multnomah Athletic Club every morning at 6 o'clock.
He was determined.
Yes, he was great.
Obviously, you are too.
I learned a lot of things from him. He was a very wise man. He was amazing, actually. And his humility, when I see you, I think about your dad a lot, because his humility was really amazing. So you're very fortunate to have had that example in your life.
Thank you so much for that, sir.
Yeah, I work in the Seoul District Business Association, and I work specifically with the navigation. We are we are working to create opportunities for people of color in business. That's my background. I spent about 40 years in corporate America, and that's what I bring to the table when I go to meet with the people in Northeast Portland who oftentimes feel left out of everything. And I'm one of those people that even in this pandemic, I actually go to people's businesses and we strategically set ourselves up from each other so we can have real conversations about what's going on in their businesses. I tend to be a bit emotional when I think about this, so I apologize in advance for that, but I've gone to so many businesses over the course of the last 10 months since the pandemic began, and people look at you much like a child looks at you when there's no food on the table when they get home from school. These are people who have worked their entire lives to build something for themselves and for their families. And I have been blessed in my life, and my children and I get to sit down at the table and we get to talk about resources. We get to talk about those things, but most of the people that I speak to in the Black community don't have that opportunity for conversation. And unlike Dr. Holt, I didn't grow up here. I grew up in the segregated South in the 60s. And I had a different kind of oppression. It was a lot more literal than strategical. And so when I look at what's going on now in our city around business ownership and the ability to create something that could be generational for your family, And I have those conversations with Black people who own businesses and have owned them for many, many years, and have oftentimes been left out of the narrative when it comes to resources available to them, so that not only can they grow their business, but can they sustain their business. They're afraid on every corner, they're afraid of what it looks like to try and be successful in business because of the roadblocks. Now, I feel fortunate in that I'm creating this great relationship, I feel, with Prosper in Portland. Nancy Wilson specifically and I have done great work toward this end, and we're going to continue to do great work. And Kimberly has made herself available to me, as well as Lisa. And I think that there is a possibility with this additional revenue that we can begin to create something that isn't just rhetoric, that isn't just a soundbite for the news, that isn't just a soundbite for the television stations, that it could be something sustainable, because our community needs this. It isn't an idea. It's important. You know, someone mentioned earlier in this conversation this morning about trauma, addressing Black people in trauma, and it's real. And when I look at someone in their face, and they've been in business for 7 years, and they don't know what a financial statement is, they don't know what ROI is. They don't have those conversations because no one sat at the table with them. And then 6-8 months later, that same person who didn't know that they would survive in their business for another week, not only are they not surviving, but they're beginning to flourish, because we spend the time, we make the investment with them so that they can begin to see that they can have a conversation with their families that doesn't include, well, I don't know if I got enough money to pay the rent this month, or turn them lights off because the light bill is 3 months behind. I think that we have opportunity here. This is a perfect storm for us in this community right now to do something that could be sustainable. James Brown wrote a song a long time ago. It says, I don't want nobody to give me nothing, just open the door and I'll get it myself. And I have those conversations with folks who say that to me every single day. And I want to thank you for your time.
Sam, thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it. Thank you for remembering my dad. I appreciate that also on a personal note. So last, but certainly not least, is Mr. Tony Hobson. And we certainly know him from SEI, but he's speaking in his capacity as a member of the Williams and Russell Project Working Group. Good morning, Tony.
Good morning, Mayor. Thank you. And good morning to all of the council members. As you said, my name is Tony Hobson Sr., and I am wearing the hat of being a part of the project working group on the Williams and Russell project. And I will be brief. I think in my mind, after decades of pressure identifying the egregious actions by the Legacy Emanuel and the city to displace hundreds of Black families out of the Lower Albina area, we now have this effort to begin to right some of those wrongs from, our racist past. And I do believe it's a great opportunity. The Russell and Williams project to me is just the start, however. It might provide, in my mind, some jobs and opportunities and hopefully, some affordable housing for Black people to take advantage of. And I think especially for those who've been pushed out to the numbers in other places, hopefully it will provide an opportunity for some of them to return. But I'm sure Legacy Emanuel sees this effort as their way to basically say, I'm sorry for some of the past wrong. But again, to me, this is just a start, but it will not make up for the millions of dollars of lost wealth that would have been accumulated by Black families' ownership. So the city should do all that it can to move this project forward and obviously move this amendment forward. But the city should also recognize that this effort alone does not replace the losses felt by the many descendants who were pushed out. So again, I say, yes, we need to move this project forward and move this amendment forward. But I think also we need to consider what else the city can do that would directly impact those families directly impacted by the city's past decisions. I believe that when I think about the community, we have a need to satisfy the Black community, and hopefully this project that we're working on in Williams and Russell will begin to do that from a community perspective. but I think we have a need to satisfy specific victims from the past. And I still believe that there's a lot of work to be done on that. So hopefully the city council is ready to move forward on this and we can get some movement on these projects, but still there are quite a few victims out there that are still feeling left out. And I still think there's some work to be done on that. Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you. We appreciate your testimony and your patience this morning. Colleagues, just a footnote here. Obviously, we're running a bit over schedule. Commissioner Udaley has some folks waiting for items 996 and 997. So after we complete this item, I'd like to go to those two items just so we don't keep folks waiting, and then we'll go back to the stated order of the agenda. So Keelan, how many folks do we have signed up for public testimony? 2 minutes each, please.
We have about
one moment. I'm sorry, Commissioner Udaley. Sorry, I didn't see your hand there.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm sorry, I'm unclear. Will there be a vote on this item today?
No, this will be moved to second.
Okay. Well, since I won't be here for the vote, I just want to thank everyone today for the presentation, for your testimony, and especially for sharing your personal stories. It's, I think, deeply meaningful to me and I hope others. I was hearing a lot of grumbling about this item, and I was relieved to be informed that some of the major issues were resolved. But I want to agree with Mr. Hobson that an apology is just simply not enough, and that this is not any kind of conclusion or reparation. It's just one step in what will be a lengthy process. And I'd also like to add that I strongly believe that the city, ODOT, the state, banks, private industry, community members who were either harmed or helped by the social engineering through racist public policy that took place in Northeast Portland need to have a conversation and a reckoning and make real investments in repairing the harm. So just wanted to leave you with some parting words and strong feelings about this issue. And thank you, everyone, for continuing to hang in there on what I know is a really challenging conversation. And for a lot of people who have very justifiable skepticism and resentment towards government for what has happened in the Black community and trauma. So thank you, and I look forward to watching this evolve.
Thank you, Commissioner Udaley. Commissioner Fritz.
Thank you, Commissioner Udaley, for those eloquent thoughts. And I also want to just thank everybody who has testified. I know we have others to come. Thank you not only for your work on this, but for all of your investment in making our communities better and addressing the wrongs that were done in the past. And thank you for your kindness and wisdom that's been shared with me over the past 12 years. I've greatly appreciated it.
Very good. Keelan, how many folks do we have signed up for public testimony today on this item?
We have about 30 people signed up.
All right, 2 minutes each, please. Name for the record.
First up, we have Louise Ender.
Welcome.
Can you hear me?
Now, yes.
We can hear you.
Great. I got on this, signed up to speak at this meeting because I was not aware that it was not covering an issue in Northeast Portland concerning Halsey Street and a green zone. However, I do have a general concern. I've been listening to the testimony. It's in an ideal world, it's wonderful. The thing that I trip on is that I see that the ordinance says that this involves property taxes. And I am one of those people, for example, quote, this is from Ms. Callahan, seniors living off Social Security. The bank owns my house, but my property taxes keep going up and up. I can't pay my mortgage. I haven't paid my mortgage for 6 months. And with all of these projects, because Portland or Oregon doesn't have, of course, a sales tax. So this is all coming out of property taxes or whatever. Property taxes are being impacted. And this plan impacts property taxes. And Portland, relative to other urban areas, has a very low percentage of residences who own houses. It's about 50%. So as these projects keep coming up and keep impacting property taxes, then what that means is that 50% of the people are supporting the rest of the city. And we are breaking. Low-income property owners are breaking. I can't pay property tax and pay my mortgage. Right now, I can't pay either of them because I lost my job due to COVID. But given my age, then I was due to not have a job soon anyway. And I do make a final note. So in other words, this plan's great, but not if it impacts property taxes. There's got to be a line. There's got to be a stop where we are getting smothered with the city's projects. Okay.
That's 2 minutes.
Okay. On the supporting document, City Council Ordinance number 26, 27, 28 refer to this meeting, the public testimony, and the City Council's decision as having already occurred. In other words, the decision on this amendment, according to your supporting documents, has been made, which makes me question the credibility here. Thank you very much, and please do not raise the property taxes.
Thank you for your perspective. I see Commissioner Hardesty has her hand raised. Commissioner Hardesty.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to explain to Ms. Louise that this will not, in fact, raise your property tax. The reason your property tax continue to go up is because of all the ballot measures that are supported by the public. And so there's a difference, I think, between what the city requires you to pay in property tax and what your fellow community members think are good things to invest property tax dollars in. But I do hear your frustration, and the City Council is committed to working with our federal partners to try to create some type of amnesty program. You are not the only one that won't be able to pay all their back mortgage or rent. And we are very mindful of that. So I just wanted to appreciate you and just acknowledge that we understand the situation that you're in, but in this particular time, it's not the city that you can blame for the rise in your property tax. It's your fellow community members who believe the projects that are being paid for were worth it to put on their property tax bills. Thank you.
Appreciate your perspective. Next individual, please, Keelan.
Next up, we have Laurel Priest.
Morning.
Hi, thank you, City Council members. I wanted to speak in support of the Emmanuel Displaced Persons Association 2 and their longtime work to be recognized by Prosper Portland and the Mayor's Office for appropriate compensation for their displacement by Emmanuel Hospital and Portland Development Commission in the 1960s and 70s. I am concerned about the use of the same economic tools to partially repair past harms as were used to harm the Black community in the 1960s and 70s. In the research I've done on urban renewal areas and tax increment financing is that they have mixed results even when they are used with the best of intentions. For the public on the line who may not know, the Williams and Russell blocks south of Dawson Park are valued at nearly $10 million. Some of the home and business owners who lived and worked there were only paid $2,000, if at all. That was 1/10 of the average home sale price in 1971 through 1973 in Portland. Many of these community members were never provided with appropriate replacement housing or relocation services. I want to ask what kind of evaluation tools will be deployed by PDC, what kind of oversight will be there, how will displacement be measured and prevented, how does this inclusion of the area and expanded funding redress past wrongs? And I know these questions are too big to answer today, but I hope that they will be considered going forward. And thank you for giving me the floor and for your time.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Next up, we have Beth Stebbins.
Hi, my name is Beth Stebbins, and I'm a resident of Portland and an employee of Emmanuel Hospital. I walk by the history exhibit every day, and I see the apology and the promise to never do it again. And I hear the urban renewal proposals that are promising things when I look back at the old urban renewal proposals, and they didn't fulfill their promises. So as much as I appreciate all the work that people are doing to make something good on Williams and Russell, I question whether it's enough, because there's poison left from the past, and new promises don't erase the poison. You have to go directly. You have to say one-to-one, how are we going to replace the housing that we promised to replace in 1971? And I feel very strongly that there needs to be concessions demanded from Emmanuel Hospital, including that it has no right to own that land. I don't think it should have ceded that land a long time ago because it didn't develop it. So that's all I have to say, but thank you very much.
Thank you for being here.
Next up, we have Crystal Bell.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you. I'm a new resident to Portland, but have been an active ally in the BIPOC community, especially with the protests recently. And so regarding the interstate plan, and can everyone hear me? I'm sorry, I can't tell. Okay, thank you. The verbiage sounds good, but generally the outcome is gentrification. Regarding specifically a recent example, the Red House incident, there are already existing longstanding families that need support to thrive, not further gentrification, rather focus on making health, food, and education better. And I agree with some of the people's concerns that all of this sounds good, but it generally leads to the same thing. I've heard people talk about building up versus out. Environmentally, that makes sense, but not at the risk of eviction. Perhaps considering continue to return land that is not our own. In essence, looking at empty plots and parcels long abandoned, recycling what we've neglected in ways that won't harm the community. There's talk in the plan of a cultural center. The center already exists here. Focus on the culture that's already existing, preserving it and supporting it in prospering now. This supposed community council that's making these decisions, are these voices not just government voices or voices of people in power? Does it ask, are these particular loans that are supposed to be helping predatory in any way? Does it ask the community directly what it needs to invest in itself? And does it put more focus on those needs of the community and less on the essential goals of the interstate plan objectives? I urge everyone to remember the words in this plan. You can only succeed if the community around you supports you, which is by Pauline Bradford. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Diane Miesenhilter.
I'm getting there. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Welcome.
Okay, great. Thank you. So, whoops, sorry. Pull my testimony up after unmuting. So when I moved to inner Northeast Portland near Alberta Street in the 1980s, coming from more diverse cities, such as yet having familiar racist policies that I'd witnessed in Chicago and Detroit, I was still stunned as I learned from Black neighbors of the blatant history of racism surrounding Portland and PDC that had and was continuing to roll out here in inner Northeast. As I began to witness firsthand unconscionable situations in our Northeast neighborhood and with PDC, we could see the writing on the wall and tried as best we could organizing through local CDCs to preserve affordable housing in the face of rampant gentrification and displacement of Black families and businesses. Later, through the Albina Plan process, I continued to experience the trauma and stories of Black families who had lost so much through the urban removal processes of the 60s and 70s that resulted in the destruction of the heart of the Black community from Emmanuel, the freeways, Coliseum, and other developments. Lives torn asunder from destruction of the heart of the Black community, homes and businesses lost, being forced away from churches and neighborhoods, and neighbors stymied from creating multi-generational wealth. It's as current city leaders, you have a choice in how to try in a small way to make right on so many wrongs instead of continuing to uphold situations that continue racism, and expanding and to look at this parcel of land and its development without compensating the descendants who have organized for years not only opens old wounds, but flies in the face of justice. These families should receive restitution in line with Resolution 1330, the separate federal Uniform Housing Relocation Act and restitution agreement. And if they desire, have input on the development plans for this parcel. The city and Prosper Portland, formerly PDC, responsible for the original wrongful displacement, should slow down and take time to negotiate an acceptable solution, compensating the affected families, for this is the right thing to do.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Destiny Houston.
Welcome.
Thank you. Sorry, I was having trouble unmuting. Can you hear me? Okay.
You sound good. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, commissioners. My name is Destiny Houston. I was born and raised in Northeast Portland. And I did have written testimony, but after listening to everybody, I'm not going to read it verbatim. So I am testifying today on behalf of EDPA 2, the Emmanuel Displaced Persons Association 2. What is a displaced person? What is a demolished house? What is an empty lot that was once a place someone called home? I imagine a house to be like living inside of my own savings account, every portion of the payment that is an interest collecting around me for the future. Now my home is where I sleep, rest, recuperate, break down, make plans, dream, raise my family, decorate, cook, and celebrate life. My home is filled with memories, but what is a house filled with? Shouldn't it be up to me how that house, that is a savings account, is used? Pass it on to my children, still in house form, to shelter them, sell it and turn it into 3 college educations, take out a loan and buy a rental property? When the city of Portland determined the thriving Albina area blighted, when the city of Portland demolished those homes and displaced the families, they also stole the house. I was struggling with how to express myself today, how to persuade you, when I came across a beautiful session. Each of you commissioners that were present shared something beautiful, but Mayor Wheeler, you captured the message of the day, and I'm so grateful to have come across this testimony. Begin quote, I have to add my voice to Commissioner Hardesty and apologize on behalf of the city to the way your family was treated. It was wrong, it was an injustice, it was racist, it was mean-spirited, and I appreciate that you did the net present value of the lost opportunity to your family. I think you said it was about $2.5 million. That's a story that is repeated over and over and over again. And in addition to the injustice and the deception and the racism that went into that kind of displacement, which by the way was sanctioned by our city's leaders, both in the public and in the private sector, there was true economic prosperity costs. There were true wealth generation costs that manifest themselves to this day. That's the important lesson for me that we have to remember. This isn't something where we can say, well, it's 2019. The reality is, from an economic perspective, what happened decades ago has an impact on the generational wealth of African Americans today in this community, that in turn impacts opportunities around prosperity, job development, education, even health outcomes. It all comes back in full circle. You have my apology. It's not worth much. Actions are worth a lot more. I do believe that through our actions and through our leadership, through our commitment, we can move in a different direction. And I just want to say, you were talking to Mr. Davis. At the end of that quote, Mayor Wheeler, you said that you were sending him home to speak to his mother with his faith having been restored. I do want to say that having listened to that, a bit of my own faith has been restored in this process. This city forever altered the choices of Black residents that were displaced for the Emmanuel expansion. There is no amount of money that can right the wrong. It is the least the city of Portland can do is to acknowledge the harm done by making monetary restitution now. Please do not vote. Please vote no on this until there is a plan in place to make restitution to the families and survivors and descendants of the Emmanuel displacement that happened in March of 1971. I was born in 1974. I'm 46 years old. So the members of the communities that are affected are alive and well and can be greatly impacted by receiving that restitution. I wonder, when that area is developed, first I wonder how much those houses would have been worth today. How much money will the city and developers generate from building on that land? Whose futures will be secured? Whose savings accounts will grow? Whose children will benefit? Whose grandchildren and great-grandchildren will enjoy the choices the development of that land provides? I am asking you, commissioners, to do right by the Black community members in Portland impacted by the Emmanuel Hospital expansion and vote no on 985 until there is a plan in place to provide them restitution. I heard some wonderful presentations this morning. I'm grateful to have been listening. I want to say that building affordable housing in that place, unless it is homes that are going to be owned to create multi-generational wealth, replacing homes with affordable housing where I personally am not going to benefit, I feel is one of those devastating and sad ideals that make some people feel better, does provide someone a temporary place to live, but does nothing for their future. So when we lose our house, the ability to grow our own wealth, we get affordable housing where all of our money in the form of rent goes to secure the futures of other families and not our own. Affordable housing does not provide the ability to create multi-generational wealth. This line of thinking is damaging and insulting. Please support the descendants and the survivors of the Emmanuel displacement, and please listen to their voices and vote no until they are considered and until there is a plan in place to provide them the restitution they deserve. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Kelly Caldwell.
Good morning, Kelly.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, you sound good. Thank you for being here.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Nope.
Yes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, sorry about that.
Yes. Good.
All right. My name is Kelly Caldwell. I have previously served as a public involvement coordinator for urban renewal projects, and I've been very active with works on environmental justice, social, economic justice, fighting racism, etc. I appreciate the opportunity to be able to speak to this issue. I wanted to say that I'm very much in support in making sure that the displaced families in the Williams and Russell area receive adequate and fair compensation. My review so far has indicated that there's been a takings, as we would call it in legal terms, and that the previous minor efforts at restitution were woefully inadequate, as I think has been made clear. Also wanted to talk about the affordable housing and housing replacement in general. My understanding from review is that the city has already agreed to a one-to-one replacement. I'm excited to hear that, and I know that I won't be alone in watching and engaging the process further to make sure that's the case. I want to also mention that I've been involved with Portland Community Land Trust that then became Proud Ground, and that I think when we're investing public dollars, especially through the urban renewal financing methods, that we should be looking at permanent affordability and not just temporary measures where something might be in place for one owner or for 20 years or something like that, whether that be owner occupied or rental. I think it's key that we look at that investment being permanent. And so I'm not aware whether the land trust model has been on the table, but I would encourage folks to look at that in detail. I also think that the land trust model needs to be in place for a Black business district, because we know that with the economic forces at play, that success leads to people being pushed out. And there's huge opportunities to ensure permanent affordability for small businesses through an adaptation of the land trust model. So I would hope that that's on the table, and would love to see those details spelled out in terms of restitution and agreements about units of housing, as well as the types of housing. I'll be participating further as we go into the working groups. I'm learning a lot, and I'm excited by the opportunity that this represents for more community members to learn and be involved with this important process. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly.
Next up, we have Sarah Gilbert.
Hey, Sarah.
Hi there. I am talking today on behalf of the Emmanuel Displaced Persons Association too as well, and just want to echo a lot of the comments that have been raised by some other members of the community, like Destiny Houston, about growing up in a city that was greatly impacted by the continual theft of this land from Black community members and other community members of color. That kind of generational wealth that has been robbed over and over again from the community is a lasting stain on our city, and we continue to see those impacts every day. We see those impacts in the actions of systems that are being benefited by these the development that is being considered here. We see developers profiting off of the displacement of Black families. I mean, we've all seen that with the situation with the historic eviction defense of the Red House. We are trying to, as all of your comments eloquently said, reverse some of these impacts and providing further support for systems that have historically profited off them and oppressed the Black residents of this neighborhood is not a useful step in the right direction. I too urge that we create a solid and committed system to make good with the federal restitution agreement and provide compensation for all these families that have been historically impacted by the taking of the land that was enabled by your forebears there on the city council. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it. And before we get to the next person, I just want to mention that Dr. Holt, not everybody can see the chat, but Dr. Holt is definitely encouraging people who would like to hear more to join the next Housing Oversight Committee. Dr. Holt, can you just tell us where people could get that information if they have an interest?
Mayor, I think he had to go to another meeting, but the information about our oversight committee meetings, I'm sorry, this is Leslie Goodlow from the Housing Bureau.
Thank you.
They, on our website, there's all the information about with the agendas and all of the documents, as well as links to the videos from all of our previous meetings. So they'd be able to watch the development of this process from 2016 forward. All of the meetings are there. So, or they can contact me and I will make sure they get on the mailing list.
Awesome, thank you. I'm just aware that some people are calling in and they don't have access to the chat. So thank you for clarifying that. Sorry to interrupt, Keelan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Next up, we have Diane Lynn.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor and City Council. You can hear me okay?
Yep, you sound great. Good morning, Diane.
Awesome. I'll be brief. I just want to thank Commissioner Udaley for her service. And I want to introduce myself. I'm Diane Lynn, Executive Director of Proud Ground. In fact, a woman who testified a few minutes ago referenced the Community Land Trust, and we appreciate that. We provide homeownership opportunities that are permanently affordable to families that really our target is 60% of median income. And we've been working with the African American Alliance for Homeownership in collaboration, other culturally specific agencies, and really Habitat for Humanity, Portland Metro East has really taken the lead in development opportunities. You may have all heard that we sadly had to suspend the 5020 condo project. That's disappointing, and at the same time, we can pivot to other opportunities. I think this measure today is really important to pass. I'm here to support that as a member of the Housing Bureau's Advisory Commission. And on behalf of our board and a very diverse board of directors and staff, we support this. We're going to be looking to come up with very creative ideas for how to provide home ownership opportunities. I think the Bureau's done a great job on rental, and I still think there's opportunities to do more of that. That's critically important. We also need to, for reasons people have discussed very eloquently, especially I would say to Dr. Holt's description of the impact of home ownership on families and how much stabilization that brings, and really an ability for families to thrive, especially children. So very important. So we're going to need to work in partnership with lots of different entities to create to really apply a gap between what people can afford and what the market's really forcing out there. There's very low inventory right now, and you may all know, I'm sure, that there's a frenzy as it relates to kind of bidding for any house that is on the market. So thank you for considering this expansion. It's very important. We're going to need, again, persistence, creativity, and we're going to keep talking as hard and long as we can about what it's going to mean to the Black community to offer people a chance to come back to their historic neighborhood. I grew up here too and have seen the impact. Thank you all very much for your hard work, and we'll look forward to the next steps of this process.
Thank you, Diane.
Next up, we have Beth Woodward.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yep, you sound good, Beth.
Thank you. I am a Portland resident, Beth Woodward, and I've heard a lot of good things here this morning. I'm happy to hear the what sounds like really genuine promises, further promises for future restoration. What I have not heard today was that the ownership of that Williams-Russell block has been transferred away from Emmanuel. And from the limited research I was able to do, since there's really not a whole lot online about all of this, which I've been looking in the last couple of weeks since I heard about it, but I did find that in the Memorandum of Understanding with what was then called the Hill Block Project Working Group, there was a promise to transfer ownership for no consideration from Emmanuel Hospital to a Black-led community group. And that wasn't really well defined. But I also noticed there was a letter there where this must have been the March agreement that's been referenced today when that block was put into the URA. But it said that the agreement from at least one of the committees was contingent on that transfer. I don't know why no one has explained that today, why that transfer has not been accomplished. And I really urge you to take care of that oversight before you go ahead with this increase. I want to echo, I really support the comments of many other people who have already testified, especially Destiny Houston. And for the record, I'm happy to pay more taxes to right some of the wrongs, the huge wrongs that have been done. Please follow the advice of the Emmanuel Displaced Persons Association too. And I'll be happy to pay for the results. Thank you.
Thank you, Beth.
Next up, we have Debbie Stromberg.
Hello, you can hear me?
Yep.
My name is Debbie Stromberg. I'm actively involved at Creator Lutheran Church here in the metropolitan area. And like many other church bodies, our historically white Lutheran church is starting to look closely at how we as a church body in Oregon have participated in the oppression of others through systems that are grounded in white supremacy. So we as an Oregon Lutheran body, we call ourselves a synod, passed a resolution just a couple months ago to be involved in reparations to communities we've oppressed. We've been challenged specifically by Indigenous leaders and friends to show commitment through reparations first before moving into relationship and reconciliation toward repair. So there's a lot of learning we're trying to catch up on the history of this current amendment, and some of our Lutheran community are probably causing the confusion that Commissioner Hardesty mentioned. We're just trying to do some quick learning. One of the institutions that many of us lifelong Lutherans in the Portland area have been connected to is Emmanuel Hospital. It's a Lutheran hospital. My dad worked as a chaplain at Emmanuel in the 70s. I only knew it as a thing that was perfect for Portland. Most of us Lutherans have close ties to the hospital, and obviously we've learned so much since about damage that was done by many different generations of hospital iterations. But now that many of us are learning from Emmanuel Displaced Persons Association too about the 1971 restitution agreement, which promised the one-to-one replacement of the demolished homes for the expansion, but was never fulfilled, it gives us pause for supporting this new plan that now involves land near Williams and Russell before addressing this injustice. I have a leaning to ask you, Mayor Wheeler and city commissioners, to prioritize commitment to fulfilling the agreement for restitution to the removed homeowners before taking any other action on the blocks near Emmanuel Hospital. Thank you for your courageous leadership. I too have been very encouraged by the deep and hard and courageous work that you are all doing, and appreciate it deeply. It just seems to us that there is an important step that is being left out regarding the affected homeowners. Thank you for your consideration on this missing piece and the ordinance in its current form.
Thank you, Debbie.
Next up, we have Sarah Stevenson.
Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners.
Morning.
My name is Sarah Stevenson, and I'm the Executive Director of Innovative Housing. We are a nonprofit affordable housing development company that develops and operates affordable rental homes throughout the city, including in North and Northeast Portland. I am testifying today in support of maximizing indebtedness in the Interstate URA to increase TIF funds, which will be available for affordable housing, as well as the many other community priorities and benefits that we've been discussing today. Innovative Housing opened 50 new apartment homes at the Magnolia Apartments in 2013. We used a locally targeted leasing strategy with anti-displacement goals, and the units filled very quickly. 79% of our new residents were people of color, and our commercial tenant is a Black-owned business. The building has stayed full ever since, and we currently have more than 100 people on our wait list. We recently completed phase 2 of the Magnolia Apartments in December of last year, with 50 new family-size apartments coming online. When the city opened up the North-Northeast Preference Policy application portal, 734 households applied for only 47 units. By the end of March, all of the new apartments were filled, and 95% of our new residents are Black. These data points just help illustrate the ongoing need for affordable housing in North and Northeast Portland. It makes clear that many of the households who need this housing and who want to live here are people of color with historic ties to these neighborhoods. And it shows that demand is far exceeding our current supply. So we have more work to do. Innovative Housing and other affordable developers like IHI, we stand ready and willing to help the city develop more housing, but we are constrained by limited resources. The more TIF funds that are available, the more housing we can build. So I encourage you to support this effort to increase TIF funds in the Interstate URA. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Next up, we have Natalie Tracy.
Thank you so much for everyone being here. Thank you, Council, for listening to our testimony. I'm Natalie Tracy, a local realtor with Living and Realty called Repair. institutionalism. I'm here also giving testimony on behalf of the Emmanuel Displaced Persons Association too. And I don't want to take up much time. I mostly want to echo the comments of so many other wonderful folks. I really appreciate all the statements that have been made, in particular Destiny Houston, as a
You are
to help.
Excuse me, Natalie, you
Yes.
are fading in and out. Is there a better place for you to stand or?
Oh gosh, I'm in my home. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, but every time we've not heard a complete sentence yet because you keep
Oh no.
in and out.
But my son is on distance learning. It might be impacting my connection.
Probably.
Am I coming through at all better?
Yeah, you are. Why don't you go ahead and try it? Let's see if we can get through it.
Okay, just Commissioner Hardesty, if you can give me a thumbs up if you can hear me better now. Is that better? Okay.
Yeah, it sounds a lot better.
I'll keep it really short. So I'm Natalie Tracy, local realtor with Living and Realty, a group called Repair Real Estate.
Natalie, I'm sorry. This isn't working. Yeah, it's not working.
That's been given today. Am I going out again?
Yeah, I'm really sorry. It's
that's okay. If you can hear this portion, I really want to emphasize what Destiny Houston said in particular. Please do not vote this forward until restitution. The damage to the descendants and the survivors displaced needs to be taken care of first before any further action is taken.
Okay, thank you. We heard that piece loud and clear. Thank you so much. Thanks for bearing with us. Thank you.
Next up, we have Celestina Tiva.
Hello, thank you all, Council, Mayor, and all staff who presented today. My name is Celestina Teva. I'm also a local realtor in Portland, in the Portland area, and I've been here about 8 years now. And I want to thank all of the public testimony as well, because so much of it I agree with, and I'm going to try and synthesize and echo as best I can. I also wanted to specifically thank Tony Hobson in the invited testimony section, because you know, what I'm hearing a lot of and what I want to echo is a question of prioritization. I've heard at the beginning of this session and this item, the common acknowledgement that this particular item is not reparations. And it seemed to me, while well-intentioned, that the acknowledgement was intended to somehow justify that we are prioritizing a project that is not reparations-based or restitution-based. And again, while I appreciate the intention, I echo the strong urgency to prioritize what does it mean to enforce a federal restitution agreement, and what does it mean to actually beget the outcomes that we say we want. And it seems that in Portland in particular, and perhaps elsewhere, we have what I would borderline call an obsession with development and with creating new units and new housing, and then controlling and managing the distribution of those resources and that units as a means to beget outcomes of increased homeownership and homeownership stability. However, I urge us to really consider what it would mean. For example, the $2.5 million equity loss that was suggested for one particular family. If that family was given $2.5 million, I don't think that we would need to be managing housing projects in the same way that we do, because that family would be able to compete in the free marketplace that currently exists in the Albina district and in the North and Northeast Portland areas, because that's the real value that's lost, and that's the real value that's needed to be returned to these families and their descendants who experienced extreme racism, displacement, and a loss of their resources and their equity. And so again, sorry?
That's 2 minutes.
Oh, okay, thank you. So I appreciate your time here today. And again, I think it's a question of priority. And I hope that we can actually commit ourselves to the things that we say are important, and not continue to use tools that we have historically been used and historically not created the outcome that we seek. Thank you all for your work on this. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Marlene Howell.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you loud and clear. You sound great. Thank you for being here.
Okay. I appreciate this opportunity, Council and Mayor. I support the Emmanuel Displaced Persons Association and their demand that restitution happen before anything else moves forward. I ask that the Oversight Committee meet with the Emmanuel Displaced Persons Association and have a real conversation about their differences in terms of what it means to move forward. I also ask that all of you on this call, especially those of you who are decision makers here, consider that if you own your home, that if you were told next week that your home had been taken from the government, but that you would be allowed the opportunity to have affordable housing, how would you feel if you were going to lose your home next week and because the government had the right to do that? How would you feel? How would you feel about generational wealth? How would you feel about where you are right now? Would that be okay with you? Because if it isn't, then I really encourage you to back off on this vote until we make right the federal restitution agreement that we agreed to so many years ago. Otherwise, I believe that even with the best of intentions, and I hear a lot of very good intentions today, very well-meaning people really trying to get it right. But I think until we make some restitution, that we are really allowing ourselves to be duped by some of the more deeper levels of how white supremacy often operates. And maybe those of us who are white are just trying to find a way to make ourselves feel good in the face of what we know is really ugly and wrong. So I really support Emmanuel Displaced Persons Association too. And I really ask that the Oversight Committee meet with them and hear one another before anything else gets decided. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your being here.
Next up, we have Hyung Nam.
Hi, my name is Hyung Nam. Today I'm speaking as a community member in support of the Emmanuel Displaced Persons Association 2. I think there's some good elements in this plan, but for now, until not only that restitution is fully addressed, but also two other important things are addressed, I don't think we should move forward on this or any other extension of tax increment financing. As you know, we have this weird tax compression because of the, Measure 5, 47, and 50. And that means that the displaced people, BIPOC people that live in East Portland are paying higher property taxes or passed down to them by their landlords as rent than people that have bought gentrified properties and that have massively increased their wealth. So we need to fix that. We also need better rent control because we know that these kinds of property tax systems, because the TIF depends on taking future revenues in increased property tax revenues, will impact renters, that we need stricter and better rent control to protect renters from rent increases. Just recently in our last election, we had 7 bond or tax levies that are all depending on a really unequal and regressive form of taxation to fund everything from our parks operations to libraries to all kinds of things. And we need to make sure that we fix those kind of problems because we should be questioning who's going to be paying for this. And we know the record of even the rebranded PDC has been problematic. The recent audit that came out in Lentz showed that despite all the things that they said, BIPOC ownership, home ownership actually fell while it grew in neighboring Montevilla. 3/5 of the people there are rent burdened. Job growth happened, but with declining wages, and poverty rates grew worse than in Montevilla. So gentrification is increasing with these ongoing urban renewal projects, and we need
That's
to
2
deal with
minutes.
that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Jennifer Lundstrom.
Thank you. And Keelan, could we get a time check? How many more folks do we have signed up to testify on this item?
Mayor, I'm showing about 10.
Very good. All right. Welcome, Jennifer.
Hi, thanks so much. It's really encouraging being on this call and hearing everybody's comments. I'm a Portland realtor as well. I'm a 5th generation Portlander who has benefited off building equity in my home, and for many generations has benefited off of my 5th great grandfather who came here through the Oregon Trail in the 1850s and stole native land through the donation land claim. And then my family has benefited off generational wealth ever since 1855 or something. I went to Lincoln High School, but a lot of my friends and extended family lived in the Albina neighborhood. So I was pretty involved in that neighborhood in the early 1990s. I also am a board member of the Vanport Mosaic, and I do a lot of the Albina walking tours with Kent Ford from the Black Panthers. And what I'm hearing is just basically, I'm just going to reiterate what a lot of other people have said, which is that the people that I've talked to in the community, this is really a great thing going in the right direction, but they don't personally feel like they're going to benefit from these changes. So the people that have lived there, who have been displaced, I think this is a little too late on trying to help those specific people. And so I really also want to support the EDPA2 and really hope that that is something that we can consider before we jump into making some of these changes, because the compensation for these families really needs to be a major consideration here in reparations. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Next up, we have Benjamin Barnett.
Thank you. My name is Benjamin Barnett. I'm the rabbi of Chavaras Shalom in Northwest Portland. Mayor Wheeler and city commissioners, as you consider whether to approve this current plan for the Interstate Corridor Urban Renewal Area, I also urge you to more clearly heed the voices of the survivors and descendants of forced displacement by the Emmanuel Hospital expansion, represented, as we've heard, by EDPA 2, and to vote no until and unless restitution for those families is included. While this plan will clearly provide benefit and some very important work has been done, that's clear, a gaping hole remains in that it does not directly restore past harms that must be repaired. The homes and businesses demolished cannot be returned, but there can be financial restitution. There can be actual material resources paid, which can begin to restore to those families what is rightfully theirs. I'm not here to speak to the legal questions. I'm here to speak to the ethical ones. Beyond the legal complexities, there are straightforward moral realities. Those families had accruing generational wealth stolen from them. In this moment of rising awareness of structural racial injustice, we mustn't ignore this opportunity to repair that damage. These are wounds in our city's history, and we cannot genuinely move forward until we begin to cure them. I'm here to say that we, the people, will be with you as you use the power you have to take bold steps toward righting the wrongs of the past. Mr. Mayor and City Commissioners, you have an opportunity to do something transformative. Accompanying any further investment, we must provide restitution to those individuals and families whose homes and businesses on that very land were taken from them. If we don't do so now, when realistically will it happen? We have the capability to do this. We can find resources to advance this plan and provide direct restitution to the survivors and descendants. Toward that end, I urge you to vote no until and unless that restitution is included. Thank you.
Thank you, Rabbi.
Next up, we have Simab Husseini.
Hello, greetings.
You just cut out. Have you muted? We heard you for just a sec.
Sorry, I had been muted.
There you are. We can hear you now. Welcome.
All right. Welcome. Thank you. Greetings to Mayor Police Commissioner Wheeler and to the respected city commissioners, Commissioner Joanne Hardesty, Commissioner Chloe Udaly. We will miss you greatly. Commissioner Dan Ryan and Commissioner Amanda Fritz. My name is Simab Husseini and I'm a Muslim community organizer. Today, I'm here to speak in honor and solidarity of Miss Bird and the rest of the descendants of Emmanuel displaced persons. On December 8th, you, Mayor Wheeler, stated against the Kinney family, and I quote, "There was a lengthy and thorough judicial proceeding resulting in a lawful judge's order to evict people illegally occupying a home," end quote. And you stated this after saying, and I quote again, "Many of our nation's systems and structures are fundamentally racist and require significant reform," end quote. Politicians' best cliches are platitudes. The pitch of productivity over stagnant issue and what could be more stagnant than the still waters of racial justice, and how statements like these trivialize repair into systems that ultimately enrich developers. EDPA2, Emmanuel Displaced Persons Association 2, highlights these stagnant waters of an empty promise to a one-for-one replacement for families forced to relocate. The agreement demands that all parties work together to replace every home that was demolished. I'd like to quote part of the statement of support from EDPA2. Emmanuel Hospital and the Portland Development Commission, PDC, utilized the Fair Housing Act of 1949 to forcefully remove Portland's thriving and predominantly Black communities in what was central Albina. Being that the mayor had to apologize on behalf of himself and the Portland Police Chief, Chuck Lavelle, for disparaging comments made towards the Kinney family that threatened their lives and safety, which in turn kicked off the barricading of a red house on Mississippi, I'm hoping that this sense of humility will extend towards fulfilling the near 5 decades long promise to the descendants of Emmanuel displaced persons, a promise that can be fulfilled by a privileged white mayor whose surname extends to a city in Oregon with 197 households and 97 families, all white as of 2010. I close by saying no to urban renewal expansion until the families of Emmanuel's demolition are paid. Talking about anything else is an injustice. Thank you.
Thank you for your perspective.
Next up, we have Ben Sturts.
Welcome. Hi, Ben.
Hi there. Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Ben Sturts. I'm a project manager at Bridge Housing and a longtime resident of the district. I strongly support this decision to maximize the indebtedness for the city and the interstate corridor, and I support the amended and restated interstate corridor urban renewal plan before you. The gap financing for new affordable housing to come from such a plan is essential for us and our peers to ensure permanent affordability for renters, increase opportunities for homeownership, and build the permanent supportive housing we truly need in the community. Bridge Housing would like to thank the city for their partnership on our latest development, Songbird on North Williams Avenue, which was funded in part with tax increment financing available in the district. In partnership with Colas Construction and Anchor Moyson Architects, we completed the 61 new homes at Songbird this year. We support investment within the district west along North Lombard Street, which will extend the reach into an area without an extensive supply of permanently affordable housing. We stand ready to partner with the city and our nonprofit partners to create communities of choice for low-income residents and families. Thank you for your time, for the collaboration with the North-Northeast Oversight Committee in our work, and the consideration of this ordinance.
Thank you for being here.
Next up, we have Quentin Blanton.
Welcome.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yep, you sound good.
Okay, great. Well, I'm just gonna jump right in. My name is Quentin Blanton, and I'm a 30-year-old Northeast Portland native who currently serves as one of the co-chairs for the North Northeast Community Development Initiative CDI Oversight Committee, an advisory body charged with overseeing projects and proposals within the ICURA TIF district. As a disclaimer, the views I'm about to express here are solely personal to me and do not represent the views of the CDI board at large. When I initially joined the committee in late 2019, I was optimistic. That optimism, however, turned to pessimism when I came to the realization that this process lacks transparency and accountability. Some of the issues I have with increasing maximum indebtedness and including the property on Russell and Williams are as follows. Prosper and Portland Housing Bureau have not supported expanding the ICURA to include more Black homeowners and business owners. For years, members of the North Northeast CDI Oversight Committee and community members at large have inquired about the possibility of expanding the ICURA TIF district so that more African-American homeowners and business owners could benefit. Prosper and the Portland Housing Bureau ignored board members and led them down a path to endless meetings and circular conversations. Meanwhile, Prosper went out of their way to expand the ICURA district for Legacy Emmanuel Hospital, a majority-owned corporation that has not explicitly stated how their inclusion into the ICURA TIF district will benefit the Black community. This is an example of institutional and systemic racism. At our meeting last month, the North Northeast CDI was told by Prosper staff that the Williams-Russell Project Working Group, an advisory body supposedly charged with helping to drive a community-centered visioning and development of the property on Russell and Williams, may be turned into a nonprofit. I question the ethics of this move and find it problematic because Prosper is looking at a resolution to give $20 million to the not yet formed nonprofit after the North Northeast CDI approved the increase in maximum indebtedness contingent upon oversight and accountability of that $20 million being the responsibility of the North Northeast CDI Oversight Committee. Essentially, the nonprofit could be used to circumvent the North Northeast CDI Oversight Committee. Lastly, in attempting to correct past racial harms inflicted on Black families in Central Albina that were displaced by the expansion of Legacy Emmanuel Hospital, Prosper and the city's actions are misguided. Directing so much time, energy, and money to such a small site will have minimal impact. ICURA resources should be directed toward more impactful initiatives such as increasing the capacity and control of community-driven groups such as EDPA2 and acquiring and redeveloping the Russell Williams site, expanding the boundary of the ICURA to include long-term North-Northeast residents and businesses that are outside of the boundaries but could benefit from and utilize the resources, continuing the implementation of the North Northeast CDI and developing a cultural business hub for the African American community that promotes wealth creation opportunities. America is in the midst of a racial reckoning that requires us to do things differently. We can no longer continue doing business as usual by passing measures, policies, and laws that ensure African Americans in this city remain a permanent underclass. I fear that is exactly what we're doing by adding the property on Russell and Williams into the ICURA TIF district and increasing the maximum indebtedness without any quantifiable measures of accountability and transparency. To vote yes is to be comfortable and complicit with historic and ongoing residential racism.
Hey, Quentin,
for all of those reasons listed above, I urge you to vote no.
Quentin,
Yes.
We were being really generous because you are almost 2 minutes over your 2 minutes, which I'm happy if you would send in your testimony, the rest of it. But we've got about 9 more people behind you, and this is still only the 3rd agenda item today.
Okay, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Appreciate you being here.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Quentin.
Next up, we have Annie Rose Shapiro.
Welcome, Annie.
Hello, my name is Annie Rose Shapiro. I am a realtor and I live in the Alberta Arts neighborhood. I'm asking that you all not move forward without looking at restitution and to those families affected by the Emmanuel Hospital expansion. This has not only has this taken wealth from our community, but it's taken culture and that no amount of money can replace what was destroyed, the community and the networks and the decision making. And I would like to see money returned to the families who had this opportunity stolen from them, so that they can begin to make decisions about their community and how they want to live. I want to see them be the decision makers, because that is one thing that was taken from them. That's all for now. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate you being here.
Next up, we have Cleo Davis.
Can you hear me?
We hear you, Cleo.
Good morning, Council and Mayor. I'm one of the family members of the Davis family that the city has done tremendous damage and harm to us, with more than 2.5 million worth of damage that has not been returned, and it is impossible at the rate of the way the economy is going to catch up to what was lost. So, so much of this happens in our community, and it's not right to not address the one-to-one agreement when so much damage and harm has been done financially. So I would really say that we must consider, if we're going to make the changes that we claim to be making today, that you must talk with EDPA2 and the descendants and folks that were harmed to come up with an agreement with those specific families to right this wrong. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you being here.
Next up, we have Ben Carr.
Welcome,
Hi, can
Ben.
you hear me okay?
Yeah, welcome, Ben.
Hi, my name is Ben Carr. I've been a Portland resident for 20 years. I appreciate the thought that has been put into the urban renewal, and I especially appreciate Tony Hobson's highlighting that this is not enough. In line with Destiny Houston and many others who have joined this conversation in support of Emmanuel Displaced Persons Association 2, I insist that City Council vote no on the Interstate Corridor urban renewal area until restitution is made to the survivors and descendants of forced displacement by the Emmanuel Hospital expansion. The restitution mandated through the 1971 Resolution 1330 provides for one-to-one replacement for every home that was demolished. The survivors and descendants of the forced removal are entitled to this money. No one should be getting money until the families are compensated. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Ben.
Next up, we have Georgia Weir.
Okay, you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you, Georgia. Welcome.
Okay. I support the demands of EDPA 2, and I oppose this urban renewal plan until those families whose homes were demolished in the 60s and 70s receive the compensation for their losses that they were promised in 1971. And I think we can all agree that if that compensation hasn't occurred thus far, we can't really believe that it's going to occur until it occurs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Miss Bird.
Welcome.
I was unmuted, but this is Donovan. So
I think we need to switch over the unmute. Is Bird here?
No, I'm only seeing, it looks like you've used a login and it's Miss Bird's login maybe.
Oh, okay. 1 second. I want to make sure Bird's testimony is heard.
Keelan, is she one of the call-in numbers in the attendee list?
It's possible. We don't have names associated with the numbers.
Yeah, she forwarded me the Zoom link, but I had registered as well. So Donovan Smith is on the list, but I can give my testimony, drop off of this call, and then give the keys to Ms. Bird, if that works.
That's a great solution. Thank you for problem solving with this. That will work. Thank you for that. Thanks, Donovan.
Okay. All right. So my name is Donovan Smith. Just on a technical piece, I just want to note that through Zoom, it's weird, you know, that we're doing this where we can't see each other. I feel like this just creates a distance between what will happen in real life. With that being said, for a while, I've been working with EDPDA2 to identify if my late grandmother, Reva Lawrence, then Reva Greer, was one of the people forced out by the Emanuel demolition in the 70s. According to my mom, my late great-grandmother, Annie Jennings, was forced out by the preceding demolition that made way for the Rose Quarter, now the Moda Center. These scars stitch into our realities today. The Williams-Russell site is a rare opportunity in a city of disappearing lands to make new futures for Black people here. These multiple processes from Broadway Corridor to Williams and Russell to IFCC, the Interstate Firehouse Cultural Center, where I've sat as a volunteer committee member for 2 years, East County and beyond, need to more deeply consider if we're doing all that we can to repair the ongoing destruction of our communities, especially in a city where our entire Black population would only fill the Timber Stadium not even twice. Or are we siloing an already fractured community into unpaid committee by unpaid committee to plan out our futures? Are carve-outs specifically for descendants of the city's worst harms crazy when in just a month and a half this summer, it spent more than $100,000 on munitions alone and nearly $5 million more in overtime for Portland Police Bureau to terrorize citizens as they turned out in historic numbers for Black liberation? It seems ironic. My name recently came up for a unit with PHB's preference policy. An administrative mistake meant that I had to consider taking a 2-bedroom as a single person instead of a 1-bedroom as I wanted. Now I'm forced with asking, do I pay more than I want to live in the area, or do I continue rolling the dice of finding somewhere else, quote, affordable to live in our city? Of course, we need more affordable options and ownership in our city. What we also need to do is pay the families. Vote no on this expansion until the families of this demolition are paid restitution now.
Thank you very much. And then you'll drop off, Donovan, and then we'll wait for Ms. Bird to connect and keep
Yes.
a watch for that. Thank you for working with us on that, helping us to overcome some of the shortcomings of Zoom. We appreciate it.
Yep. All right, Bird, I'm about to hop off. Please get on this Zoom link.
While we're waiting for Ms. Bird to connect.
Yeah, go to the next person and we'll come back to Ms. Bird.
Sure thing. Ellen Mickle is up next.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, you sound good. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, City Council, for the opportunity to testify today. I am skeptical of the benefits of TIF. Looking at its track record in the provision of affordable housing, the Interstate Corridor Urban Renewal Area Plan of 2000 failed to meet its goal of adding 2,000 units after 18 years and spending $44 million in TIF funds. On top of this, City Council's prioritization of funding for the Max Yellow Line helped drive displacement from this area. I know no single program will solve our housing problems, but past TIF investments have actually proven a net negative for much of the resident community and require careful implementation to avoid repeating past harms. I support the call for greater transparency and accountability in the use of these funds as raised by Quentin Blanton, co-chair of the North and Northeast Community Development Initiative Oversight Committee in a Prosper Portland meeting this spring. It concerns me that he raised this as an issue and that North and Northeast CDI only had 5 yes votes of 9 total on this proposal at their February 2020 meeting. I also join other speakers in supporting EDPA2's demand for restitution to those displaced by the Emmanuel expansion, as mandated by the 1971 Replacement Housing Agreement. Many speakers today have noted this proposal is not restorative justice and is just a start. I agree, but I'm concerned that we're starting down this path with the same map, same compass of prior efforts, and that because of that, we won't end up in a different place. We need tools other than committees with no decision-making authority. We need transfer of land and projects over to community control, as modeled by Seattle in its transfer of public land to the Africatown Community Land Trust, and EDPA2's own proposal for the Williams and Russell site, which envisions community control and opportunities for ongoing economic development. Thanks to all for your efforts on this work, to Commissioners Fritz and Udaley for your service, and to Council for your attention.
Thank you. Now let's see, do we have Ms. Bird on?
Mayor, I don't see Ms. Bird on yet.
All right, we'll move to the next person then, please.
Ellen was the last person on the list.
Okay, let me see here. Yeah, I don't see her on the list. That's disappointing. And I know she wanted to testify. Commissioner Hardesty.
Thank you, Mayor. I know we're not voting on this today, but I do have a couple of questions I just want to have answered on the records, just so that we all are operating under the same understanding of what's possible. I'd like to ask Kimberly to explain to us urban renewal. We use TIF dollars. What are the restrictions on how TIF dollars are allocated?
Thanks, Commissioner Hardesty, for the question. So as I think has been discussed, TIF can be used for, it must be used for capital improvements, so physical improvements and the related planning and administration. So resources can be made as grants or loans to infrastructure, building houses, creating affordable housing, commercial development. And so those are the allowable uses.
And thank you for that. As I reviewed the letter of agreement that so many people have referenced today, there are different parts that people have been highlighting of this letter of agreement. One was about providing moderately priced rentals in the area. Have we ever done that? I think there was I've lost the spot where it says how many it was supposed to be. Do you remember that?
So, Commissioner, you're talking about the 1971 Emmanuel Replacement Housing Agreement?
That's correct. That is what I'm talking about.
Yeah, so the agreement included providing 180 to 300 units of federally assisted low to moderate income housing. And while the federal funds were not forthcoming through the Housing Authority, Prosper Portland, Portland Housing Bureau, and others, there have been more than 2,000 units of affordable housing that have been created.
Within the interstate urban renewal area?
Within the, so in the it calls for within the environs of the plan. And so that includes interstate, but it also includes areas that are just outside of the interstate district that were in the Emmanuel urban renewal area.
And it was called Model Cities at that time, right? That was another one of those federal programs around model cities. Is that accurate?
That is accurate. And at the time, urban renewal was a federal tool. And so it was a slightly different program than it is today.
Yes. And my last question was, can you respond to the one-to-one housing replacement that was in the agreement that has been referred to so often today? Are you a good person, or should Shannon do that one?
Well, Commissioner, I'm going to need to look back at that. I think that the 180 to 300 comes from that number, but the way that I've read it and had it interpreted, that it was calling for that there were two parts to the agreement. So one was the absolute commitment and the legal obligation to comply with the 1970 Federal Relocation Act. And that act was really focused on giving people choices. And so it was committed to and focused on making sure that people were fairly compensated when eminent domain was used. So that's one section of the agreement. And then the others promised cooperation, committed cooperation to build these new units of 180 to 300 federally assisted houses. So I will look back at it again for that language. That's my understanding of the agreement.
Yes, I am trying very fast to go through all those documents now to get back to the area, because what I'm hearing from folks is about this particular agreement. It's amazing that in the city of Portland, we actually still can find the actual original document. So I'm pretty impressed that we were able to find that. But as I read through this, and I have to acknowledge Mr. Charles Jordan was actually one of the signatures on this particular document. So it's been interesting to go back through history, right, and see he was there. But what I see clearly in this agreement was that there was a aspiration to replace housing one by one. But in the agreement, I also see that it's very clear that there was no money set aside to actually make that happen. And in the document that they signed, I also see that there was a moral obligation, but as the letter says so well, a moral obligation, you can't buy a house with a moral obligation, right? I am curious as to, and I think many of the people who testified today are probably also curious as to and it may be unfair because I can say I wasn't here in 71, so I can't remember what happened back then. I was a youngin' back then. But it's clear in this agreement that there was a desire to create a pool of resources. I want to ask you straight out, can this urban renewal dollars be used to compensate people for reparations for harm done decades in the past?
Attorneys have advised me that we cannot use these resources for restitution payments.
Okay, I'll stop there and see if there are other questions. And Mayor, I will have a closing comment since we won't be voting on this today, but we have 90+ people who came to have their voice heard today. So I will make a closing statement when we're ready for that.
Very good. Colleagues, any further questions? All right, Commissioner Daly.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to once again thank everyone for their testimony. This was pretty incredible to hear this outpouring of support for justice for the Black community and for reparations. And I'm especially heartened to hear from the handful of realtors today. This is not a conversation that I have heard happening in this industry. And I imagine it's a controversial topic. And I just want to thank those individuals for coming forward and offering their perspective, because we do need you at the table, as well as everyone else, like I mentioned earlier, who was either harmed or helped by these policies. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Daly. Commissioner Hardesty.
Thank you, Mayor. And I want to also thank all the people who made time to testify today, to come and talk about their lived experience, and the fact that promises, governmental promises, were not kept. It was fascinating to me to have people from the real estate industry here advocating for reparations. And I want to challenge the real estate industry to do their own reparations process, because as we all know, the real estate industry created redlining. They created areas that were okay for Black people to live and areas where it wasn't okay for Black people to live. And we still are living under that legacy as well. Do we need to address the historic racial discriminatory practices of the city, the state, the federal government? Absolutely no question. The question that you have put before us today is, where do we do that? And as someone who grew up in Baltimore, Maryland, and has always lived in pretty large urban areas, I can tell you that, and Black folks that I've known my whole life, every time we heard urban renewal, that what we heard was urban removal, right? Because it is clear that nationally and locally, our urban renewal projects have displaced Black and brown people and made it vibrant for white middle class and upper middle class people to move into. And so I understand the fear, the frustration, and a desire of people to say, hey, let's not keep doing this. Let's not at least keep using this tool that has been a tool of removal for generations. And so I want to acknowledge that that is real. And my family and every Black family I know has experienced both the discriminatory practices of realtors, as well as these urban renewal. We're going to make it better and pretty, but honestly, you're not going to be able to afford to live here after that. Having said that, we do need to have a conversation about reparations, and we need to create a space that actually will be inclusive of people's lived experiences. This is not that. I want to be really clear. Because of the ongoing work of the Northeast Oversight Committee, because of the work of the North Williams Russell Project, both of those projects are community-led. They are community-focused, and the community are the decision makers about moving stuff forward. And that is why we are here today, because those two community boards have decided that it is appropriate for us to invest more dollars to create more opportunities in the interstate urban renewal area. We need new tools, we need better tools, but we also need to have a conversation about reparations. And I will be supporting this when it comes back on the council agenda, because I know, again, this is a individual effort that is being led by people who have long histories in North and Northeast Portland, and who are driving the development activity. We will continue to talk about what reparations looks like and how we can do it. But I just wanted to put the real estate industry on notice. Don't put it all on government, because you have played a major role in the displacement of Black and brown people from inner Northeast. That's all I wanted to say, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Hardesty. And I understand from Keelan that Ms. Bird is now connected. Without objection, if the council would allow it, I'd like to reopen public testimony so we can hear from Ms. Bird. Ms. Bird, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Very good. Thank you for your patience as we manage technology.
I find it sort of unnerving that Resolution 1330 is not known. And at the federal restitution agreement before, there's 4 stipulations. That people in positions to make decisions about this are unfamiliar with the legal documents. I think time is demanding that we do things differently. One thing doesn't have to supplant the other. We can move forward with plans to develop, and we can also give restitution to the families who are named in the Emmanuel Hospital expansion, some of them. EDPA 2 does not claim to represent every family that was forcefully removed. We've never made that claim. There's so much going through my head, and I want to thank everybody who showed up in support for EDPA 2, the survivors and the descendants. I'm not speaking to ask for anything. My purpose here today is to just share our experience. The community was told for more than 3 years only 1.7 acres would be considered in addition to the IURA. The board of directors actually voted for more than 3 acres to be included. It has to, because that property is divided into 2 tax lots, one of which juts beyond Knott all the way to Graham. EDPA 2 has known this. We have raised this issue. So what happens to that extended property? Who owns that? And Kimberly Branham, in an email exchange, said that that property would not, despite being included in the expansion, receive any TIF funding. That's counterproductive to the nature of urban renewal. If a property is included in an urban renewal area, it's so that it can have access to funding. An insult to all of this is that the property in central Albina was declared under the legal definition of blight, no matter how ambiguous, sort of amorphous those definitions are. It qualified during that time to the tune of $18 million. And the story of how that money got paid is so interesting. I don't have time to explain it.
That's 2 minutes.
For the city and Emmanuel to be able to come around again because they did not develop that property and say, oh, it's blight again. We need $67 million. Ignore Resolution 1330 and don't have any consideration for the families who are impacted. And I would be remiss to mention the recent massive exodus of Black employees out of Mayor Ted Wheeler's administration. And so many people have quit the project working group. I don't even know. My last estimation, there's only 8 people in the project working group. When it started out, was 25. Co-chair Lakeitha Elliott resigned a couple weeks ago. And at a recent project working group meeting, Tony Hobson threatened to resign. I bring all of this up to say this. Those actions highlight a demand to do things differently. And let me say this. Can I be adventurous and say everybody is right? Everybody is right. If you want to develop the land, develop it. If you want to generate money, generate money. If you want to pay restitution to the families that were impacted, pay restitution. Why is it when it comes to the Black community, there's always one narrow, thin solution? Times are demanding that we do things differently. And in that consideration, it seems to me in this particular situation, we have 2 options. We can rise to the demand of now to do things differently, or we can continue the pattern that got us here. And I'm scared because testimony earlier today said this is not restorative. We want to be very clear. This is not restorative. If it's not restorative, then the only other option is to continue what has been done. And the fact that this property is considered blight twice because the people in control did not develop it. If that is not an abuse of power on the backs of those who have already suffered, I don't know what is. I'm not saying don't develop the land. EDPA 2 has never put forth that message. EDPA 2 is saying very clearly, my grandmother's house was demolished. And during that time, there was a network of wealth creation among white community members. The Keller family, the Olsen family, the Wheeler family. I can connect the Wheeler family to the success of Ira Keller and the Emmanuel Hospital expansion. So families get to benefit into perpetuity. And then the flip side, because city leader said this is not restorative, I guess the families that are harmed get to remain in a position of harm and reclamation into perpetuity. We can do this differently. Everybody can walk away saying, okay, I got my piece of the pie. It does not have to be this contentious. And a project that you all claim has united a community is actually divided a community.
Reducing it to 10 days from 14 is like, oh, that makes a big difference. And there's also, they are getting.
And so I will end my statement.
Somebody else needs to.
Here's the funny part.
Sorry.
I will end my statement with this. Everybody's talking about reimagining, but I'm longing for the imagination. The imagination would be the city can satisfy what the city wants to do. The imagination would be, you know what, we keep talking this game. We keep recognizing that we have a practice of repetitive racism in the city that is narrowly focused on the Black community. We can actually change that narrative, and it perplexes me because I don't even understand what the conversation is about. There is a federal cooperative agreement. The resolution has been passed, and let's add to that history. Former Representative Steve Kafori actually drafted a bill in response to the Emmanuel Hospital expansion and the egregious abuse of eminent domain. He never wanted what happened to our families to happen again. He got together with McCoy and some other folks, and they drafted a bill. That bill got lost in committee, but the significance is the destruction and the abuse was so egregious. Steve Kafori said, this should never happen again. It should never happen again. If this goes forward without any real consideration, without any inclusion, a carve out for the family, if it were not for the forceful removal and the demolition to splinters of our family homes and our businesses, we wouldn't even be having this conversation, but yet somehow we're disrespectful to insert this into the conversation. We can do better than this. We can do better than this. The time is demanding that we do things differently. We are either going to hear that call or we're not. Restitution now.
Thank you, Ms. Bird. Appreciate it. And thank you for your thoughtful testimony. All right, Commissioner Daly, I see you have your hand raised, or is that legacy? All right, very good. Anybody else, anything good for the order here? This is a first reading of a non-emergency ordinance. It moves to second reading. I'd like to thank everybody for your incredibly thoughtful testimony this morning. Appreciate it. Colleagues, I'm going to change the order of items. And first, I'm going to be the bearer of bad news. We are going to continue to work through the lunch hour into our 2 p.m. session. Obviously, people will need to take breaks as necessary, but we have not even entered the regular agenda yet. And I'd like to change the order of the regular agenda if we could. I'd like to move item 997 next, followed by 996, followed by 995, Then we have 2 4/5 items that we need to get to before Commissioner Udaly is excused. So Keelan, could we start please with item 997?
Proclaim September 21st, 2021 to be Ann Hughes Day.
Commissioner Udaly.
Thank you, Mayor. It's feels a little abrupt and jarring to move on from such a serious and vitally important conversation to something more joyous and celebratory. So again, I just want to thank everyone who took time out today to give testimony. It felt like old times. I don't think it's been very rare this year to have this kind of turnout for a council item since we've been meeting online. So thank you again. Before I read this proclamation, I'd like to make some brief personal remarks to Ann Hughes, who I hope is at least listening today because I can't see her beautiful face. And as a woman, I want to thank you for your trailblazing for those of us who came up behind you. As an activist, I want to thank you for not just marching in the streets, but for your recognition that changing society includes the way we live our everyday lives, run our businesses, and serve our communities. As a former business owner, I want to acknowledge that we don't do a great job honoring or supporting the numerous creative entrepreneurs and out-of-pocket philanthropists who add so much to our civic and cultural life. So I'm very pleased that we can honor you today in that way. And as someone who grew up in Portland and became a patron and a beneficiary of your various efforts and ventures, I especially want to thank you for the spaces you've created for our community. It's an honor and a privilege to get to present this proclamation and officially recognize your many contributions to our city. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ann's son, Joe Hughes. You're muted, Joe.
Can everyone hear me?
Yeah.
I'd really like to thank you, Commissioner Udaly. I'd also like to thank Mayor Wheeler and the rest of Portland City Council. I want to also, I want to also mention, I know the mom is thrilled about the other subsequent proclamation, which I will not name, but I really, I know that this means a great deal to her personally, even though she's not able to testify. I want to just say really the reason that I'm here, and the reason that I'm here is that my mother, Ann Hughes, is also still here. She is still that same person that with her galleries nurtured countless artists. She hosted members of all levels of Portland's community at her salons. She obviously served coffee, and that coffee nurtured and sustained so many people at Powell's Bookstore, members of the community. She's still here. Unfortunately, she's no longer able to host any events. She isn't able to help people grow in the same way that she was. But it's really important we not forget that she's still in our community. I want to mention sort of her motto or her creed, which was in Carson McCullers' The Ballad of the Sad Cafe. And that passage goes like this. I believe it's, for the atmosphere of a proper cafe implies these qualities: fellowship, the satisfaction of the belly, and a certain gaiety and grace of behavior. Now, as a young man, I completely understood the first two. Fellowship is a group of hobbits. Satisfaction of the belly is self-explanatory. But when I came to a certain gaiety and grace of behavior, that wasn't as clear to me what that meant. In fact, I really had no idea what that meant. But I learned what what it represents, what it means, you know, through my mother, through watching her and growing up with her. You know, she had really all three of those pieces. You know, the fellowship was all about, obviously, you know, you obviously knowing the people, knowing individuals, bringing them together, and that was almost her reason to exist. You know, she would also remember people long after they had sort of parted ways. I can remember being at Powell's, and some person will walk in that she knew from 1972, and you know, it was 20 years later, but she remembered their names, she remembered parts of their lives, and you know, that was the skill she had, you know. And you know, the second part, the satisfaction of the belly, you know, every time she endeavored to provide food to people, to provide something to people, you know, it was never designed to win a culinary award. You know, she had the scones at the coffee room, and before that at the Wednesday breakfast, the frittatas at the Wednesday breakfast. You know, these were designed so that you would always get up from that table, you know, satisfied, you know, not hungry. And the last one, you know, a certain gaiety and grace of behavior. You know, she, more than anything else, she really did embody that. You know, what does it mean, though? You know, the first part, you know, gaiety. You know, she had a symbiotic relationship with joy, is the way I like to describe that. You know, when you were around her, you had to fight to not have a good time, to not be happy, you know, to not enjoy yourself. And you know, there's the second part, which is, you know, the grace of behavior. You know, that's all about treating people with decency. I'd say the kind of decency and civility, and maybe I might add to that respect and alacrity, you know, that really just drew you back. I mean, you would want to come back next week. You would want to be there afterwards, after the first time maybe you came to the coffee room, or maybe the first salon that you came to. And that's why she had so much success, you know, because people would come to a Wednesday breakfast, and the next week they were right back there. And you know, there would be a new person there. They'd be the people that they remember from before. And I believe that those places represent, you know, the spirit of this city, the spirit of Portland, and its neighborhoods, its neighbors, and its newcomers. You know, that was what those places represented to them. That was what they found there. And I don't think that sort of thing can be really truly, you can't quantify it. I mean, it's priceless, you know, in a sense. And it was critical, you know, in particular to newcomers to Portland. I mean, there have been so many over the years, and she was so welcoming that it made it very easy for them. Excuse me. It made it very easy for them to fit in, to find a new place here. And you know what? And she again, I just want to repeat, you know, she's here with us now. You know, she's in a wonderful, loving place that takes very good care of her. And unfortunately, you know, has to keep the entry and entrances locked. And that's to make sure that she and everyone else is safe. And I don't mean from COVID. I mean, that's a need that she has now, and that the other people there have. And you know, she may have lost the fellowship in the sense that she can't remember necessarily everyone. She may have lost the ability to satisfy someone's belly, you know, because she can't really navigate a recipe anymore. But she certainly has that last trait very much to this day. And excuse me. And if you visit her there, you'll see that. If people who know her and remember her will go there, they'll see the same person that brought them to her back in the day. And I really deeply appreciate it. And everyone in the family, and I know all of her friends are really excited about this coming September 21st, and it will be appropriately marked. I would encourage people to come visit. You can certainly contact myself or my brother if you'd like to find out about how to arrange that. It's unfortunate. I believe that Elizabeth First was the former Congresswoman Elizabeth First was set to also provide some testimony in favor of this proclamation. And I believe I'm not certain, but I believe maybe she got drawn away and is unfortunately not able to appear here. But she was. I will just say that she has been one of my mother's most dear friends for so long, and she's sort of a personal hero of mine and a fellow Evergreen State graduate. And I'd like to thank her for taking the time and being available for this, even if she's not able to appear. I guess I had one sort of housekeeping matter. I've submitted we've submitted several statements in support of this proclamation, which I believe are going to be made part of the permanent record. And I've had at least one that came in late, and I would ask for leave to submit that at a subsequent date. And of course, to be considered as part of the record of this proceeding. And I thank you very much for entertaining this proclamation.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Joe. I'm sure that we can arrange that. Okay. Can everybody hear me? My computer's telling me I'm muted, but
You're good.
Great.
Commissioner
Okay.
Daly, could I just ask if there's a point of order from Commissioner Ryan? He has his hand up. I just want to make sure there's nothing urgent there.
No, that was from the last.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry.
thank you.
I might also ask him maybe.
Joe, I need to read the proclamation now. So I want to thank Ocean Yali from my staff, as well as Ann's sons, Joe and Mike Hughes, Ann's brother-in-law, former Hillsborough Mayor and Metro President Tom Hughes, for crafting this proclamation. Thank you as well to the Honorable Elizabeth First, former Congresswoman, U.S. Congresswoman, for being here today. And I'm so sorry that we ran over and you were not able to join us, but I know that Ann will appreciate that you were here today. And now it is my honor and pleasure to read this proclamation. Whereas Ann Hughes is a lifelong Portland resident and art patron who brought influential artists to her galleries in the 1970s and was one of the founding board members of the Portland Saturday Market. She was a pioneering local businesswoman and one of the first women stockbrokers in the state of Oregon. Her Ann Hughes Coffee Room helped turn Powell's Bookstore into today's iconic landmark. The Gertrude Stein of Portland, Ann hosted weekly salons, her Wednesday breakfasts that were the scene of countless conversations between friends, neighbors, and members of Portland's artistic, literary, and political communities during the 1980s. Ann has dedicated her life to progressive values and causes while representing our city's spirit and the finest traditions of community and neighborliness that it has to offer. And whereas Ann's advocacy for empowerment and inclusion in community began when she was a student at Portland State University, working with the Valley Migrant League, and was active in the anti-war movement with her former husband, John Hughes. She was a regular campaign volunteer. When she joined demonstrators in protesting the then Vice President Dan Quayle, she was illegally detained. I do want, side note, I've mentioned this event several times during my tenure because I was at that protest and witnessed her detainment, but won a settlement by the city, which she gave to photographers whose equipment had been damaged by officers in the incident. In 1990, she accompanied former President Jimmy Carter to Nicaragua as a United Nations election observer. She was raised in a union household and advocated for labor rights. Finally, at the age of 66, she spent time in Jordan as a Peace Corps volunteer. And whereas Anne was a local patron of the arts and literature for over 4 decades, her 2 galleries in the 1970s brought Portland such talents as Hank Pander, Judy Chicago, and Scott McIntyre. Her salons in the 1980s drew icons such as Ursula K. Le Guin, Catherine Dunn, Walt Curtis, Gus Van Sant, and Vanna O'Brien. In her later years, she operated her own self-described bookmobile, distributing books for free at job sites and even accepting book requests. And whereas there were other important contributions, the bed and breakfast on Northwest Marshall and 25th, the Kitchen Table Cafe on Southeast 12th and Oak, the coffee carts at Powell Cedar Hills, and the Portland Nursery. She mapped the bricks with Portland's names that pave Pioneer Courthouse Square, and she marketed an artwork of Portlandia in King Kong by her brother, Francis McBride, on postcards and posters. However, it was another poster for which she was more famous, or perhaps notorious, on which featured walls covered in art, a local gallery owner covered with a little less, and a quote by Anne's hero, Gertrude Stein, which said, "When you are not rich, you either buy clothes or you buy art." Anne Hughes bought art. And whereas Anne's best known and perhaps greatest undertaking was born in a dusty aisle in a used bookstore on Burnside Street. After reading an entire book in one afternoon, she was inspired to submit a written proposal to Michael Powell. Decades before the pods, she put her cafe on wheels so that she could avoid the costs of a traditional restaurant. While there, she was a generous donor to causes and always gave as much as she could to her employees. And whereas Alzheimer's has taken, from her what she would have never given up willingly. Her favorite quote was Carson McCullers. Darn it, I was determined not to cry today. The Ballad of the Sad Cafe, for the atmosphere of a proper cafe implies these qualities: fellowship, the satisfactions of the belly, and a certain gaiety and grace of behavior. She lives these qualities. She's the embodiment of fellowship. Nothing gives her more satisfaction than when different friends of hers meet and become friends on their own. Although none of the food at her various endeavors was intended to win culinary awards, one never left her table hungry. However, it is the last quality that remains her métier. She draws others toward her orbit, not for her own devices, but because she revels in the happiness of others. Even now, at her memory care facility, care workers and other residents light up when she appears. She seems just as deft as a day long past. They're not artists, politicians, writers, or poets, but no matter. They're friends, they're neighbors, and to Anne, they have always been and always will be the most important part of her life. Now, therefore, I, Chloe Daly, Portland City Commissioner, on behalf of Ted Wheeler, Mayor of the City of Portland, Oregon, the City of Roses, do hereby proclaim September 21st, 2021 to be Anne Hughes Days in Portland, and I encourage all residents to observe this day. Feel free to unmute and clap. This is just such a strange way to gather and celebrate, but thank you, Anne.
Thank you, Commissioner Daly, and thank you to the Hughes family. That was a beautiful tribute. And Commissioner Daly, I appreciate the way you wrote the proclamation. Not only was it heartfelt, but it also taught a lot about Portland's history. It was really beautifully done. Thank you.
I'll be right back as you announce the next item.
Very good. And the next item is item number 996.
Proclaim December 31st, 2020 to be Pink Martini Day.
Commissioner Daly.
Hi. So I think the cat is out of the bag. It was silly for me to think that I could actually surprise Thomas, but hopefully it did come as a surprise at some point this week. let's see, where are we now? Just want to make sure I get everything right. Okay. First, some opening remarks. Over the past 4 years, my office has hosted dozens of arts and cultures events honoring a diverse array of individuals and organizations and opening our doors wide to thousands of Portlanders who may not have thought of City Hall as a welcoming space for them. I want to thank Polly-Ann Burge and Robin Mullins, who worked in my office and who made most of the magic happen behind the scenes. We've elevated and celebrated many lesser known heroes of Portland's arts and culture community and welcomed others from around the world. Today's honorees are hardly unsung or underappreciated, but they are so essential to our identity as a city, especially our holiday traditions, and they have given so much to our community that I was surprised to discover that they had never been formally recognized by the city. So today we're going to change that. We find ourselves in such challenging circumstances. Many of us are in survival mode, experiencing instability and anxiety about the future. The arts are always extra vulnerable in these times, but they're absolutely essential to our soul, our spirit, and our recovery and resiliency. And I'm really missing Pink Martini this December. The tree lighting ceremony, the parties, and the New Year's Eve concerts, although you can catch a handful of concerts online, and hopefully someone will share that with you a little bit later. It feels so wrong to deliver this proclamation in a Zoom meeting at a time when we cannot gather, and especially when we cannot have music. A sing-along is definitely in order. And so I'm going to ask my colleagues, request, I hope we can agree to gather again next year for a proper celebration. I just didn't want to let this moment pass. This is my last official act on City Council, is to declare December 31st Pink Martini Day. So I want to thank Polly-Ann Faith Burge, Howie Beerbaum, Bill Tennant, China Forbes, and John Brody for making this proclamation happen. They wrote it. Thank you to our speakers today, who are Margie Boulay and Kathleen Sadat. And most especially, thank you to Thomas, China, the entire band, crew, and office staff, past and present, for sharing your talents, your generosity, and civic spirit, and for making Portland more fabulous and festive for the past 26 years. So before I read the proclamation, we're going to hear some very brief remarks, everybody. They have to be brief. My poor colleagues are going to be working through their lunch hour into the evening if we don't speed this along. So I hope she is ready. First up, I want to invite Margie Boulay.
I am ready. Thank you.
Hello.
Hello. Thank you, Chloe. Thank you for putting this together. And thanks to all those involved in nominating Pink Martini. I'm so happy to see Thomas and China. It's just a lot of fun to be here today and to be invited to talk about Pink Martini. I will skip a bunch of what I was going to say, but I thought I would at least tell you how I met Thomas originally. It was in the early 1980s, and he was a freshman in high school. I was invited to speak to the Grand High School Assembly, and they had this young kid playing the piano. He was dressed in a scout uniform with short pants and knee socks. And to be honest, I thought he was an elementary school student they had invited to perform, you know, like this incredible prodigy is going to play for the high school kids. But I was so impressed by Thomas, I spoke to him afterwards, that I invited him to come on the TV show I was hosting at the time, 2 at 4 in the afternoon. Do you remember this, Thomas? Yeah. And he was fantastic. He was so good. We kept inviting him back. And he kind of, I think it was Fridays, he was like our in-house band, and he would play us in and out of commercials. And he was only 14. It was remarkable. But after he graduated from Harvard and returned to Portland, that's important. He returned to Portland. I was at a fundraiser one evening, and went up and reintroduced myself and asked him if he would play Claire de Lune, which is a song my mom used to play a lot. And he did. And maybe a month or so after that, he called me and said they were doing a wonderful evening called the Marlon Perkins Wild Kingdom Rumba Night. And he was forming a band, and would I come and sing with the band? And I agreed, and that started, I think I sang with the band for about 10 years after that, off and on, as a guest singer, and sometimes filling in if China was unavailable or something. And those were exciting times for me. I'm not so sure about the band or the audience, but anyway. So I want to talk about the fact that Pink Martini was always eclectic and always excellent in terms of musicianship. Thomas recruited the best musical talent in town. It was never a surprise to see a member of the Oregon Symphony performing with the band, and some became band members over time and remain with the band to this point. But Thomas and the band were genius at putting together mashups of all kinds of styles of music in one number. You know, like let's combine Chopin and Doris Day and put a Brazilian rhythm to it, you know, and the crowds went wild. It was unusual. It was something no one had heard before. And song after song, I remember, I think, China, you sang this many, many times, but even before you joined the band, Thomas was doing, and the band was playing Que Sera Sera, you know, that happy upbeat number, only Thomas put it into a minor key and it became this shocking, sober and depressing song that made people think about their lives. That's Pink Martini to me. Anyway, I remember the night, I'll never forget the night, I was singing with the band, and among the songs I sang were the Carpenters' Muskrat Love, the Nuns' Yodeling Song from the Sound of Music, Madonna's Like a Virgin, and I sang backup on Amato Mio. I mean, hello, that is a banquet. As I said, the musicianship was fantastic. Thomas required the members to study. These were accomplished musicians. He wanted them to continue taking voice lessons and to go down to Brazil and learn new rhythms. And I mean, across the board, everyone had to continue improving, and Thomas continued taking lessons as well with his piano teacher, who is still alive in her 90s, and Thomas is still helping take care of her, which I think says a lot. The band itself, all the members, wonderful people. In the early days, Thomas always had his ubiquitous Polaroid camera. I remember one time I had to change into a gown and there was no dressing room at the ballroom. And so Thomas suggested I change in the elevator. So I got in the elevator, took off my clothes, the door opened, I was naked, and Thomas took a picture of me with his Polaroid. Anyway, he took Polaroids of everyone, everywhere we went. And someday it'll be a fantastic best-selling book. But that Polaroid was ubiquitous. They toured the world. I used to go to France a lot. And when my friends in France found out that I knew Pink Martini, they've never treated me the same since. I'm like a celebrity in their eyes because I know Pink Martini. I cannot imagine a better ambassador for Portland than the band Pink Martini. And as a result of the work that they've done and their popularity, I think a lot of young creatives moved to Portland and made this a richer, more interesting place. But I again want to emphasize the quality of the musicianship and the eclectic music that they created. And they've had some fascinating partnerships. I remember going down to San Francisco when they did a fundraiser with Elizabeth Taylor. Of course, everybody knows about the Von Trapp great-grandchildren, but I mean, people like Phyllis Diller and Carol Channing and Jane Powell and Gus Van Sant, it goes on forever. Fascinating people. So at any rate, I just want to salute everything that Pink Martini has done for Portland. Truly, we're so proud to say that we're proud to be weird, but here's a musical group that captured the essence of the city and brought along with it superb musical quality. And I think the whole city should be grateful for that. So thank you for asking me to talk today. I hope you can tell how much I love the band, all the band members. China, you are a wonderful person, and I love to hear you sing. And Thomas, I have loved you since you were a child, and I will love you till I die. That's it.
Well, thank you, Margie. That first performance with the band was certainly memorable for me. I was there. I believe my hands were the hands holding the maracas on the event poster because I randomly ran into their graphic designer shopping and he made me pose with maracas. And it was such a treat to see you, someone I had grown up with on television. Margie is the former host of AM Northwest and also a columnist for the Oregonian and a musical talent in her own right, no matter what she just said. And there were so many people I could have asked today, but you were really at the top of, oh, there it is. You were really
there
at
it
the
is, the
top of,
poster for the rumba night.
yeah. Maybe my hands didn't make the final cut. You were at the top of my list because that was just such a memorable, fantastic night. Okay.
Thank you,
Our
Commissioner.
next honored guest is none other than Kathleen Sadat, former City Hall worker, civil rights leader, and jazz vocalist. Welcome, Kathleen Sadat.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and City Council, and especially you, Chloe, for making sure we have the time to honor the wonderful, fabulous, talented group of world-renowned musical ambassadors of love, Pink Martini. I'm pleased to be here. I'm honored to be here. I'm honored to be a part of this tribute to the band and to Thomas and all the personnel. These are people who have found a way to use the human voice and to have it sing in at least 25 different languages. And by playing instruments that range from the harp and piano to the conga drums, the violin, the guitar, bass, trumpet, trombone, all these instruments are used along with guest performers to bring happiness and joy to whoever will listen. They have a gift for the presentation of musical joy, for encouraging people to feel something greater than just themselves. In my head, I call Pink Martini musical warriors. Thomas has called Pink wildly diverse. The music they play is influenced at minimum by the genres of jazz, folk, pop, and classical music. The diversity holds true for the songs they choose to perform, the languages, and for the personnel that brings the songs to you. You know, I'm really nervous to say that. When Chloe asked me to do this, I just went, yes, 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 this is wonderful, this is wonderful. And then I sat down to try to write something and everything went all over the place. My feelings, my thoughts, my memories, sitting in hobos next to Thomas when he played the piano, playing the Black National Anthem and stunning everybody in the place as they watched. I looked around and said, what was that song? What was that song? You know, in my head, this group, they're ambassadors for the idea of living and working together on the planet. And that touches me every time I see them or listen to the music. They've also been supportive of the changes that we need to have made in our world. And I said world, not just Portland or our city, but in our world. If we are going to help that world become more peaceful, more enjoyable, more joyful. I've had the honor of performing with Pink. I like everything except for when I get on stage. So, and the people are just great. They're just wonderful. They're kind, they're thoughtful. The technicians, the musicians, the singers, they're just wonderful. And I love being around them, and I love being with the band. And I want to say thank you for the time and the patience you've showed me as I was with you. I want to say thank you directly to Thomas for the the CD, Love for Sale. I mean, who would have thought that at 70 some years old, I would have been younger, except it took a long time, that I would be releasing an album that showed up on the jazz charts. That's kind of stunning. It's also intimidating and scary. But I want to point out that Pink has given the world music for movies and TV programs. Concerts are known around the world. And the band has been recognized for their musical contributions, especially in France. This is a great time. This is a great time for us to recognize the joy that Pink Martini brings us, to recognize our need for joy. I mean, I'm missing singing in the square. I am missing singing in the square. It brings us together. It makes us feel more like community. It makes us feel more like human beings, and we need it so much. I think now is a great time for us to add to their global recognition by celebrating Thomas Lauderdale and Pink Martini, and I thank you for doing so. And next time we meet, we'll do the conga line.
Well, thank you, Kathleen. I'll just note that all of the people involved today, I am connected to via Thomas and probably 100 more. And he's also been responsible for some of the most incredible, memorable music experiences I've ever had, not the least of which was Kathleen Sadat's release party at the Aladdin Theater. So now I want to give Thomas and China a chance to make some brief remarks. Thank you for being here today and accommodating our very rushed schedule on this. I'm so thrilled to be able to have you here today and honor you.
I'll go before you because you should be the last one to speak, Thomas. And I have a moment of quiet while people are drilling and hammering around me. Thank you all so much. This is an incredible honor. I was so surprised when Chloe told us this was her idea. It was such a wonderful way for her to go out with a bang and connect forever to us, as she always has been. And I just feel so lucky to be part of Pink Martini for 25 years, to have known Thomas for 30 years. And it's like my family, and I love Portland. I'm so glad he brought me to Portland from New York. And I love that we're part of the history of Portland forever now. I mean, even more than we already were unofficially. Thank you. Those are my comments.
Thank you, China.
So I'll try to go through this very fast, but just here's that photograph of Margie Boulay changing.
No. That's the elevator photo. This is official, Thomas.
Yeah, it is now part of the public record, just so you know, Margie.
Yes, that will be submitted and released to the public in triplicate.
And this is a photograph of her debut singing "The Lonely Goat Herd" at the Adriana Hill Grand Ballroom. That's Margie. These are her notes. And then page before, 2 pages before, wait. Those are photographs of Kathleen Sadat and me performing for Homo for the Holidays back in 1994. So it's amazing to have both of you, both Margie and Kathleen, here. I'll never forget that Margie didn't mention this, but I think one of the most scandalous moments in the history of the band probably has to do with a performance at Brabati's Pan, where Margie Boulay sang a duet with Courtney Taylor Taylor of the Dandy Warhols, and they did this version of Je T'aime by Serge Gainsbourg, in which it's sort of like an orgasmic song from 1969.
Sort of.
And I have it on tape. I have it on cassette tape of Margie Boulay having an orgasm, or
I did not.
or a simulated orgasm.
This is a public record. This is a public record. It will live forever. Just
Margie,
I love that. I love that.
I'm just a very fine actress in some circumstances.
It was a approximation. Okay. Moving right
Right,
along,
so
Thomas.
moving along, I do. First of all, I want to say that this format is certainly some of the most dignified city council sessions that I've ever been to in recent years. Nobody's screaming, which is nice, and it seems, in that sense, even though I think in person is always better, I do appreciate the humanity and the civility. The other thing that I want to, there are some people that I think, well, I just want to recognize the band members, and there's so many. There's China Forbes, Storm Large, Timothy Nishimoto, Jimmy Harad, Edna Vasquez, Dan Fanley, Pansy Chang, Nicholas Crosa, Phil Baker, Reinhard Mills, Robert Taylor, Gavin Bondi, Andrew Borger, Brian Davis, Miguel Bernal, Margie Boulay, Pete Plimpton, Greg Tamblin, our heroic stage manager and tour manager, Will Reichman, Howie Bierbaum, and in the office, Bill Tennant, our first manager, John Brody, Carla Salazar, Nick Cannon, Claire Dennerline Manson, Todd O'Connor, let's see, Lincoln Sheranian, Jason Mitchell, Ben Pariseau, Peter Murray, Aaron Scott, Maureen Love, Anthony, and past members, Martin Zarzar, Anthony Jones, Doug Smith, Derek Reith, and our engineers, Dave Friedlander, Steve Sundholm, Masumi Timpson, and then, I'm sorry, just trying to read my, and then of course, guests like Ida Ray Kahana, Ari Shapiro, Kathleen Sadat, the Von Trapps, this is Sophie Von Trapp, and my parents, my piano teacher, Sylvia Kilman, who's 95, who's still alive, my best friends, Karen Early, Paige Powell, Sandy Rowe, Karen Brooks, Nate, Sarah, Trixie, and Vika, Jordan Schnitzer, Ramsey McPhillips, Veronica Bessaril, Louisa Quinoy, whose birthday is today, Ikram Goldman, the Bishops, Darcel, 15, Terry Bean, Charles Fuller and Rebecca Mikesell, Kyle Mustaine, Katie Harmon Ebner, Miss America 2002, Ernest McCall, Kim Malik, and Michael Axley, and also to Grant High School and to the Oregon Symphony, also to the people that I've worked for under in City Hall and in politics through the years, Kathleen Sadat, of course, Neil Goldschmidt, Bud Clark, Gretchen Kafore, Mike Lindbergh, Earl Blumenauer, to people like Gus Van Sant, and to Commissioner Joanne Hardesty, Mayor Wheeler, and to Amanda Fritz, and especially to Chloe Udaly. And I just want to say that I think that it's important that all of us join our various neighborhood associations. I think that the idea of actually neighborhood associations really need to represent the neighborhoods. And although they're a great idea, sometimes they don't always represent those neighborhoods. And so I would encourage everybody who lives within the city of Portland to consider joining their neighborhood association. I think that that's what Commissioner Udaly was trying to do a couple of years ago, is to get more people involved. The other thing that I do want to, two things. Dan Wyden and Priscilla Bernard Wyden, I want to thank. And the proudest moment for me, well, in addition to having Kathleen Sadat make her Hollywood Bowl debut last year, I also want to say that the proudest moment for me was having Myrlie Evers Williams, the civil rights leader, make her Carnegie Hall debut with us back in 2012. And it's great to see that the Medgar Evers house was just listed on the National Registry. The only other thing that I want to all of you, thank you. My family moved here in 1982, and we're happy to be here. There's a lot of work to do in our city. It's endless. And in addition to the neighborhood associations, I think that this conversation about reparations is important. I think that it's interesting to note that Legacy Emmanuel has an annual budget of $2.2 billion. And so I think that it would make a lot of sense for Emmanuel Hospital to actually participate in the economics of those reparations. It makes a lot of sense to me because they took the land. So that's it. That's all I want to say. Thank you so much. And thank you, Kathleen. Thank you, Margie. Thank you, China. I love you. Commissioner Hardesty, Commissioner Udaly, thank you so much. And to Commissioner Ryan and Mayor Wheeler, I hope that we can find projects to work on. Oh, and thank you to Commissioner Fritz. I hope we can find projects to work on to make our city better. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you for those remarks, Thomas. And so we have a rain check on a sing-along, but also I'm going to need a rain check on the summer event, the Vortex, where I was going to get to make my Pink Martini debut with the band. So see you next year. Without further ado, whereas in response to a homophobic Oregon ballot measure in 1994, a young pianist with political aspirations named Thomas Lauderdale, long dismayed by what he perceived as lackluster music at political fundraisers, brought the Del Rubio triplets, made famous on Pee-wee's Playhouse Christmas special, to Portland for the first time, founded Pink Martini to open for them, and continued thereafter performing to improve the entertainment at events in support of progressive causes, to effect change and have fun along the way. And whereas in a flash of inspiration, Thomas Lauderdale called his friend China Forbes, his partner in mischief and music during their student days at Harvard, to be the singing voice of his new band, and thereafter assembled a motley group, I wouldn't call them motley, but whatever, a motley group of talented roving regional musicians, including but not limited to, over the years, Storm Large, Phil Baker, Gavin Bondi, Nicholas Crosa, Brian Laverne Davis, Dan Fainally, Timothy Nishimoto, Robert Taylor, Antonis Andreu, Miguel Bernard, Reinhard Melz, Andrew Borger, Anthony Jones, Martin Zarzer, Doug Smith, William Seiji Marsh, Edna Vasquez, Jimmy Harad, Maureen Love, Pansy Chang, and Derek Reith. And whereas in the band's nascent days, Thomas Lauderdale was Pink Martini's master of ceremonies, marketing director, and minister of fun, all rolled into one, hosting elaborate themed dress-up concert parties such as the Wild Kingdom Rumba, Fluffy Bunny, Havana 3 a.m., and the Blue Danube Waltz. And meanwhile, taxing the capacity of copy machines all over the city to promote the band's events with homemade concert flyers, which he would hand deliver individually to fans' homes in the Portland area, at times startling people on their porches while stuffing mailboxes in the middle of the night. I do want to mention that's illegal, but I think the statute of limitations has probably expired, but just don't do that, folks. Whereas launched onto the global stage by the unlikely event of an American band writing a hit single in French, the Little Orchestra, Pink Martini, has become one of Oregon's most important exports, acting as a global ambassador, finding common connections across perceived cultural, political, and generational divides, and tirelessly performing during its 26-year career at major venues on 6 continents, singing songs in over 25 languages, and bringing joy and impromptu conga lines to well over 50 nations around the world. From Tunisia to Lebanon, from South Korea to Luxembourg, from Vietnam to Argentina. I think I just decided what I want to do next for my career. Can I be a Pink Martini roadie? Whereas Pink Martini has donated countless hours of their talent for political and social causes in Oregon, dedicating themselves to progressive values, performing at fundraisers for such causes as civil rights, affordable housing, the environment, education, parks, and public broadcasting, helping to raise millions of dollars for local Portland nonprofits, and performing at community events such as the annual tree lighting ceremony in Pioneer Square. And whereas Pink Martini has brought national attention to Portland, selling over 3 million albums on their own independent label, Portland-based Hines Records, performing on national television and at prominent American venues like the Hollywood Bowl and Carnegie Hall, transcending musical genre and collaborating with a bevy of stars such as Carol Channing, Phyllis Diller, Meow Meow, Rufus Wainwright, civil rights icon Merle Evers Williams, Rita Moreno, Gus Van Sant, Saori Yuki, the original cast of Sesame Street, Ari Shapiro, the Von Trapps, and Kathleen Sadat. Now, therefore, I, Chloe Daly, Portland City Commissioner, On behalf of Ted Wheeler, Mayor of the City of Portland, Oregon, the City of Roses, do hereby proclaim December 31st, 2020, and I mean, in my opinion, all December 31st from this year on, to be Pink Martini Day in Portland, and encourage all residents to observe this day. Hooray! Cheers, Thomas, China, Kathleen, Margie. Thank you, Oceaniali, for making this happen from my office. Cheers to my colleagues. Cheers to Portland. I was going to make a French exit, but apparently I need to stick around for a few more items. I want to thank my colleagues for allowing me this courtesy on my last day on council to honor a couple really remarkable Portland institutions. I love you guys.
Well done. Commissioner Hardesty.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mayor. I was going to say something earlier, but I got so enthralled with what was taking place. I don't have anything else to say. But since now I'm talking, let me just appreciate Thomas being here, China, and my beloved friend Kathleen, and Margie Boulay. It's so fabulous to see you. It's been forever. Thank you all for making time to be here today.
I'd like to just inject a couple of comments as well. First of all, I was shocked, Commissioner Udaley, when you told me that Pink Martini had never been formally recognized by the city of Portland. What an oversight. What an oversight. And so I really appreciate the fact that you've rectified that here on the final day as the final item that you bring forward to the Portland City Council. I also just want to inject a couple of personal thoughts. Number one, as many of you know, I actually don't like big crowds. I know it's ironic because some of the things that I'll be probably most remembered for happen in front of very large audiences. I'll just put it that way. But I'm always impressed by both the poise as well as the selfless, geez almighty. That is why I need to eat. Selfless, Thomas, thank you for having a good sense of humor about that. Selfless nature of Pink Martini. They give and they give and they give. And, I always like that holiday concert that we can't do this year, but Thomas gets up there and plays that piano and Pink Martini joins him and they are having the time of their lives. And seeing them up there just so comfortable and having such a great time and really being so supportive, engaging with the community, it's almost a confidence boost for all of us. You create this light, you create this flame around which the rest of us can gather. And I've always really appreciated that. The second thing I want to say, in addition to underscoring the selfless nature of Pink Martini, let's be clear, they donate so much of their time and their energy and their lives to this city, to this community. They could be anywhere in the world. And I'm guessing that their careers maybe would have been more lucrative had they moved to LA or moved to New York City or moved to Milan or wherever. But they did. They chose to be here because they wanted to be here. And this is the community that they have wanted to support. And I appreciate that. And the last part of my story is this. I don't think Portlanders, we love Pink Martini. I don't think we appreciate the degree to which they are truly ambassadors of Portland to the world. And the one quick story I wanted to give here was back in the day when Katrina and I were on our honeymoon, half a world away, we splurged for this romantic boat ride. And it was just the two of us and a guide, and it was sort of like this sunset cruise kind of thing. And we're out there on this boat from the perspective of all of us in the middle of nowhere. And the guy says, okay, here's what we're going to do. And it's going to be romantic. We're going to have a glass of champagne. We're going to listen to some music. And he puts the CD in and it's Pink Martini. And we're like, did you do that for us? And he's like, well, yeah, I do it for all my clients. This is my favorite group in the entire world. And when we told him, well, we're from Portland, and we know some of these folks through various associations and affiliations. It was like we were rock stars because we lived in the aura of Pink Martini. And I don't know how many times I've heard that and how excited I am for you. And Commissioner Udaley, again, just kudos to you for bringing this well past due recognition to everybody who's been associated with Pink Martini over the years. And last but not least, and I will shut up, but I'm enthusiastic about this. You know, I don't know that many musicians, and so I don't want to paint with a broad brush, but I don't know many musicians who are as inclusive of their platform and success as Pink Martini. It seems like you guys have included or brought together or played with or sung with or played the maracas with virtually everyone in this community at some point or other. You make it an outward thing as opposed to an inward thing. And that just strikes me as really cool and appreciated as just somebody in the background who's a fan. So thank you for that. Thank you all for being here today. We have one more proclamation, and then Commissioner Udaley, can you stick around for the two quick 4/5 items? Okay, great. Then let's call 995, please.
Proclaim December 16th, 2020 to be Carla Moore Love Day.
Thank you, colleagues, and I'm glad that on this day of celebration, we get to take a moment together to celebrate Carla's phenomenal service to the city of Portland and the entirety of anybody who frankly comes into contact with Carla. Carla, we are so grateful for your leadership, your partnership, and the steady hand that you brought to this chamber, both the real one previously and now the virtual one in which we operate for so many years. This is a very complex thing we do every week. It may not look like it on the face to people who just tune in or who participated in council meetings previously when we could do it together in person in the chamber. But there's a lot of logistical work and a lot of effort that goes into making sure that the council sessions go off without a hitch. And Carla, you worked hard to keep us on track. And you exhibited just a level of patience and graciousness that were incredible. You're just a really good person. You were an excellent civic leader and employee. But I think what I will remember about you and what my colleagues will remember about you is you're just a really decent human being. I want to thank you for your decades of service to Portlanders, for onboarding Keelan, who's done a phenomenal job, and for shepherding us into this new virtual world that was so new and alien to all of us. And you did it just fantastically. So I want to thank you. Before I read the proclamation, I'd like to give my colleagues the opportunity to make a few comments. Commissioner Hardesty, you have your hand raised.
Thank you, Mayor. Carla, I've known you for at least over 20 some odd years. I guess I don't want to give either of our ages away. But let me just say that regardless of who entered city council chambers, you always had a smile, you always were helpful, and there was nothing too big or small to how people resolve. It is a tribute to your kindness and your sincerity to make sure that city council functioned well. And long before I arrived at City Hall, I had that experience with you over and over and over again. And I have watched you take people who have never been inside City Hall and make them feel comfortable, make them feel that they're in the right spot. And whoever it is with their thing unmuted, would you mute it, please? Thank you. And I just want you to know that if anybody at the City of Portland has earned retirement, it is you. We wish you lots of luck and happiness. One day we'll be able to travel and do things with other people. Who knows when that'll be? But hopefully you'll get an opportunity to really have a fabulous retirement. Thank you for your service to the people of the city of Portland and always doing it with good cheer and a smile. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Daly.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I'm so thrilled that this item came today. Carla, it just didn't seem right that we couldn't gather together and celebrate you in the way that you deserved. And although I know your retirement was in the planning for a long time, it felt so abrupt. So I'm very happy to be back here today. I will just echo the comments already made by my colleagues, but just thank you for being a rock and a constant in that room, which can be so stressful and feel so hostile. And especially for me as a new commissioner coming in with very little onboarding. They don't even give you a guide to Robert's Rules of Orders. I really depended on you for a lot of guidance, and you were always so gracious, never made me feel like a bother. And your voice is also very soothing. So you might want to consider, I don't know, doing voiceover work, or maybe you could just make me some guided meditation tapes. I don't know. Anyhow, thank you, Mayor, for bringing this item. And thank you again, Carla. It's just been a real treat to get to work with you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Fritz.
Thank you. Carla, you received the Spirit of Portland Award, and that pretty much said it all. And your colleagues were so happy that you got that. And that was after, my colleagues are going to find this hard to believe, but I think it was more tumultuous, the time where we had active riots in City Hall, and we had sheltering in place in the Portland building when the City Hall was closed, and there was again a lot of real danger in council chambers. And as has been said, you were always so calm and so kind, and I will miss seeing you as we ran into each other in the hallways, in the bathroom, and just thank you for your kindness.
Thank you, commissioners. And with that, I would like to read this proclamation on behalf of the Portland City Council. Whereas Carla Moore-Love has been a faithful public servant on behalf of the city of Portland for 30 years, beginning in the Bureau of Licenses. Whereas Carla has provided gracious and patient support to City Council as clerk of the council since 2001, guiding 5 mayors and 11 commissioners as they conducted the weekly business of the city over almost 2 decades. Whereas Carla worked for city auditors Gary Blackmer, Levon Griffin-Villad, and Mary Hull Caballero, guiding her bosses, auditor's office staff, and the countless city employees through the process of ordinance and resolution drafting and agenda setting, meeting procedures, minute preparation, and record retention, among other things. Whereas Carla consistently modeled the best attributes of a public servant in her interactions with community members seeking to engage their government through communication and comment at city council meetings. Whereas Carla persevered through marathon meetings too numerous to count, all the while keeping track of agenda items, procedures, motions, public commentators, and the votes. Whereas Carla was lauded twice as a Wonder Woman and received a Spirit of Portland Award in 2016 because of her work in public and the work she did behind the scenes, both of which were exemplary. Whereas Carla is a mother, a native Oregonian, a Pitt River Paiute member of the Klamath tribe, and an avid football fan. Whereas Carla officially retired August 1st, 2020, but remained on the job to ensure a smooth transition for her council clerk responsibilities to her successor and to meet one last challenge, helping City Council launch and carry out virtual meetings during a global pandemic. Whereas a grateful city of Portland is better because of her grace, patience, humor, and wisdom. Now, therefore, I, Ted Wheeler, Mayor of the City of Portland, Oregon, the City of Roses, do hereby proclaim December 16th, 2020 to be Carla More Love Day in Portland and encourage all residents to observe this day. Thank you, Carla.
Let me just say, every day should be More Love Day, shouldn't it?
Seems like it.
Thank you, Mayor. That's very kind. Appreciate it. If I could just say one
Please.
thing. When I first let you know I was retiring, really, this is quite an honor to begin with, and for a small town girl coming from Beatty and Klamath Falls, Oregon, it is just grateful to receive this. I know we're running behind, so I'm going to be brief. I want to say I've enjoyed working with the city and with all the auditors, the mayors, commissioners, auditor's office employees, past and present, and all the other hardworking city employees through the years. Of course, all the caring community members I've had the pleasure of working with over these last 30 years. Thank you all for your very kind emails wishing me the best in retirement. The work could be demanding and the hours long, but I could not have done my job without the help of such dedicated co-workers over all the years. And I want to especially thank Tony Anderson, who hired me, Sue Parsons, one of my great assistant council clerks, Diane Bilyeu, Diane Betcher, Colleen Phillips, Megan Davis, Tristan Sakamoto, and Gayla Jennings. And of course, Keelan McClimate, your new council clerk, who helped me get to the finish line. Thank you, Keelan. I'm wishing you the best, and I leave knowing you will be excellent at this job. That's all I got. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Carla, and we love you. And the fact that you're still looking at the agenda and realizing we're behind schedule and prodding us to move quicker, that is true class. Thank you.
Thank you.
Don't be a stranger.
I will. Thank you.
Thank you, Carla. Colleagues, we'll move to the 4/5 agenda items because we need Commissioner Udaley's presence. We have 3, they're all relatively quick. We don't need motions to put them on the table because they're all agreed to without objection. 1009-1 and 1009-2, we can read those together, please.
Authorize the Chief Human Resources Officer to create a 1-year change to the requirements for qualification for Family and Medical Leave Act and Oregon Family Leave Act under Human Resources Administration Rule 6.05, and to enter into letters of agreement with all city unions that allow city union employees to receive the benefits of this 1-year change, and authorize the Chief Human Resources Officer to enter into letters of agreement with all city unions to extend the duration of benefits covered under the Families First Coronavirus Act.
Thank you. HR Director Bless, you're up. Welcome. Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you very much. I will keep my remarks very short. I am here this morning to recommend adoption of both 1009-1 and 2. The first ordinance, the purpose is to create a look-back exception to HR AR 6.05, Family Medical Leave for calendar year 2021. This exception supports employees through this very complex time. It provides a level of safety, helping to ease the worries of how our employees actively engage in their work within the city while taking care of themselves and their families. 1009-2 provides an extension of the protections under the Families First Coronavirus Response Act. The protections under the FFCRA expire December 31st. Without clear federal and/or state extension of these benefits or creation of new policy, this ordinance provides for the important protections and benefits employees through February 28th. This exception does not provide new entitlement to employees who may have already accessed this benefit, but continues eligibility for employees who have not. Should the federal and/or state government provide new entitlements and/or other protections, we would intend to include this exception into that new program or policy. I am happy to answer any additional questions council may have. And I sincerely thank you for your continuing support of both of these initiatives and the care that you take for our employees. Commissioner Udaley, I want to take just a moment to thank you publicly for your work on behalf of employees in the city. That's it.
Thank you, Director Bless. Any questions on 1009-1 or -2? I have 2 hands raised, but I think those may be left over. Commissioner Hardesty and Commissioner Daly, did either of you have questions? No. Okay, very good. Any further questions from anyone on council? Keelan, do we have any public testimony on 0091 or 2?
No.
Please call the roll on 1009-1.
Udaley?
Well, thank you for the kind words, Director Bless. It's also been a pleasure to work with you, and I'm happy to vote aye.
Fritz?
Thank you for always looking out for our employees and for always looking to see how we can be more equitable in the way that we help them. Aye.
Ryan?
Aye.
Hardesty?
Aye.
Wheeler?
Aye. The ordinance is adopted. 1009-2. Please call the roll, and then we'll get to Commissioner Fritz's 4/5 item.
Udaley?
Aye.
Fritz?
Aye.
Ryan?
Aye.
Aye.
Hardesty?
Aye.
Wheeler?
Aye. The ordinance is adopted. Please read 1009-3.
Create the 2020 Parks Local Option Levy Fund.
Commissioner Fritz.
Thank you. I'm going to turn it right over to staff.
Yeah, hi. My name is Claudio Campuzano. I'm the Finance, Property, and Technology Manager for Portland Parks and Recreation. On November 3rd of this year, Portland voters overwhelmingly supported passage of a 5-year Parks Local Option Levy to prevent ongoing reductions to park services and recreation programs, to preserve and restore park and natural area health, and to center equity and affordable access for all. This ordinance is a technical action that creates the new legal fund to make it available for budgeting and tracking purposes. By passing this now, the Bureau will be able to budget to the new fund as part of our fiscal year 21-22 budget request that's due at the end of January, and for consideration by City Council through the rest of the budget process. It's as simple as that, and happy to take any questions.
Colleagues, any questions? Seeing none, do we have any public testimony on this item?
No.
Please call the roll.
Udaley?
Aye.
Fritz?
Well, thank you, Claudio, but first for your work with the City Budget Office and now for Portland Parks and Recreation. I appreciate your clear explanation. Aye.
Ryan?
Aye.
Hardesty?
Aye.
Wheeler?
Aye. The ordinance is adopted. We'll go to 986, time certain. Is that mine?
Adopt the River Plan South Reach. Amend the comprehensive plan and comprehensive plan map, the Willamette Greenway Plan, Title 33, and the zoning map. Repeal the McAdam Corridor Design Guidelines and adopt the Willamette River Greenway Inventory and the Central City Natural and Scenic Inventories as supporting documents.
All right, thank you. Today we're back for a final vote on the River Plan South Reach and the Willamette Greenway Inventory. Commissioner Hardesty, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. After all that partying and stuff, I didn't have my thing up ready to go. What do you know?
No worries.
That's what happens when we go all over the board. Okay, I think I am just about ready.
I've got it in front of me.
No, I have it, Mayor.
Okay,
Colleagues, I'm just waiting for my thing to download.
thanks.
Thank you, Mayor. You all received copies of the River Plan / South Reach and a Willamette Greenway inventory as amended in your Tuesday memo. I also understand that these documents are posted on BPS website. If there is nothing else, we are here today for the final vote.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Hardesty. Colleagues, this is the last call for any questions you may have on this before we call the roll. Seeing none, Keelan, please call the roll. Keelan, are you muted? You're muted.
It's been a long day for us all.
Yeah. Keelan, are you having troubles unmuting? There you are.
There I am. Sorry, very sorry about that.
No worries.
You, Daly. Fritz.
Thank you for bringing this home. It's really exciting to have it coming on in the last sessions of the council, it means I can thank many of the people who've been particularly important in over a long process. The river plan was done really well. When I first came onto the council, we were doing the North Reach plan, which was highly controversial, and it's really great that the few issues that came up in this plan have been addressed. And I really appreciate all the neighborhood associations, the residents, the recreational groups, environmental groups, and all Portlanders who love the river. I also appreciate all the government agencies who've contributed their time and expertise, including tribal nations, Multnomah County, and many state and federal agencies. Within the city, within planning sustainability, Debbie Bischoff, who retired this summer, and I just so appreciated all the work that she did over the time that we worked together. Jeff Cordell, Sally Edmonds, who was involved in the North Reach plan and has been such a stalwart on this one. Thank you, Sally. Joe Zender and Director Andrea Durbin. In the City Attorney's Office, Lindley Reese and Lauren King, who have been so great on all land use issues over the time that I've been here. The Office of Government Relations, Laura John, the city's Tribal Relations Director. At Development Services, Stephanie Beckman and Morgan Steele. At Environmental Services, Caitlin Lovell, Ethan Brown, and Paul Ketchum. But all of these folks have worked really hard on environmental issues for a very long time. At Portland Parks and Recreation, similarly, Maya Agarwal, Emily Roth, and Brett Horner, thank you. And at Transportation, Courtney Duke. And then finally, some other particular recognitions of community members. Mike Hauk, as both a community advocate and a Planning and Sustainability Commission member. At Portland State University, Professor Judy Bluehorse Skelton. At Audubon, Bob Salinger, the Conservation Director. And at the Brooklyn Action Corps, Josh Hetrick, and the South Portland Neighborhood Association, Jeannie Gaelic and Jim Gardner. All of these folks contributed to this plan, and it's so much stronger because everybody worked together. Thank you. Aye.
Ryan.
Sorry.
Yes. You know, I started this job on the 10th of September, and I was in my first land use hearing. And there's been many meetings since, many amendments that we've had to approve. And I just want to say how interesting it's been to follow the process. I realize that for me and for many Portlanders, access and preservation of our source, which is the Willamette River, and having the tribal nations involved at the foundation level going forward from the beginning and going forward was heartening. And thank you, Commissioner Fritz, for giving me some education on this issue as well. And I vote aye.
Hardesty.
I just want to say just how thrilled I was to help bring this plan to the finish line. I have been very pleased to work to make sure that we're here today. As we all know, Portlanders love their rivers, and this plan results in an area that is rich in natural beauty and fish and wildlife habitat. One of Portland's most desirable places to live, work, and play. I want to be especially grateful and appreciative to the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability for their diligent work on this plan and their ability to adapt based on the information that they receive from community stakeholders. I also want to thank Debbie Pishkoff, who retired this summer, Jeffrey Caldill, Sally Edmonds, Nicholas Starren, Mindy Brooks, Cassie Bello, Carmen Petkowski, Shannon Bruno, and the many team members that have supported them through the process. Also, our fabulous city attorney team, Lindley Reese, Lauren King, and Michael Jetter. And I think we cannot thank Laura John enough, so I will thank Laura John again from the city's Tribal Relations Office. I also want to thank Stephen Beckman and Morgan Steele from the Bureau of Developmental Services, Caitlin Lavelle, Ethan Brown, John Ketchum from the Bureau of Environmental Services, Maya Aguaro, and Brett Horner from the Bureau of Parks and Rec, Courtney Duke from the Bureau of Transportation, Sean Whalen from the Fire Bureau, Adam Barber from Multnomah County, and always have to give love to Joe Zender and BPS Director Adrian Durbin for their leadership and commitment to stewarding this process. I want to thank you all for your hard work and getting us here. I vote aye.
Wheeler.
Well, I want to thank the collaborative effort that obviously this took over a long period of time. BPS, the City Attorney's Office, Tribal Relations, our Bureau of Environmental Services, the Parks Bureau, the Transportation Bureau, the Fire Bureau, our colleagues at Multnomah County, the Planning and Sustainability Commission, advocates and residents in the community. Thank you all. And Commissioner Hardesty, thank you for bringing this across the finish line in a very collaborative way. I appreciate it. I vote aye. That concludes our work on the River Plan South Reach. It is scheduled for implementation on March 1st, 2021. The ordinance is adopted. And with that, we will move back to the regular agenda, and we were on item 998.
Appoint Laura Benedict and Dean Lukowicz to the Electrical Code Board of Appeal for terms to expire December 15, 2023.
Thank you, and I will turn it over to staff.
Thank you, everybody. I think that Laura is here with us. Laura, are you there? I think you need to unmute.
Hey there.
So this is to appoint 2 new members to the Electrical Board of Appeals. We had both of them here earlier, but one of them had to leave. But we still have Laura here with us, who we're looking to appoint to the a permanent position, and then Dean is to be appointed as a backup for the Electrical Appeals Board. Laura brings lots of experience, U.S. Army veteran, electrical journeyman, 21 years of experience inside electrician. She has 14 years as an apprenticeship training experience. Dean brings he's an electrical journeyman, 25 years of experience as a journeyman, foreman, general foreman, is currently a project manager with Christian Electric. So that is who we're bringing forward right now, and appreciate you considering this, Mayor Wheeler and Council. And Laura, did you want to let us know why you're interested in doing this?
Well, I don't want to take a lot of time. Thank you for having me today. It's great to see some fellow Grantonians here as well. And I'm just looking forward to serving the city that I love, doing the work that I love. So hopefully that's enough. In a few words.
Thank you. Colleagues, any questions? I'll just say this. First of all, there are committees that anybody can join, and there's committees that not everybody can join. This is a committee that not everybody can join because it requires a tremendous amount of technical knowledge. And I just want to really applaud you for being willing to step forward. And I also want to say you're just taunting us with that background. Thank you. Colleagues, any further questions? Please call the roll.
Mayor, did you want to make a motion?
You're right. I need, this is a report. I need a motion in a second.
Move to accept the report.
Second.
I have a motion from Commissioner Fritz, a second from Commissioner Hardesty. Thank you both. Please call the roll.
Fritz,
Thank you, Laura, for being willing to serve, and thank you for hanging around so that we could see you, and just thank you in person for giving us your expertise. It's good to meet you, and I wish you all the best on this committee. Aye.
Ryan,
Yes, doing the work I love for the city I love. That sums it up, Laura. Thanks so much.
Hardesty,
You're muted.
Ryan, did you vote?
Did I forget to say aye? Aye.
Laura, thank you for your willingness to serve. We appreciate you using your expertise to make the city better. I vote aye.
Wheeler,
I'm very happy to support this appointment. Thank you very much, Laura, for stepping forward. And Dean, I know wanted to be here and was here earlier today, and I want to thank Dean as well. We appreciate well-informed citizen volunteers who come forward to help us do the city's business. So I'm really happy to have you onboarded. I vote aye. The report's accepted. The appointments are approved. Thank you. And thank you, Terry, as well.
Thank you.
Next item, please, is 999.
appoint Zainab A. Falk to the Portland Committee on Community Engaged Policing for a term to expire December 16, 2022.
Colleagues, the Portland Committee on Community Engaged Policing, also known as PCEP or PCCEP, is a volunteer body that works closely with City Council, the Portland Police Bureau, and the community at large. The committee facilitates police and community relationships. It helps assess PPB's current community engagement processes, and it develops recommendations and strategies to increase meaningful public outreach and input. Today, I'm pleased to bring forth the appointment of Zainab A. Falk to the Portland Committee on Community Engaged Policing. Thank you for joining us today, Zainab. I'll now pass this along to Theo Latta, who's the city's coordinator for the Portland Committee on Community Engaged Policing. Theo, thank you, and both of you, thank you for your patience.
I appreciate that, and I appreciate you all taking some time to hear us today. Yesterday, I just wanted to talk briefly. Yesterday, PCEP had its December monthly meeting where members discussed a variety of different issues, from Corp Patrol services to operationalizing the new Truth and Reconciliation Subcommittee that the mayor has charged the PCEP with creating. Community guides all of the work of the PCEP, and our newest member, Zainab Falk, was raised in this community, and before receiving her undergraduate and graduate degrees, she graduated from Benson. Unfortunately, she's not able to be here today, but her regular attendance at PCEP meetings and deep ties to community members and community groups make her the ideal candidate to be a member of PCEP. I won't speak for anyone, especially PCEP members, but I'm happy to answer any questions if folks may have any. Otherwise, I'm happy to turn it back over.
Thank you, Theo. Colleagues, any questions for Theo? Commissioner Hardesty.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Theo. I just want to say it's always fabulous when I hear people say, you know, we are missing a certain demographic on our committee, and they actually go out and find that demographic. I knew that you were light on women, and I knew you were looking for a woman to serve on the committee. So I just want to say good job. I continue to be impressed with the work that you do and your intentionality and doing it. So thank you so much for bringing this to us. And once again, I am happy to say that you did what you said you would do.
I appreciate that.
Commissioner Hardesty, can I get a motion?
So moved, Mayor.
Can I get a second? All right, Commissioner Hardesty moves the report. Commissioner Ryan seconds the report. Any further discussion? Please call the roll.
Fritz,
Theo, thank you for your continued work with this hugely important committee, and thank you for recruiting this stellar candidate. Aye.
Ryan,
Aye.
Hardesty,
Aye.
Wheeler.
Theo, thank you for your fantastic work. Really appreciate your dedication to this and your thoughtfulness. And this is a great appointment. And I'm sorry that Zena Folk could not be here. And we're hours over schedule, so I certainly understand that. But I also want to thank her as well as every other member of this committee. This is not an easy assignment. It is a very challenging assignment, and it's done with a great deal of public scrutiny behind it. And I just want to thank you, Theo, and all members of the Portland Committee on Community Engaged Policing for their tremendous, really beyond the call of service efforts on behalf of everybody in the community. I vote aye. The report is accepted. The appointment is approved. Thank you again, Theo, and thanks for your patience today. Next item is 1,000, please.
Appoint Robin Castro, Julia DeGraw, Teresa Wong, and Tom Lipton as voting members of the Portland Utility Board for terms to expire June 30, 2023.
Colleagues, the Portland Utility Board, also known as PUB, is a group of volunteer community members. It was created in 2015. PUB advises City Council on a number of topics related to the Portland Water Bureau and the Bureau of Environmental Services, with a strong focus on financial plans and rates for water, sewer, stormwater, and solid waste. It currently has 11 voting members and 3 ex officio members. These members were appointed by me in my capacity as mayor in consultation with the commissioner in charge, who is Commissioner Fritz. With that, I would like to hand this over to Commissioner Fritz, the commissioner in charge for both of our utility bureaus, to share a bit more about the process and these appointments. Commissioner Fritz, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I thank the outgoing board members, Ted Labby, Micah Meskel, and Mia Sabanovic. You have done amazing work with the PUB, and we really appreciate your being willing to serve so that we could do this fall recruitment instead of in the spring. So the PUB created a subcommittee that included PUB members, Bureau of Environmental utility staff, commissioner staff, and a community member. And there was particular interest on the board and committee in expanding skills for engagement with diverse communities, including Black, Indigenous, people of color, low income, youth, and historically and currently oppressed communities. There was also interest in considering the skills and experience of the current board members and where there may be gaps that could be addressed with new appointees. We received 11 applications, and with these appointments today, the 14 board positions will be full, including the 11 voting members and 3 ex officio members. And we will be starting a new recruitment cycle in the springtime for additional vacancies expected after June of next year. So please contact the next commissioner in charge of the utilities with any suggestions that you might have. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Commissioner Fritz. Colleagues, any questions? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
I move the report.
Second.
I'm sorry, was that Commissioner Ryan who moved the report?
Commissioner Fritz.
Commissioner Fritz moved the report. Commissioner Hardesty seconds the report. Any further discussion? Seeing or hearing none, please call the roll.
Fritz,
This is a really intense committee that meets often and does a lot of really great work. So thank you to the 4 people for being willing to serve. Aye.
Ryan,
Yes, impressed with the 4 people that we're nominating and approving. I vote aye.
Hardesty,
Aye.
Wheeler.
Commissioner Fritz, you're going out having appointed 4 really excellent people, and thank you for your leadership. I vote aye. The report is accepted and the appointments are approved. Next item is a second reading, 1001.
Authorized contract with Jacobs Engineering Group, Inc. for design services for the Bull Run Pipeline Project for $29 million.
Any further discussion on this second reading? Please call the roll.
Fritz,
Yeah, could you skip over me and call the rest of the roll while I find my thank yous? Because this is a really important project and I want to make sure that I say thank yous to everybody.
Without objection, move Commissioner Fritz to the back of the roll.
Ryan,
I think we're all looking for our notes right now, but I know we're really behind on time, and I will just say aye. Thank you, staff, for the thorough reports and briefings. Aye.
Hardesty,
This is a really, really, really important project, but I am going to vote no on this project because I really am concerned that the people who will be responsible for ensuring its real implementation are not in their seats yet. I like a lot about what I see, but I am very concerned about us voting this, both of these actual projects without the other people who will have to live with the consequences of either budget runovers or not meeting the objectives that we've set for equity. So I will vote no.
Wheeler.
I vote aye. The ordinance is adopted. Next item is.
Oh, wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot. So I got so used to the roll, and I forgot the most important person in this whole mix, Commissioner Fritz. I apologize.
Thank you. And I still can't find the whole list, so which is really unfortunate because this is such an important project. Of course, David Peters and Teresa Elliott, Jody Inman, Michelle Cheek, Benita Oswald, and the entire crew at the Water Bureau, Gabriel Solmer and Mike Sturr have been really instrumental in this. Commissioner Hardesty, you could look upon it as this is something that needs to be done by the next council. I would say that this is a project that I've worked on for 2 years, and I'm really excited to be bringing it home after the work that Commissioner Fish did. So thank you, colleagues, for allowing me to vote on this, and thank you for your support. Aye.
Now the ordinance is adopted. Thank you all. Next item is 1002.
Approve and terminate limited tax exemptions for properties under the Home Buyer Opportunity Limited Tax Exemption Program.
Colleagues, you're well familiar with this, but for the record, Portland Housing Bureau administers the city's tax exemption programs. The Home Buyer Opportunity Limited Tax Exemption Program, known as the HOLTE program, provides a 10-year property tax exemption for low to moderate income home buyers, making home ownership more obtainable for families in Portland. Home builders apply for the tax exemption prior to starting the construction on new homes. The Housing Bureau approves builder applications through filing a resolution with council several times a year. 50 properties are being approved for the program through this particular resolution. When a developer sells a home over the price limit to a buyer who does not income qualify as a cash sale or does not complete construction within 2 years from council approval, the exemption is then removed. Additionally, if a home is no longer owner occupied during the exemption period, the exemption is also removed. Before an exemption is terminated, owners have an opportunity to appeal the decision made by the city. With this resolution, 3 properties tax exemptions are being removed. And with that, I'll turn it over to staff.
Thank you, Mayor Wheeler and Commissioners. I'm Dory Van Bockel with the Development Incentive Team of the Portland Housing Bureau. That was a great summary of the item at hand by Mayor Wheeler. I'm happy to answer any questions, however.
Colleagues, any questions on this particular item? Seeing none, is there any testimony on this item?
No one signed up.
Please call the roll on the resolution.
Fritz.
Aye.
Ryan.
Aye.
Hardesty.
Aye.
Wheeler.
Aye. The resolution is adopted. 1003, please.
Establish 2021 sale price cap for the Home Buyer Opportunity Limited Tax Exemption Program.
Portland Housing Bureau, blah, blah, blah. Same thing as the last one. PHB is here to make a technical change to the HOLTE program. Statute requires setting an annual sale price cap by January 1st, 2021. Dory, welcome.
Hello again, Dory Van Bockel. So statute does allow an annual sale price cap to be set up to 120% of the Portland median sale price for 2020. And so in setting the sale price for 2021, we looked at the median sale price as provided by the Multnomah County Tax Assessor's Office as of November 30th, and that was approximately $428,000. The eligible income of Holte home buyers under this program must be at or below 100% a median family income for a family of 4, which is just over $92,000 a year. The outcomes for the last year of the program were that the average income of home buyers actually receiving the Holte was around $54,000 or 78% a median family income, and the average sale price was just under $328,000. So in setting the sale price for 2021, we're going to keep it down well below the median sale price in order to maintain the affordability of the Holte units for low and moderate income home buyers. We're proposing to set the 2021 Holte sale price cap at $412,000, which is just a 2% increase from the current 2020 sale price cap of $405,000.
Very good. Does that complete your presentation?
Yes.
Colleagues, questions? Is there public testimony on this item?
No one signed up.
All right, this is a resolution. Please call the roll.
Fritz,
Aye.
Ryan,
I just want to say I'm grateful that for the staff for taking numbers into account and for landing on a median sale price. I vote aye.
Hardesty,
Aye.
Wheeler.
Aye. The resolution is adopted. And for those who are listening in, I understand there's a couple of people signed up for testimony on the afternoon items. We are still plugging away, working our way through the morning items. I'm going to guess our morning items will take approximately half an hour to 45 minutes for us to complete. So thank you for your patience. Next item is 1004.
Accept the 2019 annual report of the Portland Police Bureau.
This is the Portland Police Bureau's 2019 annual report. I recognize we are weeks away from the start of 2021, and yet much of this material will be deemed as outdated or irrelevant. Yet, there is value in recognizing the good work completed by the Bureau throughout the 2019 calendar year. The city entered 2020 proud of many accomplishments highlighted in this report. PBB relies on multiple divisions and personnel to gather the information and put this together. 2020 obviously has stretched all of us in many ways, and certainly the demands on PPB's times, talent, as well as restraints posed by COVID-19 restrictions hindered a more timely delivery of this report. My hope is that we will have the 2020 report much earlier in 2021 so that we can learn from the events of this past year, which were seminal, as we continue to reimagine public safety and the role of PPB in serving the city of Portland. Chief Lavelle is here with his team to present the report. Chief?
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. Good afternoon. I'm Chief Chuck Lavelle, and I'm here today to talk about the Police Bureau's 2019 annual report. The annual report is something we produce each year, and bringing it to the City Council is now part of our settlement agreement with the Department of Justice. This report is a little later than we wanted it to be, as the mayor had stated. Our staff was also tasked this year with other duties related to the pandemic, as well as the mass gatherings we'd experienced here in Portland. So I apologize for its delay. I want to give thanks to the many members of the Portland Committee on Community Engaged Policing who reviewed this report. Thanks to the members of the Portland Police Bureau who provided thoughtful information to include in the report, as well as those who assembled it to its final version. This is obviously still a summary of the work that's been done in 2019. Based on the feedback from PSEP who reviewed it reviewed last year's report, we asked the RU managers in the Police Bureau to provide even more detail regarding their division's respective accomplishments and challenges. So that's why this report is very lengthy. I'll just go over a few highlights today, just in the interest of time. In 2019, overall reported crime slightly decreased when compared to the prior year, about 2%. Person crime increased for a fourth consecutive year, but at a smaller rate than in 2019. We saw an increase in assault offenses, which contributed to the overall increase in person crimes. Property crime decreased slightly in 2019 when compared to 2018. That's about a 3% decrease. We publish all of our crime statistics on our open data on our website. It gives users the opportunity to look at all the crime statistics and refine them to their own neighborhood or specific geographical area. In fact, we expanded in 2019, and it now includes crime statistics to officer-involved shootings to traffic statistics, and helps increase the transparency of the work we do at the Police Bureau. We concentrated more last year on data-driven policing. We rolled out our Tableau software to additional users to assist precinct and division leadership in using the data to plan their resources. Each precinct was also responsible for working on specific details and missions where chronic problems and illegal activity occurred. This included illegal street racing, holiday park missions, illegal drug missions in Old Town, and East Precinct retail theft missions, and more. In the report, we included our significant progress on the settlement agreement and the numerous directives that we have reviewed. Last year, we created an Inspector General position, and that office includes its policy development team and the inspector and the audit team. This position enhances our ability to do internal accountability and auditing functions. The goal of internal affairs case resolution is 180 days, and in 2019, 90% of the cases were closed within that time period. This was an improvement over the previous year, 2018. Internally, we were able to hire 60 additional officers last year, but remember, it takes upwards of 2 years for training and probation. We provided additional training to employees. The Bureau's Equity and Inclusion team implemented inter-bureau training on leading with racial equity approach for structural transformation. We also worked with a community group called Youth Educating Police to create a training video for all sworn Bureau employees with the goal of improving interactions between police and youth in the community. We also implemented a new wellness position to look for various ways to improve wellness for our employees, including establishing a new website and offering information to improve physical, mental, and emotional health. I'll touch on some of our challenges. In the report, you'll read about them. They include aging and non-functional workspaces. This is an ongoing challenge as we continue to try to address this. In 2019, we also had a number of unplanned and unpermitted events, which took its toll on our staffing. There were several confrontations between groups with opposing ideologies, including August 17th, which attracted people from all over the US. To plan and staff and resource for these events are very costly. Speaking of staffing, it was cited by every single division and unit as a challenge, whether it was answering 911 calls, investigations, or services. I'd like to conclude by saying that 2019 seems like a very, very, very long time ago. I'm sure we all feel that way to some degree. The Portland Police Bureau has seen 3 chiefs since the end of 2019, and many of the divisions or units included in the report are no longer in existence. Between COVID, the racial justice movement, and more than 100 days of mass gatherings, a significant uptick in violent crime, and recently an armed occupation, the Bureau is a much different place than it was in 2019 and has faced a year of challenges. Still, it's valuable to look at this report as we shape our future, make tough decisions, and move forward with what I hope will be opportunities as well. That's all I have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Chief. Colleagues, questions for the Chief? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
I move we accept the report as presented.
Commissioner Hardesty moves. Do we have a second from Commissioner Fritz? Any further discussion? Please call the roll.
Fritz,
Thank you for the report, and thank you for the diligent work, and thank you to the Bureau members who are still working so hard. I've been going to neighborhood association meetings to say goodbye, and there's officers there, even knowing that they are so busy, they're working from home and giving their time to make sure that community members know what's going on. And so please convey my thanks to the staff. Aye.
Will do.
Ryan.
Thank you.
Sorry. Ryan,
Yes, good to see you, Chief Lavelle. I had some other things to say, but I'm going to just go from what you just said. I'm interested in the Tableau data, and I just look forward to hearing how you're going to be using that in real time going forward. And I think I was just struck by the fact that we've had 3 chiefs since 2019, and but I appreciate the report. It is quite the rearview mirror at this moment in time, and I vote aye.
Hardesty,
Aye.
Wheeler,
Aye, the report is accepted, and Chief, I think you have made the commitment the next year report for 2020 will come in more quickly. If you need help with that, please let me know, because obviously 2020 was an important year and there's much to learn from that. With regard to the 2019 report, there was a lot of good news in this, and I want to acknowledge that at a time when the Police Bureau is under tremendous pressure around accountability and scrutiny. There was much in the 2019 report to be cheered by, and I thank you for that. I vote aye, the report's accepted. Thank you. Next up, next up is 1005.
establish a language pay differential for multilingual city employees and authorize the Bureau of Human Resources and the Office of Equity and Human Rights to establish processes and procedures necessary for implementation.
Commissioner Fritz.
Thank you, Mayor. Gosh, this is really exciting. On December 1st, we introduced our language pay differential policy recommendations at a council work session. Thank you, Mayor Wheeler and Commissioner Ryan, for your participation. Although Commissioner Hardesty was not able to be at the work session, we have done outreach to your office, and thanks to you and your staff for your input on the policy as well. Today, we're back to seek council approval for the language pay differential policy. We are proposing that the policy go into effect on July 1st of 2021 and on a pilot basis for the first year. We need language access more than ever. We are in a crisis and will face future crises, and we need to be able to mobilize our wonderful staff to support linguistically diverse community members. The language pay differential policy is something that we need to invest in now. It's the fair thing to do. And now turn it over to staff to begin our presentation.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Fritz. Buenas tardes, Mayor Wheeler and City Commissioners. My name is Tatiana Lejalde. My pronouns are she, her. I work for the Office of Equity and Human Rights as the city's Equity and Language Access Analyst and serve in the city's emergency response as Equity Officer and Language Access Lead. It's a pleasure to be with you here today to bring forth this resolution after a wonderful council work session last week with regards to the language pay differential policy. I'm going to start us off by just talking about that the foundation of this policy really rests upon 4 pillars. With regard to Title VI, as a governmental entity, we have obligations to non-discrimination protections based on national origin and limited English proficiency. Having a workforce that can provide, that can remove language barriers for community in being able to have meaningful and equitable access to our programs, services, activities, and communications shows a proactive effort in the removal of language barriers for the public. The second pillar, community need and enhanced service delivery. We have data, both qualitative and quantitative, telling us that community who experiences language barriers do not contact the city and do not have equitable access to our city's program, services, activities, and communications. As we noted in our presentation during the work session, there is data from a 311 survey that noted that many community members cite language barriers as reasons why they do not contact the city. And in my experience in the Emergency Coordination Center, we know that we have heard from community members saying how valuable it is to them to have staff who can communicate with them in their own language. It's so incredibly important in regular city operations, as well as in providing relief efforts during the emergency response, for community members who experience language barriers to feel that they have people that they can connect with and speak to in their own language, who also identify from their same culturally specific community. And for enhanced service delivery, having a workforce that can speak multiple languages and serve the community in the language of their target language is so incredibly important in our service delivery to remove institutional language barriers for community. And through my citywide advisement as Equity and Language Access Analyst for the Office of Equity, I get to work with so many bureaus providing technical assistance. And across all of our bureaus, we have employees who provide this extra value to our organization and are the important connection and trust building ambassadors to community in their regular work as in providing services, programs, and activities to the public. In providing this service, we see that our employees really serve as a language link. This crucial role as a language link really provides community a connection to our city government in a way that they would not have if we didn't have staff who are able to bring this extra value. As language links, our employees can see the community member all the way through the engagement that they are hoping to have with the city, answering their questions and helping them navigate our system. At any point in that interaction, the community member can request a professional interpreter at no cost to them, and that's their civil right. In the case of where there are health, safety, legal, financial impacts, notices of rights, or disciplinary action, our city employees, as a language link, can help the community member connect to an interpreter who then can take over with that specific terminology. But that role of language link and really being that initial connector from community who experiences language barriers to experiencing more meaningful and equitable engagement with our government is incredibly valuable. So many of us are already providing this extra value to the organization, and we will never say no to providing this opportunity to connect with community, since we ourselves are part of these linguistically and culturally specific communities. And my perspective as equity officer and language access lead for the emergency response, in the early months of the pandemic, I saw many bureaus that were quickly putting together programs, relief programs, and wanting to really mobilize city staff who spoke other languages to be able to help provide these services. But in absence of a policy like this, it really would be a workplace equity issue. So that leads me to the third pillar. Presently, we do have employees that are bringing this extra value and this extra skill without compensation. So when we look at this being a workplace equity issue that we could alleviate, we're really also talking about retention of employees who bring this extra value. And importantly also, the fourth pillar is our commitment to being an employer of choice. So in being able to recruit talent to be able to work for the city and recruit multilingual, multicultural talent to come and work for us. We know that we have an increasingly diverse community, and our demographics show that. And in such, we have populations of people that would be able to apply for jobs in the city that would be looking for this language pay differential opportunity, especially since we have other jurisdictions around us that are already offering this language pay differential. Thank you so much. At this point, I'm going to hand off the presentation to my co-lead, Yesenia Carrillo. Thank you so much.
Gracias, Tatiana. My name is Yesenia Carrillo, and I am a staffer for Commissioner Fritz and both Commissioner Ryan. I have the privilege of continue serving Portlanders in Commissioner Ryan's office as we say a bittersweet goodbye to Commissioner Fritz this year. And I just want to add, thank you, Commissioner Fritz, for being a champion of this policy. We've worked so hard, and I'm so happy that we're here getting across the finish line together. So on your screens, you'll see the policy development process, and I'll walk us through the several milestones that we hit on the development process throughout the last year and a half, almost, it looks like on the timeline. So our process starts in late spring of 2019 with internal research. We looked for prior or existing policy work at the city related to language pay differential. While conversations have occurred among employee groups and at union bargaining tables, no policy proposals or agreements have come from either. In doing the internal research phase, our office put together a multi-bureau policy team to help guide the development of this process and inform the recommendations. So upon that phase, we entered the external research phase, which was looking at models in our local jurisdictions. Our policy team informed the development of 25 questions that helped us guide interviews with other jurisdictions. We interviewed all local jurisdictions, including the state, and all of these have some sort of language pay differential policy in place. We found that business and community need was the rationale for their language pay differential policies. Dependent on the policy specifications, all sorts of job types were eligible if there was a proven business need, if there was supervisor approval, or a testing process requirement. The city of Hillsborough is one that really stood out to our policy team for its focus on workplace equity and community outreach. Their language pay differential policy is open to all employees, regardless of job classification or type, and employees who can demonstrate the ability to speak any language spoken by over 10% of the city's residents. While Hillsborough's policy most inspired our team, it was most aligned with our equity goals and preferred outcomes, barriers presented by state pay equity statutes have challenged our team's recommendation that this be a universal policy that is available to all job types and duties. Until pay equity law can be revisited by the Office of Government Relations at the state, we have pivoted from this universal approach. And later on in the presentation, Cynthia will guide us through what we call the 3 pathways for employees to be able to participate in this differential. So then, as you see on your screen, for the summer of 2019, we had 2 engagement opportunities with city employees. The first was the Latinx PDX Affinity Group, and this was to better understand their experiences as multilingual, multicultural employees and gather qualitative data. Latinx PDX members have a history of discussing language pay differential for bilingual skills for probably the last 20 years. At the work session, you heard from Commissioner-elect Rubio, and when she was a staffer for Commissioner Nick Fish, you know, in the last 10, 20 years, she said that this was something that was on her mind and her colleagues' mind at the time. But this is also a matter that has been at the forefront for a lot of the other multicultural affinity groups, and they have let us know as such in conversations with deep leaders. So in those focus groups, our participants, again, were employees from across the city bureaus, and their positions ranged from public-facing customer service to managers. The second opportunity that we had to engage with employees was the online employee survey. And so this survey consisted of 10 questions that our policy team put together and then was sent out to the diverse, empowered employees of Portland and the city's information and referral listservs. Participants reported using 24 languages in addition to English to perform their job responsibilities and better serve community members. Participants, to know about the workplace equity qualms that we brought up that Tatiana was able to go into, it's important to note that participants reported being asked to serve the community member either by the community member themselves or a colleague. So upon gathering all our research and many discussions within our policy team, we crafted our initial recommendations and engaged with stakeholders and partners at the city. Important to note that the Bureau of Human Resources is a big partner in this and has been at the table for these discussions for the last year with us. So our recommendations are rooted in the takeaways from our touch points with these and in rethinking the challenges and concerns that were raised to us throughout the process. We relied heavily on the feedback from our stakeholders, but also from city employees who have been providing the service to multilingual and limited English proficient community members for years. Thank you so much. I'm gonna go ahead and hand it off to Cynthia now.
Thank you, Yesenia. Mayor and Commissioners, my name is Cynthia Castro, and I'm a Senior Policy Advisor for Commissioner Fritz and one of the co-leads for this initiative. In researching other jurisdictions with the language pay differential, we found that many offered either a percentage of base wage or a set dollar amount. For example, the state of Oregon offers 10% of base wage monthly, and the city of Gresham pays between $125 to $150 monthly. As a policy team, we had a lot of discussion about which direction to go and ultimately opted for a set dollar amount because we saw it as more equitable than percentage of base wage. If we were to adopt the percentage of base wage model, employees with higher base wages would receive greater compensation than employees with lower base wages. We are proposing $1 per hour be added to qualifying employees' base salary. This would pay an amount proportionate to the number of hours worked by the employee rather than the same amount no matter how many hours worked, and we believe it would be a competitive rate. The differential would only be paid on hours worked, not sick time, vacation time, nor while employees are on leave. The differential would be applied to all hours an employee works, not just the hours when the employee is doing language interpretation work. This simplifies timekeeping, reduces administrative discretion, and recognizes that multilingual employees bring a different perspective to their work at all times due to their lived experiences. As is best practice for other jurisdictions, we are also proposing that in order to qualify, employees must pass a verbal proficiency test and meet other testing requirements, such as retesting and passing a proficiency test every 3 years to retain the differential. The differential is open to all job types. For represented employees, the city will fulfill its obligations to give notice of the proposed policy to the unions and negotiate with the unions should they demand to bargain. Next slide. We are recommending 3 pathways for designating positions that benefit from a language skill because they remove barriers for multilingual and multicultural community members and bring value to the institution and are therefore eligible for the language pay differential. This includes designating positions that at a minimum should be eligible for the language pay differential from the outset. Examples include, but are not limited to 311, Bureau customer service staff, elected officials, council office staff, police, fire, 911 staff, council clerk office staff, park rangers, Office of Equity, employees staffing the Emergency Coordination Center, or Bureau equity managers and teams. We're also proposing a pathway that allows for manager discretion in assigning additional positions that they've identified as benefiting from a language skill based on community need. The Bureau of Human Resources and Office of Equity and Human Rights will be involved in the designation of the positions benefiting from multilingual employees. Another pathway is employee initiated. Employees submit a form to the Office of Equity and Human Rights for the consideration of the language pay differential. The form will ask the employees to describe in narrative form how their language skill removes barriers for community and brings value to the institution. The employee's usage of their language skill would be evaluated through performance review processes with their manager. The Bureau of Human Resources would also be, sorry, I don't know what that, I think that's my ring at my house. The Bureau of Human Resources would also partner in this process. Through our own experiences as city employees and in developing this policy, we understand that multilingual city employees in a wide variety of positions are using their language skills to remove institutional barriers, not just for the public, but also for our own fellow city employees. Next slide, please. Because we currently don't track language capabilities of our staff, we are limited in our ability to estimate the total cost of the policy because it depends on the scale of employee participation. With this limitation, the City Budget Office drew from different available sources, such as existing Bureau employee language capability surveys, the Information and Referral Program, and participation rates of other jurisdictions with language pay differential policies to inform their cost analysis of this language pay differential policy. CBO's analysis includes a broad range of participation and cost, with the higher end reflecting data from the Office of Community and Civic Life, a bureau that has a higher degree of community engagement. We are proposing that the language pay differential go into effect July 1st, 2021 on a pilot basis for the first year to allow for a much more accurate sense of cost before adopting the policy permanently. Bureaus would track any additional costs associated with the program and absorb the cost of the initial pilot within their existing fiscal year 2021-22 budgets. If necessary, bureaus may request resources to help pay program costs during the fiscal year 2021-22 spring bump. Next slide, please. We have invited two guests to provide testimony on the language pay differential policy. Thanks so much to you both for your flexibility today. We appreciate you so much. First up, I would like to invite Michelle Koenig-North to testify.
Hello. Am I coming through okay?
Yes.
Wonderful. Good afternoon, Council. I'm Michelle Koenig-North, and I'm the city's 311 program manager. The 311 program aims to simplify community access to services by serving as a welcoming and knowledgeable front door for both the city and county government. This year, our staff helped about 100,000 community members find information, report issues, and request city services online, over the phone, and in person at city buildings. I'm here today to speak in support of the language pay differential policy, which we see as a critical step to advancing the city's equity and language access goals shared by the 311 program and the bureaus and programs we support. We know that community members who primarily speak Spanish, Vietnamese, Russian, Chinese, and other languages often face language barriers that prevent them from contacting the city. As a result, less than 2% of calls to our program are conducted in these languages, a rate disproportionate with the 8% of Portlanders who speak English less than very well. Once implemented, the language pay differential policy would make it more likely that when residents contact the city, they are able to be heard, understood, and provided with the information and services they need, and that they receive the same level of customer service that a resident fluent in English would receive. The city's 311 program currently employs 3 staff who are bilingual in Spanish, and our implementation plan calls for hiring staff proficient in other languages as well. This policy would provide a much needed tool to help us recruit and retain diverse multilingual staff for positions that would benefit from language expertise. It would also provide long overdue recognition for our current staff who are asked to take on this additional role by compensating them for the added value they provide the city and community. Finally, this policy represents an important step towards a verified and well-supported language access program in the city. I want to thank Council for supporting the language access program, and Commissioner Fritz, her staff, and the Office of Equity and Human Rights for their leadership on this issue. I want to conclude with a few remarks from my colleague John Dutt, who has supervised the city's 311 customer service program, and prior to that, the Information and Referral Program, for nearly 2 decades. John participated in the working group that helped develop the policy. Thank you for allowing me to speak on this important policy. I appreciate your time. Thank you for allowing me to speak on this important policy. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Excellent presentation. We appreciate it. Colleagues, before we go to public testimony, are there any questions about?
Oh, sorry, Mayor, we have one more speaker.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, no, that's okay. Our last speaker is Jonna Papa Efthimiou.
Hi, John.
Hey. Hi. Wow, it's been a long day. I'll be brief. But I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak For the record, my name is Jonna Papa-Efcanillo, and I work at the Bureau of Emergency Management. Our Bureau's mission is to build a resilient Portland. In an ordinary year, we spend a lot of time and staff resources on community outreach, offering free classes, managing a big volunteer program. And our bilingual and bicultural staff really help us show up in the community in a way that is accessible and friendly and welcoming. And they increase our effectiveness and our reach, particularly in communities that the city often does not serve well. In extraordinary times, which has felt like so much of this year, our Bureau is sometimes called on to convey life safety messages that are critical and must be issued in a timely way. Of course, we rely on paid translators and we re-translate as much as we can, but sometimes in an urgent moment, having a colleague that can affirm that your translation is good and you can count on it, or can supply an extra word or two to keep you moving forward, can feel like it makes all the difference. I would also say, as a manager of a diverse staff, that I recognize my bicultural, bilingual staff members are tapped so often to participate in extra projects, to be on interview panels, to go to job fairs, to participate in committee work. And they do that cheerfully and without any expectation of extra pay, because they believe in the mission. But as a manager, I would be grateful for the opportunity to recognize the extra value that they really add to the work that we do in providing essential services to the public. And so I'm grateful for leadership on this topic and for council support of this policy. Thank you.
Now I'll jump in. Very good. Thank you all. Appreciate it. Great presentation on all of your parts. Thank you. Colleagues, any questions at this point? Excellent. Is there any public testimony on this item? It's a resolution.
Excuse me, Mayor, I do have one question.
Yeah, Commissioner Hardesty, you bet.
Thank you. Thank you all for incredible testimony. You know, this is an issue that's near and dear to me. When I was running for office, I talked to a few of the unions who were really frustrated that it has taken, I think, more than a decade to actually get something that the city council will be considering. But I had a question more about state law. Is it true that today we are prohibited from using multilingual staff in positions without utilizing a state language database? Is that true? I don't know who would like to try to help me understand that.
Commissioner Hardesty, this
Tatiana, do you have the?
I'm sorry.
This is Karen Moynihan, and I am sorry I do not have the answer to that. Perhaps someone who's a presenter might.
Well, I just remember being told by Revenue that they could not use their employees that spoke more than one language because they were required to actually use a language bank for translation. So if that is not, I don't want to waste a lot of time on that today, but I think it really would be important to make sure that we, in fact, are you know, that what we're putting in place is not in opposition to state law. Thank you.
Tatiana did state that there are 4 particular areas where a certified language translator is required. This policy is for use as a language link, and at any time, state law does say that and federal law does say that the constituent may request a professional interpreter at no cost to them.
Thank you. Excellent presentation. Thank you.
Commissioner Hardesty, any further questions for our awesome panel here? Seeing none. Public testimony. Keelan.
No one signed up.
Very good, colleagues. This is a resolution. Keelan, please call the roll.
Fritz.
Thank you very much to our team, especially Cynthia, Tatiana, and Yesenia, for your leadership in bringing this across the finish line after more than 10 years. They are joined by an amazing team of city employees, including Santos Aguilar from the Bureau of Human Resources, John Dutt from 311, Candy Castrol from Independent Police Review, Irene Conniff, also from Independent Police Review, Kim McCarthy, formerly with the Housing Bureau, Andres Oswald from Commissioner Udaley's office and formerly the Housing Bureau, and Huerti Rios Martinez from the Bureau of Revenue and Finance. I also thank the many stakeholders who are engaged, especially Chief Human Resources Officer Kathy Bless and all of her staff, Laurie Kraut and Anne Milligan from the City Attorney's Office, City Budget Director Jessica Kennard and Financial Analyst Angela Butel, and City Equity Managers. And of course, thank you to our guest speakers, Michelle and Jonna. To our multilingual employees, today we are formally saying to you that we value you and your language skill and recognize what an asset you are in helping our institution live up to our core values. This is long overdue. Thank you. To community members who have experienced language as a barrier in accessing city services and programs, you are at the center of our decision in adopting the language pay differential policy, as well as in establishing the language access program and policy last month. You deserve and are entitled to better service from your local government. I again thank the Bureau of Human Resources and the Office of Equity and Human Rights for your commitment to this work that lies ahead to successfully implement the language pay differential. And thank you, colleagues, for your support. Aye.
Ryan?
Yes, thank you for the first reading, for the work session we had. I've been able to ask a lot of questions and track this. I want to thank Commissioner Fritz and your team for bringing this policy forth and for your diligent work that got us here today. My hope is that our multicultural and multilingual employees will feel seen and appreciated by their unique skill sets that they bring to our workforce. And this is what this does, I hope. And I also hope that this initiative sets us up on the right path as we continue to reimagine what access to government looks like for our community members. And finally, I want to say that I realize that when government takes steps like this, it also influences others in the marketplace, so more organizations can look to this policy and you provide a blueprint for all of them. So thank you very much. Aye.
Hardesty?
When I first got here, I was amazed to find out that there had been people trying to move this policy for well over a decade. I am grateful that Commissioner Fritz picked the ball and ran with it. I don't normally use sports analogies, so bear with me. Not my forte, but it is about time that we actually acknowledge the additional skill sets that people that speak different languages bring to the city of Portland, and we should value those. Most private sector employees pay an additional premium for those additional skills. And if we ever hope to be an employer of first choice, this is the right direction for us to move. I'm really impressed with the work of the staff that have worked to move this process forward, and I'm very happy to vote aye.
Wheeler?
I want to thank Commissioner Fritz and her staff, in particular, the Office of Equity and Human Rights and the Bureau of Human Resources for their work to develop this policy, and many other bureaus and employees who provided both data and input to help inform this process. This ordinance aligns with the city's core values and racial equity goals, advancing equity in the city workplace and in how we serve our public, helping to increase access to government for Portlanders whose primary language is not English. My budget guidance directs bureaus to prioritize core services that most effectively serve those who need the most, including Portlanders most affected by the public health and economic consequences. Although this policy will have a budgetary impact on bureaus, it meets those goals by prioritizing existing resources to improve equity.
An accountable elections program to eliminate the election matching periods and maintain the program's oversight with the Commissioner of Public Utilities through 2022.
Commissioner Fritz.
This is a second reading. Susan Motet had hoped to make a brief statement, but she had to leave, so I'll make the comments on her behalf if you could just call the roll.
Very good. This is a second reading of a non-emergency ordinance. Colleagues, any more business prior to calling the roll? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Fritz?
Director Mote and I are just so grateful to everybody who's participated in developing the program. We thank the City Council for supporting it. It was supported, I think 4 years ago today, by Commissioner Novick and Mayor Hales, and narrowly squeaked through. And yet Commissioner Saltzman and Commissioner Fish both acknowledged that the council had made a decision, as did Mayor Wheeler, and supported the funding for the subsequent 4 years. So thank you, colleagues, for doing this. It's a program which is transforming the way city government is and is going to be. And a thanks to not only to Susan Mote and Daniel Lukau, the amazing staff that have gotten it through this year. Thanks to Civic Software Foundation and their volunteers for getting it done with a record low budget for technology. And thank you, Christine Nieves, who's now going to be on the commission, and Tim Crail on my staff for their absolute commitment to this program, as have I. It's been a joy to see it work, and I look forward to how your new colleagues who use the program are going to be able to work with you with a newfound freedom to make sure that they serve all of Portland. Aye.
Ryan?
Yes, I just want to start off by acknowledging Commissioner Fritz. She has a lot of legacies as she concludes her 12 years of service, but producing and implementing, I would say, one of our nation's best practices in campaign finance reform would definitely be at the top of that list. I'm very proud to vote aye.
Hardesty?
Aye.
Wheeler?
Aye, the ordinance is adopted. Colleagues, we have been convened now for 6 hours. I propose we take a 10-minute recess so that everybody can get up and stretch. We are recessed until 3:38 p.m.
Thank you.